I'm going to become a giant in the entertainment industry despite the losses. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376. Hello. It's Chinese New Year. The boy was stunned and silent for a long time. Then he said blankly, This is impossible. He originally wanted to refute, but he thought about it carefully before speaking and found that it seemed to be true. What is the most legendary thing about the Kuiguang Group? They can always turn projects that others are completely unpopular into profitable projects. Even because of taking a different approach and quickly occupying the blue ocean market, the Kuiguang Group has accidentally formed a de facto monopoly in some fields. How is this a bit like some plots in the movie? The protagonists are all doing some projects that are not favored by others, and then, to everyone's surprise, the projects make money. No. The boy immediately denied. There is a basic logical problem here. Yang Ruoqian doesn't have a mysterious relative or friend who wants him to suddenly inherit so much inheritance. How could he deliberately invest in projects that will lose money? Oh, definitely not. The girl waved her hand and grabbed a handful of popcorn from the popcorn bucket and threw it into her mouth. I'm just kidding. They saw Yang Ruoqian with their own eyes on the set. He walked by the side of the set with a beautiful woman by his side. He was neither old nor overly ostentatious. His temperament alone crushed many now boorish. Even Shanghai Anayu, the hottest first-line actress today, had to listen to his lectures when she came to the set. Moreover, as the boss of a large group in the entertainment industry, he has not been exposed to any scandals until now. He is a perfect person. Such a person must be strategizing at his desk and winning thousands of miles away. How could he do such an irrational behavior? Look at the talents in Kuiguang Group. Is there any correlation with the pair of Crouching Dragon and Phoenix in the movie? From Chang Ziking at the beginning of the business, Gao Nayan who made the first pot of gold for Kuiguang Group, to Lu Shuilan, Xiao Yuki, Lin Ko, etc. All the masters among masters must be the top masters recruited by Yang Ruoqian after careful selection. In the vast sea of people, Yang Ruoqian can accurately find these buried talents in various fields. It seems to be the same as the movie, but in fact, there is no connection. Those strange projects, is it possible for Mr. Yang to really agree? Moreover, in the movie, the protagonist invested in the football team, but in real life, Mr. Yang has no signs of investing in football. All the businesses of Kuiguang Group are limited to the scope of the entertainment industry, and if they want to expand, they should also expand the surrounding areas of related industries. Yes, this is the real Kuiguang Group. After the two of them finished their brains, they continued to watch the movie, and the plot soon came to the plot related to the football match. Yang Ruoqian's luxury helicopter descended from the sky with the team members, showing off the high-end interior of the luxury helicopter. While other people watching the movie were amazed at how luxurious the helicopter could be, the girl who had long been tired of seeing this helicopter excitedly tugged at her boyfriend's clothes. Look, we are about to appear on camera. Although the two participated in the filming, they did not see the relevant footage of their own performances due to confidentiality. The feeling of participating in the filming off the court and appearing on camera is completely different. The boy also nodded excitedly. Look. I saw you in that position. Ha 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 ha. You look so weird like this. Although the two were whispering, their voices were controlled very low, almost in the state of biting ears. Whether it was the people in the back seat or the people next to them, at most they could see the two mouths to ears when they turned their heads, which did not affect their watching the movie. Aren't you the same? You're still laughing. In the end, the frustrated protagonist inadvertently did something meaningful while trying various loss-making projects. 2 hours later, the movie ended with laughter. The young couple held hands and left the cinema with some regrets. I think the ending of the movie is a bit like the current Kuiguang Group. They are so principled. For students like them, or other job seekers, Kuiguang Group can basically make the best use of their talents, and the compensation is absolutely worthy of their efforts. Although it has never been publicized, Kuiguang Group has always adhered to a principle: if a person is very hardworking, He should be given a high salary, subsidies, and corresponding rest time, instead of asking him to overcome hardships. And it's not the kind of goodness of the saint. They will definitely hit the big villain like Yufu group with a heavy punch. The boy also nodded in agreement. Alas, when can I live as cool as Yang Ruoqian? Don't talk nonsense. Who can be like him when sitting in that position? When the two were chatting, suddenly there was a very noisy sound in front of them, as lively as the new year. And this pile of voices is quite familiar. Come on, come on. Come on inside. Let me tell you, this movie is a multi-billion-dollar project, and my daughter is one of the participants. No, not that great. She only made a few $1,000s. She's still in school, and she got so much money all of a sudden. I'm still worried about her. This child has never made us worry-free. Oh, money is not a problem. Experience. Being able to get an internship certificate from Kuiguang Group during college will also help you find a job in the future. The girl who was originally holding the boy's hand stopped in her tracks. Damn. Isn't this voice from her parents? Exclamation mark. Aren't they in their hometown? How come they came to her school secretly without even a notice? And from the sound, not only did they come by themselves, but they also brought their aunts and uncles with them. She just mentioned this matter to her parents during her internship. Why are there so many people here? But think about it, it's normal for parents to feel very novel and proud of their own works being published. Maybe Mr. Yang invited so many extras for this purpose. The extras are all students. Even if Kuiguang Group reimburses the air tickets and train tickets, it is hard for the students not to take photos and share the plot of internship in a large group and seeing all kinds of big scenes. Friends and relatives will know something more or less. One person spreads to 10 people and 10 spreads to 100 people. It is also a powerful promotion for the richest man in Jinhae City. Moreover, the older generation is not used to using social media such as Weibo, Bilibili, and Baopu. Their voices are very small on the internet, but when it comes to watching movies, the box office is real. Is this a way to try to seize this part of the market? Is this Mr. Yang's strategy? Compared with the plot in the movie, Mr. Yang's layout ability in reality is obviously more than one level stronger. Just when the girl was thinking rapidly, the aunts and uncles turned a corner and met the young couple. The originally noisy atmosphere froze in place. Although many of them were distant relatives, in order to avoid the embarrassment of not being able to find people when watching a movie, they still looked at the girl's recent photos. And now the person in the photo is standing in front of them, with a man by her side. The boy was also dumbfounded. Although he had seen photos of his girlfriend's parents, he had never met their parents. Meeting in this situation now is extremely awkward. Hello, mom and dad. When many extras were in social disarray, Mr. Yang had already left his office and went to Kyanda Plaza opposite with Chang Ziking. Now in Kyanda Plaza, looking around, it is basically all the properties of Kuiguang Group. It's almost New Year's Eve again. Chang Ziking looked at the surrounding industries and touched her face. 2 years have passed so quickly, and it feels like it was just yesterday. It's okay, you're not old yet. Mr. Yang was playing with his phone and spoke without thinking. Even if you're old, I won't dislike you. Chang Ziking was so angry that she shook Yang Ruoqian's body hard. If you can't talk, just shut up. Don't shake. Yang Ruoqian shrank back. I'm typing. The anti-fraud promotional video is communicating with me. Taking advantage of the fact that all the projects this quarter have been almost completed and there is nothing to do, the two of them simply went shopping here. People in the company and employees of nearby industries have long been accustomed to the behavior of the two people. They are classmates, and they can share hardships and wealth together. It's hard to have any other emotions except envy. Even the self-media and paparazzi who love to catch gossips are too lazy to follow. The more you hide, the easier it is to be dug up. The more open and commonplace it is, the less interested others are. Just like Shanghai Anayu, when everyone knew that she would always walk around nearby, maybe there would be a sense of novelty at first, and some people would even come to see her specifically, but over time, every month, everyone got used to it. Photos of Shanghaianai walking around the nearby mall are one of the most inflated things on the internet, so many that even Shanghaianai's diehard fans are too lazy to look at them. Chang Ziking sighed, "Hey, didn't you hire a secretary? Why do you still do everything yourself?" As for the proposal to sell the company's shares and let more managers come in to share the work, Chang Ziking would not even mention it. Yang Ruoqian must not be interfered with on major decisions. There are some things that the secretary can't handle. Yang Ruoqian tilted his phone a little and showed it to Chang Ziking. "And it's not about Jinhei. Aren't we going to shoot an anti-fraud propaganda film? Isn't the location chosen a small county town on the southern border? The officials there heard that we were going to make a movie and invest in them, and they were so excited that they couldn't sleep all night. Look, they are still talking to me about the project. Only I can make this kind of decision. Kim, you can't do it. The people over there are so enthusiastic that they even wander around the county town all day, taking photos for Yang Ruoqian and introducing this and that, hoping that he can come here to make some other investments while shooting the movie." Chang Ziking glanced at the chat records and asked curiously, "It seems that the other party is very enthusiastic. What are you planning? Do you want to agree? This kind of border town lacks various basic supporting facilities, so it is naturally difficult to invest. Unfortunately, the system restricts the investment scope of Kuiguang Group to the entertainment industry. Otherwise Yang Ruoqian will definitely invest in this place and bleed a lot." "What a pity." Yang Ruoqian replied, "Not yet, but I said that after the movie is over, the building can be rebuilt according to local needs. What it will be specifically rebuilt into is not yet determined, so we'll talk about it after we get there. There are also many good attractions there, and it would be nice to go there with Chang Ziking while shooting the promotional video." As he said this, Yang Ruoqian suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a charity account. After the last settlement, the system awarded a little charity quota, and a small amount of concert income could be thrown into the charity account and not included in the company's profit and loss list. Similarly, if you choose to do this, the money can only be used for charity. This money has been saved for a while, and there is a certain amount. If you can spend it as soon as possible. After talking about the promotional video, Chang Ziking glanced at the location of the cinema in the mall and pointed, "The new movie seems to be quite popular. I just checked, and there are no extra tickets for almost all the shows today. It's normal, it's like this on the first day." Yang Ruoqian was very calm. After all, our company's name has been spread out, and many viewers saw that it was a movie made by us, and they bought tickets without thinking. What's more, there is Feng Eluo as an actor, and she has a lot of fans. Once the reputation is good and the customer base is cultivated, it is difficult to prevent people from paying. Even if you want to ruin the reputation, you have to hurt the fans day by day for 10 years before you can gradually lose it. The box office on the first day is nothing, and you have to wait for the next few days to see the problem. Seeing that the time was about the same, the two walked into the restaurant opposite the YTG Internet Cafe and ordered a few dishes at random. During this period, esports has reached the world competition again. The heat has risen, and the popularity has reached a new high. At the same time, it has also hit Mr. Yang's quarterly financial report hard. While waiting for the dishes to be served, a woman's voice that was not very obvious suddenly came from outside the room. "Just play. What's the point of becoming the world's best? Go home and do your homework." The woman's voice gradually faded away. Chang Ziking shook her head helplessly. "Have your parents said this to you before?" "My grades are good, so they didn't say much." Yang Ruoqian shook his head, "But there must be prejudice. No one can avoid it." Chang Ziking did not interfere with other parents' ideas of educating their children. She sat in her seat and glanced at Yang Ruoqian. "Doesn't she really know how useful it is to become the world's best?" Yang Ruoqian said casually, "In fact, you don't need to become the world's best. It's also useful to play just average, because the child will feel happy. That's enough." At this moment, Kim sent a text message to Yang Ruoqian, interrupting his happiness. "Mr. Yang, the real-time box office data of The Richest Man in Jinhei City has been summarized by Chenggayu Media. The results are gratifying. Congratulations. P.S. Regarding the matter of publishing your own works, I have a deep understanding of it. Well, my parents knew that I wrote a novel, and the whole family spread it directly. Every relative came to read my book. It was so hard to hold it in, hahaha. Chapter 377 at any cost. No, what time is it? Kimu is not the kind of person who is so impatient that he jumps to conclusions before the first day's data is even released. Rather than believing that the usually steady Kimu suddenly had a seizure, Yang Ruoqian would rather believe another fact. Even if the box office is zero from now on, the first day's box office of The Richest Man in Jinhae City is already stable. President Yang stared with dead fish eyes and sent a short message to Kimu. How much is the box office? Kimu quickly sent a message. So far, the first day's box office has exceeded 100 million. The most conservative estimate is that today's box office can reach 200 million. President Yang, congratulations. Unlike many other companies whose subordinates can't wait to exaggerate their expectations, the Kuiguang Group is completely the opposite. Everyone is eager to say the data in a conservative direction. Kimu said 200 million, and in the end it may very well be 250 million, or even 300 million. The first day box office is likely to exceed 300 million. However, Chang Ziking, who leaned over to watch the excitement, was a little worried. I saw many extras posting updates on social platforms today, saying that all their relatives came to watch the movie they starred in. It's really embarrassing. There are even extras whose parents directly called 20 or 30 distant relatives and neighbors to fly to the city where their university is located just to watch this movie. This kind of box office is abnormal. Bringing relatives and friends may make the first day box office inflated. Yang Ruoqian took a breath and said, "You still know how to comfort people." As he said that, Yang Ruoqian used his mobile phone to scan the code to pay for the meal. Chang Ziking blinked and then stood up and was a little confused. Am I comforting you? After returning to the company, Yang Ruoqian opened the webpage and stared at the page of The Richest Man in Jinhae City for a long time. Mr. Yang, who was really in no mood to play games, browsed the game list boredly, picked up his mobile phone and opened Bilibili, wanting to find some long videos to watch and kill time. If the box office results on the first day may fluctuate due to various factors, the box office results on the first 3 days can basically determine the upper limit of the film. During these 3 days, it is like waiting for the college entrance examination results to be released. There is no point in being anxious anyway, so it is better not to think about it. The game video editing is not good. Forget it. The uphost in the history area seems to have not updated. How long will these damn pigeons last? Short video. After flipping through more than 10 minutes, the title of a video suddenly caught Yang Ruoqian's eye. Wild Survival Series, Plateau Survival for 7 Days, Episode 1. Wilderness Survival. On the plateau? Yang Ruoqian himself actually doesn't like to experience this kind of thing, let alone wilderness survival on the plateau. Even if he goes to climb mountains in areas with higher altitudes, he will feel strongly uncomfortable. Setting up a tent and lighting a fire in a cold and oxygen deficient place looks great to outsiders, but it is completely different when it is your turn to experience it. After all, most of the time when shooting, only the results will be shown. For example, the audience can only see the great sense of security brought by a shelter in a harsh environment, or the happiness of having a hot meal in the wilderness. But the pain of setting up a tent, the trouble of finding food and making a fire in the wild, and even the lack of seasoning in the food itself, can't be a good experience. Basically, it looks great for the viewers, but if you actually go there, you may not be able to stand even 8 hours. There are still such upmasters now? Yang Ruoqian immediately became interested and clicked on the video. Although this upmaster has only filmed the first episode, in many cases, the true level of this upmaster can be seen from the first episode. Yang Ruoqian clicked on the video, and what came into view was a slightly narrow room, but with everything available. Why does the layout of this room feel a little familiar? Just when Mr. Yang felt a little strange, the barrage on the video was also loaded, and pieces of barrage appeared directly above the screen. Fuck, this RV must be worth several million, right? Brother Huo, did you receive a business order, or did you win the lottery? Haven't you watched the variety show You Are the Best Job? Brother Huo was recruited by Kuiguang Group I guess this car belongs to the company. Brother HUO, when have I ever fought such a rich battle? This time I really stand up. Compared with the small compartment of Brother HUO before, this is simply a 5-star hotel. Very good. The environment of this car is better than where I live now. Off-road RV. Basically has all the functions. Brother HUO can do many things that he couldn't do before, right? Can such an awesome kitchen be moved into the car? Brother HUO will have to turn over his intestines tonight. If I had this RV, I would have died in the car. Yang Ruoqian looked at the barrage, and the memory of the past suddenly began to attack him. Isn't this interior the RV that he bought for Luling before? In order to spend more money before, Yang Ruoqian directly bought a super luxurious off-road RV at the auto show for Luling as a work tool. However, Yang Ruoqian was in a hurry to go home at that time, and he didn't care about anything. After paying the money, there are not many cars of this price on the whole network, not to mention that the person who owns this car is a blogger on the social platform. Even if Yang Ruoqian hasn't watched the video or the uphost's video, he can be 100% sure that the blogger with barrages flying all over the sky is Luling. As a senior user of various social platforms, Mr. Yang can naturally tell the real number of fans of this uphost from the density of barrages in the way of speaking in the barrages of a video. If it is a relatively unpopular video, the number of barrages will be very rare. If an unknown blogger posts a popular video, there will be a lot of barrages, but most of them are about the content of the video itself. Only when the blogger or uphost has a large number of fans and high stickiness can the barrages play with memes. Looking at the barrages playing with memes, Yang Ruoqian's mind fell into a brief blank. Good guy. This kid didn't say it when he was applying for a job, but it turned out that he is a big blogger with a lot of fans. Who are these people hiding their information on job hunting variety shows? Exclamation mark. When most people here write something, post some videos to support themselves, they will not take it too seriously unless they are told their specific income in more detail. When introducing himself on the variety show, Luling only said that he could support himself with the income from writing novels and videos. Now it seems that the meaning of the 4 words support yourself is very questionable. Yang Ruoqian immediately paused the video and switched to the blogger's homepage. Fuck. 980,000 fans? This is almost a million, right? Mr. Yang, who already felt bad, scrolled to his video submissions. Each video has about 600,000 views, most of which are in the wilderness, to evaluate various emergency supplies, including food, tools and even firewood cut from different trees. Overall, while being hardcore, it is also very interesting. Is this kind of person idle and has nothing to do? Why do they have to find a job? Even if the incentives for video creation are cut again and again, upmasters who can maintain hundreds of thousands of views will definitely not worry about food and drink. Previously, the number of fans was high, but the popularity did not rise. The reason is probably the limitations of the circle. Now that he has been signed by the group, with some random publicity and promotion, and a push from big data, won't he take off immediately? Exclamation mark. Yang Ruoqian could suddenly see this video. It is very likely that the group's operations are trying to buy traffic and promote it. According to the standard contract they signed, it is very likely that they will make a profit after doing this for a few years. Yang Ruoqian really wants to call Luling right now to ask him why the Kuiguang group treats him with sincerity, but he wants to repay him with money. Can't he make the money himself? Must he find someone to share it with? After being indignant for a while, Mr. Yang still resisted the urge to call. Since Luling has so many fans online, there must be people who will ask the same question, asking him why he suddenly wants to sign a contract with a company. The answer should be in the video that was just paused. Yang Ruoqian enlarged the video window and pressed the play button. At the beginning, the video was shot from a first-person perspective. Luling's familiar voice also came out from the speaker of the mobile phone. Brothers, recently our ancestors' graves have been smoking, and I will show you the new equipment. Recently, I have seen many private messages in the background asking me why I'm doing well alone, but suddenly I have to find a company. In fact, the reason is very simple. It's not a matter of money. It's really too busy for one person. This money is really not easy to make. Brothers. Every day I have to think of materials, and after thinking about them, I have to prepare various props. The post-shooting and editing are all done by myself. If I pay someone to do it, it will always be unstable. To be honest, for these videos you have seen, it takes me at least 2 or 3 days from preparation to completion. If one person does everything, how can he make less money? But this way I can't do a lot of things I want to do, and one person's energy is too limited. I might as well find a company, and they will send people to help me deal with trivial matters, and I can have more energy to take some nice pictures for my brothers. I usually don't pay attention to the entertainment industry, but everyone knows the reputation of Kuiguang Group, so don't worry too much about me. This car was not loaned to me by the company, it was given to me by the company, without any conditions attached. The contract doesn't even specify a time, which means I can leave anytime I want. Of course I won't leave. Smoke is coming out of my ancestors' graves just now. If I leave, won't I be struck by thunder all the time? That's enough of the small talk. Today is the first episode, and as usual I'll introduce to you the rules of this challenge and the props you can carry. In the first 3 days I will drive to the challenge site and camp for 3 days to familiarize myself with the environment. As he said this, Luling walked to the big refrigerator and the big oven and exclaimed in amazement, "Look at this oven. I prepared a 3 yellow chicken today. Wrap it in tin foil and bake it, and sprinkle some condiments on it. Won't life get better?" Looking at the harsh environment outside, I sleep in a big bed and can take a shower. If I come out to eat a roast chicken, won't I die? After getting familiar with the environment, it's time for the wilderness survival challenge. It's still the same old rules. The edited version is on P1, and the one-shot unedited version is on P2. During the challenge, I will also broadcast live and chat with everyone when I have time. Yang Ruoqian looked at the video and the various reward and recharge information next to Luling's homepage, and his ears were buzzing. What kind of person did Ruoqian recruit for him? Exclamation mark. He actually joined someone else's group without knowing it and shared someone else's red exclamation mark. This is not picking peaches. It's no different from being hit by a gold brick while walking on the road. No, in the future, we must add a sentence to the company's rules and regulations when recruiting people in the future. We must pay attention to all seemingly insignificant information. While cursing angrily in his heart, Yang Ruoqian clicked on Luling. Don't say it. This video really aroused his interest. You can watch it when you eat later. But it's not a good thing to let this kid who knows the truth and doesn't report it make money crazily outside. We must think of other ways to create a gap. While Yang Ruoqian saved Luling's latest video to the watch later list, he looked through his historical submissions more carefully. The evaluation content of various props is mostly hardcore, such as military individual rations, such as the canned food that is sealed tightly. Then arrange some of the most expensive military rations imported from abroad for him. A box costs more than 1,000 yuan, and the maintenance cost of this car. Since it is an off-road RV, use it as much as possible. Don't be stingy. The company will bear all the maintenance costs. Just buy a new one when it breaks down. Because of environmental and safety issues, many places across the country actually have various restrictions, which makes it inconvenient to chop wood and make fire. Luling does not have the channels and ability to get various procedures and permits, but Kuiguang Group can. Just think about it. How can a forest be cut down by private individuals without authorization? This is directly a mess. If there is no relevant permit procedure, trees cannot be cut down in many places, and at most the branches and leaves of the tree trunks can only be cut down. Or just let Luling go abroad and let him survive in the wilderness in various places abroad. Then, under the pretext of safety considerations, equip him with safety equipment and security personnel. After formulating a series of evil plans, Mr. Yang sneered, "Ha, is it that easy to make money for my Kuiguang Group? You have to spend as much as you earn. So what if there is a lot of high quality content, as long as the output of high quality content cannot keep up with the cost? At all costs, let the cost catch up with the quality." At the same time, the public relations leader of Youfood Group also closed Luling's homepage. Sure enough, Kuiguang Group will not shoot without a purpose. The lulling incident is indeed their long-planned conspiracy. It doesn't matter, everything will be fine when they start attacking the richest man in Jinhae City. At this time, an employee came over and whispered, "Boss Kyan, one of our employees has secretly filmed the original film of the richest man in Jinhae City. Very good, I will work overtime today and try to send out our attack video before the day after tomorrow. At all costs, we must ruin their reputation. P.S. I really don't owe it, I'm waiting for a recommendation." I started to explode immediately after the recommendation came, to show you what a coding master is. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378. Practice more if you're not good. After shouting a slogan, the public relations leader of Youfu Group was silent for a while, and then asked in a low voice, "Has our public relations department conducted an internal self-examination? Doing so is a copyright infringement. The company's internal ghost has not been caught yet, so we must be careful." The last time Youfu Group did something bad in secret, and the Kuiguang Group threw the evidence to the court, was still vivid in their minds. Youfu Group has checked several times, but until now it has not been able to catch the internal ghost hiding in the company. They don't know whether the internal ghost was cleared out during the last large-scale layoffs and changes within the group, but it is obvious that they dare not gamble again. If they are caught again this time, and are sued by the Kuiguang Group again, and lose the case again, the impact will be so bad that it goes without saying. The last defeat made Youfu Group lose face, and the credibility of the entire company suffered a severe blow. The attack on the Black Robe inspection team was also defeated. The negative impact of this incident has not dissipated until now. For example, they have also tried to contact some upmasters and bloggers who have cooperated with Youfu Group, but unfortunately they were all rejected. Obviously, if Youfu Group does not fight a comeback and prove that the last humiliation by Kuiguang Group was just an accident, these bloggers will definitely not be contacted again. Money is important, but the bowl of rice is more important. If you offend Youfu Group, you will not be able to do this order at best, and the end of offending Kuiguang Group may be that you can't even do this business. Now the task of the public relations team of Youfu Group is very important. If the employee responsible for discrediting the richest man in Jinhae City happens to have their inner ghost, the consequences can be imagined. The employee naturally knew about the inner ghost, and he vowed, "You can rest assured that all the people responsible for this work are our old employees, all of whom are my trusted generals who have been repeatedly checked, and there is absolutely no inner ghost." Other employees didn't even have the opportunity to get this news. Even if the inner ghost is still inside their Youfu Group, it can't cause any waves. The PR leader, known as Mr. Kyan, nodded and said, "We must check more times. We don't have room for error now. Even for old employees, we can't be 100% assured. The Kuiguang Group is best at using some shameful means to seduce people and induce our old employees to turn to their side. For example, Lin Ko, Xiao Cheng. Especially Xiao Cheng, this bastard, has caused much more damage to Youfu Group than Lin Ko. Now Youfu Group has basically become a joke in the industry, pointed at by peers. This not only makes Youfu Group lose face, but also makes their control over their employees drop to an unprecedented level. Originally, it was to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, to warn the employees below that, if there is a major mistake, even if it is managed by Xiao Cheng, such old employees will be killed. As a result, they turned around and went to work at Kuiguang Group, and their salary and benefits were awful. The shock became a joke. The shock that Youfu Group thought was actually just a two-way rush from others. Don't worry, we have made a lot of good conditions this time, and they will definitely not turn to Kuiguang Group because of the interests. As a giant that has dominated the entertainment industry for many years, Youfu Group is naturally not short of money. At least at present, their cash flow is still very abundant. They are just stingy to pay employees. After all, if each employee is given a salary increase of several hundred yuan, they will not feel much change, but for the leaders, it is likely that they will directly lose a luxury car. However, after suffering several big losses due to the treatment issue, UFO Group has also learned to be smart, at least for those employees who have important information in their hands, and who the opponent may rebel at all costs. The treatment must be sufficient. It is really a pipe dream to expect them to have any loyalty to the UFO Group itself. Now there is financial guarantee. They are also old employees, and the number of people who know is so small. Even if there is really an insider, it is estimated that they dare not inform Kuiguang Group again. Very good. Mr. Khan nodded, thought for a moment, and asked, the guy they recruited before, what's his name? Luling, right? How is he doing now? Recruitment is under the jurisdiction of human resources, not public relations. However, if Luling performs poorly after joining Kuiguang Group, it can also become an entry point for attack. We asked someone to check, and the blogger himself is a small internet celebrity with hundreds of thousands of fans, and the video content is relatively hardcore, and the fans are very sticky. The public relations employee said with some regret, after joining Kuiguang Group, and being promoted by them with resources, the number of his fans is in a period of rapid growth. And I heard that Kuiguang Group also bought him an off-road RV worth more than 5 million yuan. We really can't compare with him in terms of treatment. If we can't compare, we simply don't mention it. Their public relations team is only responsible for making the public opinion environment more biased towards themselves under the existing resources. Of course, they also have the ability to allocate some resources. However, the public relations team does not have the power to directly allocate millions of dollars to the anchor who just joined the company like the Kuiguang Group did. Okay, then let's get ready. As a comedy, the richest man in Jinhae City has many points that can be attacked. What are your thoughts now? The employee said without hesitation. Doing business and making money is a serious matter. It is a difficult task that requires professionals to go through various analyses and be handled by professional employees to complete. The richest man in Jinhae City packages such a serious matter in such a playful way, as if it is saying how simple it is to make money. What incorrect values does this convey to society? What if some viewers subconsciously ignore the risks of investment after watching this movie, do some rash things, and lose both their money and their lives? The Kuiguang Group used to make so many blockbusters. Why is it that it is regressing now? Is this a sign of the imminent demise of the Kuiguang Group? By the way, find some individual negative cases at the moment, blame all the responsibility for such things on the richest man in Jinhae City, and put a big hat on them. Anyway, it's roughly in this direction. Or do you have any other suggestions? As he spoke, the employee showed a slightly smug look on his face. He was already able to come up with excuses to attack people like this. Whoever gets into this kind of infamy will have to take a lot of heat. Judging from the current trend, the box office of the richest man in Jinhae City is definitely strong, but box office is not everything. It would be better if they could attack Kuiguang Group from the box office, but it doesn't matter if they can't. They still have a lot of cards. Very good, let's do it this way. A few days later, Yang Ruoqian was playing games in the president's office, and he seemed to be completely unaware that a storm against him was brewing outside. The end of the quarter will be settled soon. Yang Ruoqian successfully lost the next game and closed the game window unsatisfied. Can you give me an emergency to make my movie's reputation explode? The richest man in Jinhae City won nearly 300 million box office on the first day. According to the prediction of professionals on the box office trend, the final box office of this movie is guaranteed to be 2.5 billion, and it is expected to exceed 3 billion. And the discussion on the internet is also very high. Crouching Dragon and Phoenix and Great Smartness, which have become derogatory words, have been swiped on various social platforms. Although not as good as the previous Wandering Blue Star, this result is enough to dominate the film market. In earlier years, this result could even challenge the box office champion. Suddenly, a message from Kimu popped up on Yang Ruoqian's phone. Boss Yang, are you free now? Looking at the message, Boss Yang replied indifferently, what's wrong? Do you have work to report? Generally speaking, if there is bad news or urgent matters, Kimu will come to the office in person to report. Information like this should not be too important. Kimu, recently, there are a lot of discussions about the richest man in Jinhae City on the internet. Have you paid attention to it? Yang Ruoqian, who was too lazy to pay attention, said, "No, what's the matter?" Kim Yu obviously didn't expect this answer. After being stunned for 4 or 5 seconds, he sent a message. "Well, there have been a lot of news attacking the richest man in Jinhae City on the internet recently. It seems that it should be organized and premeditated. Not only are there long articles, but also comments under various movie-related videos. This is a good thing. After years of word-of-mouth reputation, there are not many groups that are capable and willing to attack Kuiguang Group. This time, we must manage the group of legal department members who are gradually falling into the devil's way and make them restrain and be patient. However, it stands to reason that Kim Yu should report such bad news in person. Why just send a message?" Yang Ruoqian asked. "Then what? What happened later?" Kim Yu replied, "I originally planned to organize the public relations department to immediately launch a public opinion counterattack, but now the public opinion environment is not developing in a direction that is unfavorable to us, so I think maybe you can use the resources to find the organizer behind the scenes." After so many days of attack, the public relations department has not started to fight back, and public opinion has not been led astray. It seems that the organizer behind the scenes should be very weak. The little hope that Mr. Yang had originally raised was extinguished, and he sighed in disappointment. How to find the organizer behind the scenes? Why did the secretary speak so strangely? His company is not a spy agency. When can he find the mastermind behind the scenes? Don't you plan to use your intelligence connections to investigate the mastermind behind the scenes? This attack is obviously premeditated and organized. Where can I find the connections to investigate UFO Group? Yang Ruoqian was puzzled. No, now these employees speculate that they have superpowers that can make money by doing anything. So why do they think that Kuiguang Group has a special department that can investigate other companies? And the one who thinks so is the butler Kim Yu. Kim Yu is basically handling many of the highest decision-making matters on behalf of Yang Ruoqian now. Why does she also think that Yang Ruoqian can investigate UFO Group? Could it be because of the last time Yang Ruoqian gave the evidence of UFO Group discrediting Kuiguang Group to the company's legal department like a magic trick that caused them to have such an illusion? They think that Yang Ruoqian or the company must have a special department that does not exist in the company headquarters and only obeys the chairman. Its job is to search out all the hostile forces that are secretly plotting against the group. But those evidences were given as rewards by the system and submitted directly to the legal department without the consent of President Yang. President Yang didn't even have a chance to intervene during the whole process. Don't make up some things in your mind. Even Kim Yu, who has access to the highest decision making, thinks so. So it's natural that there's no need to say what the employees under him think. Yang Ruoqian sighed, thinking that this rumor would be like the other rumors, and it would be something that could not be clarified no matter what. If he didn't clarify it, the employees would think that Mr. Yang had acquiesced. If he clarified it, the employees would think that Mr. Yang was hiding some secrets of the department, and they would believe it even more. Yang Ruoqian sighed, dealt with Kim Yu casually, and then turned on his phone, wanting to see how weak his opponent was this time, and why he could achieve such a bad record without any counterattack from them. It was so bad that Kim Yu didn't even have the qualifications to report to the office. Soon, Yang Ruoqian turned to a long article. The points attacking the richest man in Jinhae City were also normal, probably about making a serious matter like investment entertaining and misleading the public. Yang Ruoqian read the long article and felt that it was quite reasonable and well-founded. At first glance, it was not completely unreasonable. Then the first comment with the highest number of likes in the comment area made him a little overwhelmed. Is it sent by UFO Group? Has the last lawsuit finally been digested and pulled out? Good man. Are all netizens so rational now? I've seen a lot of similar rhetoric. I'm just watching a movie for fun. Why the hell are you talking so much? I'm very happy watching it, and it's enough to laugh. Don't complicate a simple issue. Besides, who would really invest in those projects just because they watched this movie? Do you think everyone is like you, without the most basic ability to distinguish? You're from UFO Group, right? Tell me something for your boss. Just because you can't make money that easily doesn't mean others can't. Just because you have bad luck because you've done too many bad things doesn't mean others have such bad luck. If you're not good, just practice more instead of questioning. Got it? Okay, you're jealous. Why are you envious of other people's casually made movies that have such high box office, right? Brother, before you scold others, at least take a look at what garbage you have made this year. You have the nerve. Why do people who say something bad about the richest man in Jinhae City are considered to be from Youfu Group? Is this how people swear now? Because the value this movie wants to convey is to let entrepreneurs make less money and pass on more profits to their employees. It's not really asking us to invest in those bullshit projects, understand? You people with crooked butts definitely can't understand the true meaning of the movie. As soon as you open your mouth, you say why don't you eat meat? Even a ghost can see through your identities. Ha ha ha. Chapter 379. Terrifying college student. Thanks to the monthly tickets from the Godfathers. You are really disgusting and shameless. It must have taken you a lot of effort to find this angle to discredit such a conscientious company, right? You just can't bear to see us workers get a little more salary? Kuiguang Group, hold on. I heard that some companies were collectively reported by their peers for salary increases. You must hold on. I declare that from now on, everything related to Youfu Group will be included in my blacklist. If you don't let me raise my salary, I won't watch your anchors or buy your concert tickets. In fact, when I saw that Kuiguang Group treated us so well and the salary was so high, I thought that there would definitely be colleagues who would be angry. These street lamp guys really can't bear to see us workers get any better. Disgusting. And they are standing from the perspective of doing good for us. 6. The internet is almost one-sided in verbal abuse, and they all name names and verbal abuse the Youfu Group. Not to mention those who discredit the richest man in Jinhae City. Even rationalists will be directly classified as Youfu. Yang Ruoqian looked at the question mark. After the public relations team of Kuiguang Group showed its strong power, President Yang asked them to exercise restraint and patience. Then Cheng Fei and Cheng Gai Media took action. President Yang spent a lot of effort to convince Cheng Fei to slow down her public relations. The excuse was also simple. Maybe she could find some flaws in the attacker's rhetoric, which might be better than a direct counterattack. After solving the two internal rivals, President Yang thought that the world would finally be peaceful in the future. As a result, now Kuiguang Group doesn't even need a public relations team. The public relations team was directly organized by the people. As long as they say bad things about Kuiguang Group, they must be the water army of Youfu Group. As long as they are the water army of Youfu Group, there is no need to talk about the ethics of the rivers and lakes. Just spray them directly. I'm getting more and more confused about the netizens nowadays. Alas. Yang Ruoqian sighed, turned off the video that was still talking nonsense, and opened Weibo to see the different battles in different public opinion battlefields. As for the leopard app, Yang Ruoqian simply didn't bother to care about it. It was even less likely that the Youfu Group would stir up any waves in that place. After opening Weibo, Yang Ruoqian didn't even look for it, and he saw the related hot searches. #THE richest man in Jinhae City. #FENGLUO #ZHANG when is good acting SKILLS. Among all the hot searches, there were 5 related to the richest man in Jinhae City alone. However, the first dynamic that clicked into this hot search was not related to the movie, but a long article with several photos. As a friend who has interned at the Youfu Group and I'm personally an intern at the Kuiguang Group, I would like to express some fair views on the vicious remarks made by some sinister groups now. To avoid some people saying that I'm biased, I will post a few photos here first. People who don't know the facts can take a look at this group of photos first and compare them, so as not to be misled by some people with ulterior motives. Below this text, there are several photos. A group of very familiar, a 4-star hotel double bedroom, free hotel buffet breakfast, free luxurious buffet work meals, and a mobile air conditioner that can blow cool air anytime and anywhere. Isn't this the accommodation and food environment that Yang Ruoqian provided to the group of interns? Exclamation mark. Yang Ruoqian flipped through the pages again. The other set of photos looked very shabby. The dormitory with 8 people in one room only had a large fan and a cool mat. The working meal was basically a little minced meat, a little green vegetables, a little pickled vegetables, and a box lunch that was nearly 3/4 of a large white rice. There was even a photo of the box lunch that showed half a cockroach. The comparison of the two sets of photos showed the difference immediately. The second set was obviously the internship working environment at UFA Group. The first set of photos was the internship environment at Kuiguang Group. The second set of photos was the internship environment at UFA Group. In case someone says that I use the Down syndrome comparison method, I would like to clarify here that this is the worst internship environment at Kuiguang Group compared to the best internship environment at UFA Group. The so-called Down syndrome comparison method is a very outrageous comparison method that can be called a substitution of concepts. For example, comparing an ordinary person to Einstein is like comparing whether he has used a smartphone, whether he can speak Chinese, and whether he has watched The Richest Man in Jinhae City. This college student obviously understood that people are evil, so he blocked this road in advance. Now let's take a look at the words that belittle the richest man in Jinhae City on the internet. Don't you think they are very scary and sinister? They are trying to divert the conflict and not mentioning their own actions. They deliberately described the behavior of Kuiguang Group giving profits to workers and consumers as a rational investment and concealing investment risks, trying to make us fight among ourselves first while they reap the benefits. Think about it carefully. What is the meaning of UFA Group's words? He is implying that investors must not learn from Kuiguang Group and give employees such a good working environment and such good work benefits. Otherwise they will be scolded like today. Please keep your eyes open. Please firmly support the richest man in Jinhae City and firmly support Kuiguang Group. Think about it. If Yang Ruoqian falls, won't the employment environment that has just improved a little have to return to the trough again? Some people will definitely say that I received money from Kuiguang Group for posting this kind of essay, and they will say that we can make money together. Don't be sarcastic. I will say generously, yes, I did make money from Kuiguang Group, and I can continue to make money with this internship certificate in the future. Not only me, but also you who are reading this text in front of the screen. Many of you are also making money from them. Do you think your boss gave you a raise because he felt guilty? No, it's because there is a company that is not stingy with salary increases, forcing them to raise salaries. I call on everyone to boycott UFA Group and give us a fair and just employment environment. Don't fall for these pests. Yang Ruoqian stared at this essay in amazement. As for not, didn't I just invite you to stay in the hotel for a few days and ask you to turn over your intestines? Do you want to make it seem like I saved your life? However, the comments under this dynamic are even more exaggerated. Countless college students who have participated in internships posted their internship income in the comment area, posted various bills that were reimbursed, and posted more detailed pictures of the meals provided by the crew every day. Thousands of people, thousands of college students. This would be enough to form a zombie tide in the end times. Now they are directly attacking the UFA Group in the comment section, and the evidence is overwhelming, and the words are fierce. You can imagine the scene. Even the Navy has never seen such a posture. I'm here to prove that this is true. After I showed this internship salary to my parents, they once suspected that I had done something illegal or criminal. Many interns stood up to say something fair. Only Kuiguang Group is a company that does not treat college students as sacrifices. I'm very touched. At least I'm respected. I shamelessly asked Sister Feng Eluo for an autograph before. She is really a nice person. Although, Sister Feng Eluo is not a contracted artist of Kuiguang Group. Hahaha. Ah, isn't she? I thought they had been mixed together for a long time. The big director is also very nice. Although he is strict, he also respects people. He doesn't have the feeling of being superior. From this point, you can see how good the atmosphere of Kuiguang Group is. It's a pity that we are just interns. It would be great if we could become their formal employees. More than 2,000 comments gathered at the bottom of this dynamic, a huge area of wailing, and the scene was terrifying. Even Weibo is one-sided. Yang Ruoqian sighed. Alas, it seems that there is no hope in other battlefields. I provide these college students with good food and drink so that they can feel the warmth of society before they graduate. They actually repay me in this way. How fickle people are. Before closing Weibo, Yang, who was really angry, still logged into the official Weibo account of Kuiguang Group and posted a comment, giving these unpromising college students a long and earnest teaching. The group only provides you with some insignificant things. Why are you so moved? You should focus more on your relatives and think about how much they have paid for you. Have you been as moved as today? We provide these because you have worked hard. This is an equal exchange, and it is a matter of course. But the care of relatives is free and has been the same for decades. After posting this message, Yang Ruoqian logged out of the account and Weibo at the same time. Young people nowadays really want to make a big deal about everything. We were talking about movies, but we ended up talking about salary and benefits. Sigh. After closing Weibo, Yang Ruoqian packed up his things, walked into the elevator, and left the company. The third quarter is about to end. After this weekend, we will see what will happen this quarter and next quarter. Chengdu Media, a special research department of Kuiguang Group. Did you see? This is called No Tricks Are Better Than Tricks. In the conference room, Cheng Fei projected the comments related to the richest man in Jinhei City on the big screen on her mobile phone and raised her voice a little. I asked you to learn from Kuiguang Group. After so long, what have you learned? You have only learned the basics. The employees below lowered their heads. Some of them dared not look directly at the big boss. Their department was established long after Kuiguang Group made those magical decisions and was specifically responsible for analyzing the logic behind Yang Ruoqian's various decisions. At the beginning, Cheng Fei set a simple goal for them. As long as they could learn a little bit of Yang Ruoqian's skills, Chengdu Media could break through the current limit to the greatest extent. Chengdu Media's data this year is very impressive, but most of the performance is contributed by Kuiguang Group. If the Kuiguang Group's part is completely removed, their performance is not bad, but basically the same as other companies that have grown up, which is slightly better. Obviously, their analysis of Kuiguang Group and Yang Ruoqian failed. Cheng Fei looked at the employees who dared not speak inside. Look at the public relations of Kuiguang Group this time. This is called a master. No wonder President Yang came to me specially last time and hinted that I didn't need to put so much effort to help him with public relations operations. Others have their own arrangements. President Yang said this to give me face. We are allies with Kuiguang Group. They can give us this face. But what about other people in the future? What if they encounter the same situation? Who will be embarrassed then? Look at this public opinion environment. Do you still think that Kuiguang Group's big move is useless? The most expensive department of an entertainment company is the public relations department, but Yang Ruoqian has used various operations to transform the public opinion environment to a level that is absolutely beneficial to Kuiguang Group. See, they have tied everyone to their own interest ship. Now, if anyone dares to say a bad thing about Kuiguang Group, there is no need for their public relations department to come forward. The saliva of the vested interests will drown them. We are studying the tactics of Kuiguang Group, but their layout is based on long-term strategy. Cheng Fei said, sighing. She knew that she could not demand the same standards from her subordinates as Yang Ruoqian, but such a large group of people together could not even compare to 1/3 of Yang Ruoqian, which did disappoint her a little. It is said that 3 cobblers are better than Zhuge Liang, but this group of elites gathered together and could not match anything. Forget it. Cheng Fei shook her head. At least the box office of the richest man in Jinhei City is very high. Mr. Yang was very smart to set a leading actor randomly selected from a variety show into this character, and the effect was very significant. This year, our company's performance in the first 3 quarters was very good, and the target set before the new year was achieved ahead of schedule. But you must remember that this is not your credit. Your year-end bonus will be paid as usual, and the review of each department must not be missed. Okay, adjourn the meeting. Cheng Fei waved her hand and drove all the employees out of the meeting room. After turning off the projection screen, she sat in the main seat and began to personally look at the various materials for the next quarter as usual. Although the performance of the first 3 quarters has far exceeded the target set at the beginning of the year, this does not mean that the 4th quarter can be taken off directly. The Kuiguang Group has not shown any signs of slacking off, so how can an ally stop? Next quarter, Yang Ruoqian seems to focus his main energy on the anti-fraud propaganda film, Even Shanghai Anu has been mobilized, so it must be the most important project. Putting such an unprofitable project in the most important position. Although I don't understand the intention, just increase the bet directly. Cheng Fei knew and analyzed the benefits of cooperating with the official, but putting the unprofitable project in the first place was still a little beyond her expectations. It's okay, it will never be wrong to bet with Yang Ruoqian. After making the decision, Cheng Fei picked up the phone and dialed a number. Liu, go to my office and prepare the arrangements for each department for the next quarter. It is very important. Do as I say and don't act on your own. PS, I will recommend it on the 4th and I will update it on the 4th. I will pay back the updates I owe at the beginning of the month. I will start saving drafts now. The only small regret is that this recommendation is not a big recommendation. It is estimated that the big recommendation will not come until 1.7 million words, which means it will be close to the end. Thanks to the Godfathers for the monthly tickets. Chapter 380 System. Can you score twice? The not so pleasant weekend passed quickly, and the end of quarter settlement day finally arrived. Although Yang Ruoqian has now become a bit of a slacker and has become immune to whether he is making a profit or a loss, it is still necessary to pay attention to how he will die. The box office of The Richest Man in Jinhae City has been basically confirmed, and it will reach 3 billion as long as nothing unexpected happens. When Yang Ruoqian heard the news, he counted on his fingers and found that, although the number was exaggerated, the actual situation was actually not bad. When filming the movie, they were too willing to cut materials, resulting in a very high cost of the movie. After the box office was divided, the high cost was deducted, and the Kuiguang Group only made a small profit of about 200 to 300 million. Although it seems a lot, it can be said to be a drizzle for the current size of the Kuiguang Group. Apart from anything else, the maintenance fee of the escape room in the middle of the Kuiguang building alone is a huge money shredding machine. With such a money shredding machine in the company, a movie of several hundred million is indeed not enough to make. Thinking of this, Yang Ruoqian's originally dead heart ignited a little hope again. Maybe there will be a miracle this quarter. Although there are many items of income, and although the projects are very successful, the success of the award ceremony only boosted the momentum. The Richest Man in Jinhae City is the largest cash inflow, but correspondingly, the expenses of Kuiguang Group this quarter are even greater. Thinking of this, Mr. Yang took a deep breath and opened the system panel with great expectation. Company's profit and loss this quarter. 290,148,907.91. The company's profit is stable this quarter. The host held an award ceremony, which made the company's status in the entertainment industry rise sharply. The host finally understood that while making profits, it should also strengthen its influence in the entertainment industry. It should be an iron master, not a county magistrate who changes with the flow. Congratulations. Damn it. When Yang Ruoqian saw this string of numbers, he was stunned for a moment. Why is this quarter's income obviously less than the previous quarter? The expenses are high, but the money earned is more than the previous quarter. Mr. Yang still clearly remembers that the profit of the previous quarter was not even 200 million. This quarter is directly close to 300 million. Where did he get the money? Yang Ruoqian didn't even look at the next report from the system, but clicked on the income and expenditure details, determined to find out the insider who was hiding in the company and making money secretly. However, this time, no matter how he looked, he couldn't see the money-making project that he imagined came out of nowhere. Yang Ruoqian, who had been deceived by the system for a long time, was very sharp. The problem this quarter was not the income. The reason for making money was not to increase revenue, then it could only be to save money. After figuring out the key to the problem, Mr. Yang immediately clicked on the expenditure item, and at the same time, opened the expenditure item of the previous quarter on the other side. After comparing the two, he found the problem at a glance. The public relations expenditure, which ranked first in the group's expenditure for 2 consecutive years, actually dropped to second place this quarter. It stands to reason that the public relations expenditure, which should account for the absolute majority, can't even keep the first place in expenditure this quarter! Exclamation mark. Yang Ruoqian immediately realized a very serious problem. Although he was spending money desperately, the money was not thrown into the water, but produced some hidden effects. For example, it greatly increased the popularity of artists of Kuiguang Group. As long as they are related to Kuiguang Group, they can bring huge popularity without any publicity. Similarly, the crisis public relations of Kuiguang Group is also very simple. For example, when the richest man in Jinhae City was attacked, there was no need for public relations at all. A lot of people rushed to speak for Kuiguang Group. The awarding of the Golden Image Cornerstone Award has silenced the profit-seeking entertainment industry and purified the public relations environment to the extreme. Now Kuiguang Group not only binds most people with interests, but also has a terrifying Ministry of Justice as a deterrent. Otherwise, even if there are many interest communities, there will be some unpleasant voices. For example, speeches such as Kuiguang Guards and Kipi. But when there are interests on one side and deterrents on the other, such speeches are much less. You know, even if it is not illegal to say these things on the internet, Kuiguang Group really dares to sue, and it will sue as many people as possible. Even if Kuiguang Group cannot win the lawsuit in the end, it will be a pain for others. If you just talk nonsense, you may get into a lawsuit for several years. If you just watch the fun, you may get hit by Kuiguang Group's gift package one day. As long as you are rational, you know what to choose. Even if there are some irrational people, they will soon be drowned in the vast amount of positive reviews. The publicity of artists, crisis public relations, and the plunge in public relations costs caused by the Leopard app have all exploded in this quarter. After figuring out the root of the problem, Mr. Yang almost cursed. Spending money has caused trouble. Yang Ruoqian turned off the panel angrily. I should have thought of it a long time ago. Even if it is a bottomless pit, I can hear a sound if I throw money like this. It is true that Yang Ruoqian threw money into the sea and into the fire pit. But quantitative change leads to qualitative change. Now the sea is being filled up and the fire pit is being buried directly. Sure enough, everything in this world has a price. I used to spend a lot of money for the book data, but now all the money has turned into a boomerang and flew back. Forget it. It's too late to think about these things now. Let's see what the system will do next. Based on the profit ratio of 1/10,000, the host will receive a commission of 29,014.89, which does not meet the standard for the surprise prize. Please keep up the good work in the future. Congratulations to the host for completing long-term mission 2.0. Make at least one highly talked about movie, cultivate at least one second-tier actor and increase the company's influence in the entertainment industry. Long-term mission reward 1. Privacy maintenance system. The host currently has more and more artists under its banner, and their popularity is increasing. While they are more profitable, they will also be tracked and photographed by some irrational fans or paparazzi. In order to maintain the personal privacy of the host's artists and protect their normal lives, the system will prohibit similar behavior. Long-term mission reward 2. Extra. It has been detected that the Kuiguang Group is currently facing a public relations crisis, and that the Kuiguang Group's legal department and public relations department have not yet found direct evidence of the instigator of this public relations crisis. It has been detected that the group's lawsuit is to safeguard the legitimate interests of the group and the legitimate rights and interests of its artists. The other party's illegal behavior has been detected. In order to maintain a fair and just market competition environment, additional rewards have been issued. The evidence that UFA Group recorded the movie The Richest Man in Jinhae City in a copyright infringement manner and instigated internal employees to carry out a large-scale and premeditated smear campaign against the richest man in Jinhae City has been submitted to the legal department and the public relations department. Please rest assured, the evidence submitted by the system is legal and can be used as ironclad evidence in court. Rewards are being distributed. Yang Ruoqian looked at the reward and shouted out in disgrace, exclamation mark. Why does this second extra reward look so familiar? The last time that Black Robe inspection team won over UFA Group in public opinion and made the legal department of Kuiguang Group achieve an invincible reputation, it was also this reward, right? Here it comes again. System, you handed the evidence to the legal department again. Since the reputation of Jinhae Pizza Hut spread, Yang Ruoqian didn't know how much energy and time he spent to finally suppress the crazy people in the legal department and lock them in the room. Now that the legal department has begun to gradually return to calm, the system came up and smashed the lock with 2 bangs. The beast that I finally locked up. What kind of terrible monster will be released by an irresponsible reward from the system? It's over. It's all over. I can already imagine what a chaotic state the legal department will be in when I go to work tomorrow. Can this system stop making things worse? Thinking about the secretary who asked me mysteriously about the company's hidden white gloves not long ago, Yang Ruoqian felt that his future life would be even darker. Last time, the evidence appeared like magic, and it could be said to be lucky, but this time it will definitely not be cleared up, even if I jump into the Yellow River. It can be predicted that from tomorrow, everyone in the company, even the spectators, will firmly believe that Yang Ruoqian has a super intelligence department that only serves him personally, and no other company's affairs will be secrets. But I really don't have such a thing. Mr. Yang, who wanted to cry, but had no tears, sighed, thinking about how he should deal with the system's backstab, while continuing to look at the next task. Starting from the 4th quarter of this year, current profit and loss status. The current long-term task has been completed. The hosts group has completed the accumulation of precipitation in all aspects. Now, whether it is the thickness of the works, the thickness of the artists or the reputation in the circle, it has reached its peak. It's time to leave the local area and expand to the whole country. Long-term task 3.0, national expansion, is now released. Try to open company branches in other cities outside Jinhae City. Note, the scale of the company branch cannot be less than 30% of the headquarters. 0 halves. Optional tasks for this quarter. The new year is coming. Give the entertainment industry a big gift in the new year. Hold a well-known event, heading across the country. Yang Ruoqian stabilized his mentality and nodded gently. Now the development of the Kuiguang group in the local area has indeed come to an end, and its influence in the province has penetrated into all aspects of culture and entertainment. No matter how much development and progress there is, there are not many cakes that can be expanded. The local giant has taken shape, and the Kuiguang group has finally officially impacted the real giant without any adjective. The stage is bigger, there is more room for development, and there are more places to spend money. Mr. Yang, who was severely backstabbed by the system, sorted out his mood and was full of beautiful expectations for the future. Success and profitability in the local area do not mean that this set can be played in the national market. In the past, Chang'an was always one step ahead of Mr. Yang. Now that he is on a stage with more variables, maybe he can overtake Chang'an and leave him behind. Hey, let's go back to the room and sleep. An hour later. Chang Ziking beside him had fallen asleep. Swish. Suddenly there was a rustling sound, and Yang Ruoqian sat up from the bed. Damn it, I can't sleep when I think about what I will face when I return to the company tomorrow. The next day, when he got up, Yang Ruoqian first bought himself a large cup of coffee, and then went to the company with Chang Ziking. As soon as he entered the elevator, Chang Ziking pinched Yang Ruoqian's face and asked curiously, "Why do you look weird?" "It's not bad, it's just weird. You should know it later." Yang Ruoqian stared with dead fish eyes. "Oh, it's really hard to be a boss. Mysterious." Chang Ziking laughed. "What big thing did you do secretly last night?" "Oh." Now the only comforting thing is that at least Chang Ziking didn't speculate that she had set up a secret department. As the elevator went up, they soon arrived at the floor where the president's office was located. Ding. As soon as the elevator door opened, they saw a crowd of people blocking the exit. Compared with Chang Ziking, whose pupils were slightly widened and slightly surprised, Mr. Yang, who had expected this scene, seemed very calm. Haha, these lawyers really don't have any new ideas. Seeing the 2 people coming out of the elevator, the group of lawyers outside were like hormones. "Good morning, Mr. Yang. Good morning, Mr. Chang." This morning at work, the legal department, which was almost crazy, received great news. In the company's database, they saw a document and evidence about how Yufa Group secretly recorded the richest man in Jinhae City was clearly placed in front of them. The lawyers couldn't believe their eyes. The same thing happened again as last time. It turned out that Mr. Yang asked them to restrain themselves and calm down because he had prepared a big job for them. President Yang actually had such good intentions. The legal department, which had never taken action since it established its reputation, was now completely boiling with excitement and completely revelry. Last time, they only hurt Yufu, but failed to wipe out Yufu. This is really a great regret in life. This time, we must do our best to kill Yufu Group. Last time, we only established the reputation of Kuiguang Group. This time, we must let everyone know that if you provoke Kuiguang Group, you will 100% pay the price. Let everyone else know that even in dreams, they are not allowed to dream of negative news about Kuiguang Group. Yang Ruoqian looked at the group of lawyers who were almost crazy in front of him, trying his best to keep a smile on his face, and raised his hand to stop them from continuing. Okay, everyone go to work. I have a potted plant in my office that hasn't been watered. Let's not talk about it for now. Thinking about what they will do next and the prestige of Kuiguang Group after this lawsuit, President Yang felt a pang of pain in his heart. After saying that, Yang Ruoqian forced his way out of the elevator, rushed into the office at a very fast speed, and locked the door. After the carnival, the lawyers dispersed one after another, and began to deal with the lawsuit with the highest concentration. Finally, a little girl looked at Chang Ziking cautiously, walked over and asked in a low voice, "Boss, does the company really have a very powerful intelligence department?" Chang Ziking stepped lightly on her high heels, and her face was also a little confused. "I don't know. Is there? There shouldn't be!" Exclamation mark. Chapter 381. Really a show of strength. Mr. Yang, who fled back to the office, took 2 deep breaths. These crazy people are really. Fortunately, he was very familiar with the employees, and he knew what they were going to say just by looking at their legs, so he immediately took advantage of the opportunity to escape back to the office. After sitting down and turning on the computer, Yang Ruoqian sent a message to Kim Yu, asking her to hurry to the president's office. After receiving the tasks issued by the system, the various task arrangements of the previous quarter must also be slightly changed. A few minutes later, Kim Yu knocked on the door and walked into the office. "Mr. Yang, good morning." Kim Yu's face was still serious as when she was working, but she could see from the corner of her eyes that she was in a very good mood. "Do you have any instructions?" Yang Ruoqian asked Kim Yu to sit down and said, "Do you think our development in the local area has entered a bottleneck period? I want to try to develop the industry nationwide in the near future." Kim Yu thought for a while, nodded slightly and said, "Mr. Yang, do you want to spread the surrounding industries to other big cities, or simply establish company branches or branches in other cities? There are actually some subtle differences between the two. At present, the Kuiguang Group is still not open for franchising, and all of them are directly operated stores. Expanding these surrounding stores to shopping malls in other cities can also be regarded as a nationwide deployment. The concept of opening a company branch is different. Opening a company branch in another city is equivalent to transferring all the affairs of that area to that area, which means that the Kuiguang Group has completely taken root in that city. Now the influence of the Kuiguang Group is actually not limited to the local area, but they have not taken root directly in the local area, so the competition with other companies is not so direct. The simplest example is that, even if everyone knows that the treatment of the Kuiguang Group is very good, and that the Kuiguang Group is in Jinhae City, many people cannot quit their jobs and work in Jinhae City. They may have children and mortgages in this city, and there is no condition to leave. So no matter how attractive the Kuiguang Group is, most of the workers in Pengcheng cannot leave their hometowns and join the Kuiguang Group. After all, there are still a few people like Lin Ko who can feed the whole family and leave without any assets. Even Xiao Cheng, who looked very cool after leaving Yufu Group and switching to Kuiguang Group, slapped Yufu Group in the face on the surface, but in fact, his own losses were extremely heavy, which was a lose-lose situation. Unlike Lin Ko, he had a mortgage in Pengcheng. Although it was not a problem to repay the mortgage after receiving the severance pay and getting a higher salary, the biggest problem was that he was no longer in Pengcheng. This house suddenly became awkward. Continue to pay? He has moved to Jinhae City. Why pay? Sell it? This house has been renovated, and the money lost, including interest and so on, is as high as 7 figures. This is also the situation of most people, unless it is absolutely necessary, who can muster the courage to give up everything they have worked hard for many years and go to a strange city to start over. But once Kuiguang Group opens a branch of the company in Pengcheng, the situation will be completely different. As long as they can be recruited by Kuiguang Group, who will still work for Youfa Group, counting Xiao Cheng's unremitting efforts to poach people, there will inevitably be a large loss of talents. The originally not fierce or even misplaced competition will be put on the table all of a sudden. If Yang Ruoqian opens a branch of Kuiguang Group in Pengcheng, the secret fight between the two companies will immediately rise to open competition. Yang Ruoqian did not hesitate to answer the secretary's question and said, then it must be to establish company branches in other cities. Kim Yu was not surprised by this. In the perception of most employees, they felt that it was too steady for President Yang to take this step until now. Kuiguang Group has long been a giant in Jinhai City, with industries spread all over the city. If it were other companies, they would have been eager to open franchises, and would have opened stores across the country or even the world. Then draw cakes, raise funds, go public. But President Yang never seems to be in a hurry. He rejected all investment requests and never opened franchise stores. Instead, he made his own plate step by step. In the eyes of many people, joining a big brand means expensive and IQ tax in most cases. If there is a celebrity endorsement, the premium will be even higher. After such a round of packaging, the price of something that originally cost 10 yuan may even increase 10 times to 100 yuan. However, the surrounding restaurants or shops under the Kuiguang Group have become synonymous with cost effectiveness. Since there is no open franchising and no extra cost link, large-scale procurement makes the cost very low, and the efficiency of unified management is also very high. So even if the price is low, the profit margin is still huge. Even those top-level luxury restaurants with very high unit prices have very high cost effectiveness because the high selling price is only due to the ingredients, and the restaurant itself does not have so much premium. So when other brands experienced explosive growth, explosive expansion, and then cliff-like collapse, leaving a mess in the end, the Kuiguang Group took one step at a time and developed very steadily. Now the foundation is solid and it can expand. This is Mr. Yang's decision-making ability. When it is time to be radical, it can be radical enough to shock most people. When it is time to be conservative, it is more conservative than all other peers. Kim Yu sighed in his heart and nodded. I understand, Mr. Yang. Then which city do you plan to open a branch of the company? Yang Ruoqian didn't even think about it. Pengcheng and Ducheng. Pengcheng and Ducheng. Kim Yu was not surprised by this arrangement. The headquarters of the Kuiguang Group in Jinhai City is responsible for the business in the central region. This is determined. In the south, there are actually 2 more suitable cities, Yangcheng and Pengcheng. It is reasonable for the north to choose Ducheng. However, in Ducheng, the Kuiguang Group will face many more challenges. The most direct challenge is the bigwigs in the Beijing circle. Perhaps for Mr. Yang, such challenges are already a daily routine. Okay, I'll send you the specific locations of these 2 cities that are suitable for opening a company, okay? Kim Yu would not object to any decision of Yang Ruoqian, or do you have any other special requirements? Yang Ruoqian thought for a while. I remember that the headquarters of Youfa Group is also in Pengcheng. Kim Yu nodded and said affirmatively, yes. Do you plan to avoid them? Avoid? Yang Ruoqian looked at the secretary suspiciously. Why avoid them? Since an entertainment company chose to open a company in that place, there must be their reasons, and it must have been carefully estimated. Why do we have to choose a location? Just find a place next to Youfa Group, and buy the office. As he said, Yang Ruoqian suddenly remembered that when he visited Youfa Group before, Youfa Group's office space did not occupy the entire building. There are many other floors that are rented to other companies. At that time, President Yang was still wondering when Kuiguang Group would have a building of its own like this. As a result, it has become a reality in less than 2 years. Otherwise, just see if there is any channel to buy the office that Youfa Group rented to other companies directly. Think about it. Youfa Group has offices downstairs, and Kuiguang Group has offices upstairs. Employees from both sides can see each other when they go to and from get off work, and can even visit each other when they have nothing to do. How amazing is this scene? In addition to being amazing, they can also be severely targeted by Youfu Group. All businesses in Pengcheng will definitely be targeted, and costs will definitely soar. It's fun to watch, and it can also increase costs. It's really killing two birds with one stone. Before, Youfu Group was far away in Pengcheng, and there was no way to effectively attack Kuiguang Group in Jinhae City. Now Jinhae City and the surrounding areas are all Mr. Yang's connections, and Youfu Group can only be furious. Kuiguang Group has come to Pengcheng, and Youfu Group can't just perform as poorly as before, right? Yang Ruoqian felt that he was ready again, and immediately tapped the table with his fingers, and told Kim Yu, by the way, call Lin Ko and Xiao Cheng over. They are old employees of Youfu Group, and we can ask them some questions. Kim Yu nodded gently, stood up and picked up the phone. Please wait a moment, Mr. Yang. After a few seconds, she turned around and sat down. They will be here in 5 minutes. Can you have a glass of water first? No, I'm not thirsty. Yang Ruoqian was very much looking forward to the scene of Kuiguang Group and Youfu Group sitting opposite each other, and he completely lost his appetite. Even if he couldn't lose money this time, at least the fun would be full. Soon, two former colleagues came over in confusion. The two originally belonged to different departments in Youfu Group, and were not very familiar with each other, but after joining Kuiguang Group, and regarding Youfu Group as the biggest enemy, their relationship immediately improved. A former agent manager poached the anchor of Youfu, and a former human resources manager poached everything he could. The two hit it off, and vowed to completely empty Youfu Group. However, the work has not been going so smoothly recently. Due to geographical issues, many people who can be poached have already been poached. Even if others are fired by Youfu Group, it is difficult for them to go far away to Jinhae City to work. Is it because of this matter that Mr. Yang called them over? With some complicated emotions, the two walked into the office and bowed to Yang Ruoqian. Mr. Yang. Good morning, Mr. Yang. Yang Ruoqian waved his hand and motioned for the two of them to sit down as well. You came at the right time. The company plans to open a branch in Pengcheng. I plan to directly copy Youfu in terms of site selection. You two know a lot about Youfu. I have a few questions to ask you. It turned out to be just asking questions. While the two breathed a sigh of relief, Xiao Cheng became excited. Kuiguang Group is going to open a company branch in Pengcheng? Exclamation mark. Then wouldn't his tricky house be perfectly solved? Originally, Xiao Cheng had made up his mind to sell the house, even if he lost money, and find a day for his family to move to Jinhae City. It's no big deal to be able to work in Kuiguang Group and start over. But if he can apply to be transferred to the Pengcheng branch, these problems will not be a problem. Mr. Yang, if you have any questions, I will tell you everything I know. Yang Ruoqian nodded and asked, doesn't Youfu Group rent their office building to other companies? Will this office building be sold? I plan to build the company branch and Youfu Group together. Sell. Xiao Cheng said very confidently, I'm familiar with all the members of the project team responsible for this project. Maybe I can make it work, so that the senior management of Youfu Group will sell some offices to you without knowing it. Yang Ruoqian frowned. Are you sure? Don't do anything illegal. Don't worry. Xiao Cheng was confident. This project team originally has the qualifications to independently dispose of this small part of the assets. Whether it is renting or selling, as long as the price is within a reasonable range, their project team can make decisions directly. It is impossible for them to sell the entire building to you, but it is still possible to sell a floor of offices. Youfu Group has been doing this for a long time, especially this year when their capital chain is tight, and they have bought a lot of assets in various places. It's just that the authority to sell a floor of offices is still in a decentralized state. Very good, then let's buy an office floor, and it would be best if the location is right above the Youfu Group. Yang Ruoqian made the decision. You three, coordinate among yourselves, and get this matter dealt with as soon as possible. Yes, President Yang. Of course, Yang Ruoqian did not forget Xiao Cheng. After the Pengcheng company branch is built, you can go there to work. Lin Ko, do you have the same needs? Lin Kao shook his head. No need, President Yang. I have already adapted to life in Jinhae City, and I have also bought a car here. It would be troublesome to go there again. Okay, then you guys go and get busy. A few days later, in the legal department of Youfu Group. What? A lawyer was furious. He threw a court summons on the table. The crazy people from Kuiguang sued us again. Are all the PR and operations people dead? How much information did they leak out? This is the second time. Kuiguang Group will never sue us without evidence. My reputation as a lawyer will be ruined by these guys who are dragging their feet. Infringement of the copyright of the richest man in Jinhae City. I now doubt whether the company has been infiltrated like a sieve. No matter how powerful the lawyer team is, it is impossible to win the lawsuit under such circumstances. Who is leaking the information outside? Didn't they guarantee that this matter will be absolutely airtight? The lawyer shook his head angrily, took a cigarette, and walked to the elevator corridor, trying to suppress the pent-up anger in his heart. Ding. At this moment, the elevator door suddenly opened, and an unusually familiar person walked out. The lawyer's hand froze as he lit the cigarette. He looked at the man, and was a little confused. Xiao Cheng. Didn't you go to Jinhae? Why are you back? Xiao Cheng let out a long O, and waved his hand indifferently. Kuiguang Group is going to build a branch here, just upstairs from you. I'm back to the old place, so I couldn't help but want to come and take a look. You guys won't reject me, right? The cigarette slowly slipped from the lawyer's hand. Kuiguang Group, upstairs? Will they be neighbors with Kuiguang in the future? Exclamation mark. Shit. PS. After I pay off the overdue chapters, I can write some small extra chapters and throw them in the full subscription group. What kind of extra chapters do you want to see? Chapter 380 to great. No words needed. In Youfu building, several people walked into the elevator in groups, talking and laughing. A girl yawned. My performance last month was okay, so I can be a little more extravagant this month. Another colleague shook his head. TSK, you haven't seen the employees of Youfu Group. Each one is as miserable as eggplants hit by frost. The girl nodded. That's for sure. I heard that they were beaten up by their opponents and started to sell some assets in exchange for cash flow. They can't be so pitiful, right? They are listed companies and big companies. TSK, who knows? Although several people will work in Youfu building, they are not employees of Youfu Group, so they dare to speak so recklessly. Forget it. It's better to stop meddling in other people's business. As she said that, the girl stretched out her hand to press the elevator. Then, as if she had seen something very unbelievable, she froze in place, her eyes filled with confusion. Colleagues immediately noticed her unusual reaction and walked up to her and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" The girl shook her head. "It's not that I feel uncomfortable. The elevator. Look at the elevator. In order to facilitate entry and exit, the buttons of each floor of the building's elevators are marked with the company on the corresponding floor." But she seemed to see 4 scary words on the elevator button. Kuiguang Group. The other colleagues also looked over when they heard it. When they saw the elevator button panel, the expressions on their faces seamlessly switched to the same as the girls. Why could they see the 4 big words Kuiguang Group in the elevator of Youfu Group? Moreover, the 2 floors are actually next to each other. If you speak louder upstairs, people downstairs may be able to hear it clearly. Is this world crazy, or are they crazy? Exclamation mark. Why can these 2 rival companies appear in the same building? Are they going to fight it out in a physical sense? I remember that Kuiguang Group is in Jinhae, right? Why is it in Pengcheng? The girl was the first to react. Quick, go to various platforms to see if there is any news on Kuiguang Group's official account. Kuiguang Group is not a listed company and has no obligation to disclose anything to the public, but it is still keen to share various major decisions, not caring whether it will be seen by competitors, and then make some targeted arrangements. Suddenly opening a company to Pengcheng is definitely a major decision, and maybe the official media has already issued a news release. Upon hearing this, several people immediately lowered their heads, tacitly turned off the apps in their hands, and clicked on Weibo, Bilibili, and of course the most important Leopard app. Sure enough, on these platforms, they saw that Kuiguang Group had issued an announcement using its official account. Announcement: Kuiguang Group is about to undergo major business changes. It has been decided to transfer all southern business to the Pengcheng branch of the company, and all northern business to the Ducheng branch of the company. The new branch will begin to require a large number of employees. Friends who have the conditions can try to submit their resumes to the Human Resources Department. The salary and benefits are exactly the same as the company's Jinhae headquarters. And below this update, there is a group of netizens who have gone completely crazy. Are you serious? Just tell me you opened your company here because you liked me. I will submit my resume tomorrow. Really? Damn it, don't go in. Wait for me first. Oh no, I'm really going to be a traitor now. It's not that my old employer is bad, but it's more cost effective to work in Kuiguang Group. Are you guys dreaming in broad daylight? Kuiguang Group just opened branches in other cities, and the recruitment standards haven't been adjusted. Why are they all saying that they are about to be hired? Is it not enough to just dream? Some people are dreaming, but I have already submitted my resume to Kuiguang Group at the speed of light. Let everyone see the employment notice I just received. Picture. Kuiguang is great, no need to say more. Are you crazy? Tear it up. You can't watch these things on the internet. Didn't everyone notice a blind spot? Didn't you find that the branch of Kuiguang Group in Pengcheng completely overlaps with that of Youfu Group? The positioning is exactly the same, just the floors are different. Really? I just checked. What's going on? Is it written wrong? Kuiguang Group is unlikely to make such a mistake, right? Has anyone been to see it in person? Are you sure this is the address? I've been there, and sure, now Kuiguang and Youfu are just upstairs and downstairs. Ha. So fun. It's definitely the work of Kuiguang Group. Youfu Group will definitely not be able to do such an operation. Youfu Group is also weird. Why would they sell their office to a rival company? It must have been done by employees with relevant authority. This is called a pledge of allegiance, understand? Who would go to Youfu when they can go to work at Kuiguang Group? So vicious. Now I just want to see what kind of sparks will erupt between Youfu Group and Kuiguang Group. I just want to see rivers of blood. Ha. I heard that the two companies are in a lawsuit again recently. They are so close that they can take the same car to the court. Business is business, and favors are favors. Goddamn, taking the same car to the court, it's too abstract. Ha. The people in the elevator were shocked. It's true. Kuiguang Group is actually opening branches everywhere. No, isn't it normal for them to open branches? It's abnormal not to open branches when the business is so big. The question now is why their branches opened above Youfu Group. Maybe it's because of some commercial secrets? When several people were chatting, the elevator door suddenly opened, and a middle-aged man walked in. Looking at the people in the elevator chatting on their mobile phones, he asked strangely, "You don't press the floor in the elevator. What are you doing?" As he said, he shook his head and turned to press the button. Then, like everyone else, he was stunned. What the hell is this Kuiguang Group? At this time, not only the elevators in Youfu building, but also Youfu Group itself were in an uproar. In the conference room, the head of the public relations department angrily pushed open the door, suppressing his anger to the greatest extent. Why did I meet Xiao Cheng when I took the elevator today? Why did I see the words Kuiguang Group on the elevator button? Who can explain it to me? As he said that, he looked at the director of the Human Resources Department with an unfriendly look. Because Xiao Cheng left the position of director of the Human Resources Department. Although everyone had been humiliated by the Kuiguang Group before, everyone tacitly did not expose the shortcomings in the meeting before, but now is different from the past. Why did the Kuiguang Group come to their heads? In the physical sense. What are you arguing about? The director of the HR department who was named was not a soft specimen. He sneered. Have you sorted out your own trivial matters? You want to burn the fire on me? Last time, the company's secrets were leaked, and we were sued by the Kuiguang Group. How much manpower and material resources were wasted? I don't know who swore that everyone this time was a core employee and a trusted subordinate, and would never leak secrets. Why are we sued again? After receiving the court flyer, Youfu Group's already unsuccessful smear campaign was immediately stopped, and all employees involved, including the head of the public relations department himself, were investigated. Obviously, the number of insiders has been limited to the greatest extent, and all insiders are under strong surveillance. But the secrets were leaked out like this. The result of the emergency inspection was the same as last time. No matter how they checked, they couldn't find the leaker, and they couldn't even list a list of suspected leakers. Now some directors even feel that UFO Group has no secrets in Yang Ruoqian's eyes. How many people in the entire company are still loyal to the company? Are there more than one traitor? Have they already infiltrated the company's senior management? Some people on the board of directors have openly expressed their desire to cooperate with the Kuiguang Group and even to invest in them. It is not impossible that someone will completely switch sides. The enemy is inside, even at the top, which is the most terrifying thing. Now the senior management of UFO Group looks at everyone like a spy. The enemy is inside, and it may even be your neighbor. It is really scary to be your leader. What's more, now that the Kuiguang Group has moved upstairs from them, people in the company are even more unsettled. If they can succeed in changing jobs, it is equivalent to directly improving their quality of life. And it is stable, except for employees who leave for personal reasons. The Kuiguang Group has never laid off employees, but the UFO Group has recently made drastic changes, and the intensity is so great that the whole company is in a panic. I heard that, after joining Kuiguang Group, Xiao Cheng contacted UFO Group's former and current employees through various channels to contact them about job hopping. Would it be easier to enter Kuiguang Group through this channel than to submit a resume directly? I heard that when Kuiguang Group moved here, most employees were thinking about this kind of thing, rather than fighting against the enemy and finding ways to defeat the enemy. You can imagine what the atmosphere is like inside the company now. The head of the public relations department, who narrowly passed the internal investigation, straightened his neck. What are you talking about? All our relevant employees have been investigated, and no one has been found to have problems. On the contrary, your problem is bigger. Who recruited the person who sold the office to Kuiguang Group? That little broken place upstairs is nothing. The real workplace of Kuiguang Group is not here. Besides, we made a profit from this deal. So who do you care about who it is sold to? Kuiguang Group and UFO Group are mixed together, but the place bought by Kuiguang Group should be mainly used as the office of the personnel department of Pengcheng branch. Just as several leaders were discussing fiercely and blaming each other, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open. A director walked in angrily and interrupted the leader's evasion. I just took the elevator up. Why did I see Xiao Cheng? Why is Xiao Cheng in the elevator? Why is Xiao Cheng in our building? Who can explain it? Xiao Cheng himself is the most embarrassing thing for UFO Group. In the past, he was far away in Jinhei, and they just accepted it. Now they see him once at work and once after get off work. It's almost like riding on your face. Who can tolerate this kind of thing? The leaders who had just argued red in the face saw the director coming in, and their faces changed suddenly. Director Liu, just treat him as a fly. In a few days, we will get an elevator exclusively for the UFO Group. He can just walk around the lobby at most. If he wants to be so childish, let him be. Why bother with such a person? That's it. The man called Director Liu took a sip of water and then brought up the Kuiguang Group and mentioned the endless number of internal ghosts in the company and then cursed. How are you going to end it now? Who can give a perfect plan? You are already embarrassing enough, and I guess you don't need this old face. Then just talk about interests. Elites with such high salaries, how are you going to deal with it? The attack on the richest man in Jinhei City has stopped, because there are two big problems facing the UFO Group now. The first one is a lawsuit. If this lawsuit is lost again, achieving the peak reputation of the Kuiguang Group is secondary. The key is that the UFO Group will lose its undefeated golden body and deterrence from then on. It doesn't matter if you lose once in a while, even if it's a big loss. But if you lose again and again, many people who were eyeing it but didn't dare to take action will not be so easy to deal with. Losing the lawsuit with Kuiguang Group is likely to lead to countless more small lawsuits, which will sharply increase legal expenses. This is like adding insult to injury for UFO, whose book data this year is not good, and whose cash flow income has already declined. UFO can only win, not lose. But Kuiguang Group is clearly well prepared, and victory or defeat is not determined by UFO Group. The second crisis is even more serious than this lawsuit. After Kuiguang Group came to Pencheng, Youfu Group's employment costs will increase visibly. For anchor artists, once the contract expires, if Youfu Group does not change the contract, they may turn around and join Kuiguang Group. For employees, especially technical employees or those with many connections, if there is no salary increase, they may also find a way to submit their resumes to Kuiguang Group and find a way to change jobs. If you want to retain this group of employees, no matter what you say or what you draw, it will be useless. The only way is to increase wages and benefits. These are all expenses, all money, and all practical benefits that have to be taken out of the $1 million annual salary of each leader and the dividends of each director. Before, they had seen many colleagues in Jinhae City complain that their labor costs had risen rapidly after the arrival of Kuiguang Group, and they also mocked them. Now that the hammer has really hit the head of Youfu, they know what pain is. I think, why don't we talk? A leader suddenly said, it's really disadvantageous for us to go head to head like this. Talk? We wanted to talk several times before. Do you see Yang Ruoqian paying attention to us? All of them have been read but not replied. It's different from the previous talks that were just delaying time. I suggest that this time we really aim for the purpose of reconciliation and have a good talk with them. It's really meaningless to continue to lose both sides. What's the benefit, except raising our costs? It's better to reach a tacit understanding so that both parties can make money. The meeting room was silent for a while. Talking to your mortal enemy, especially in an extremely unfavorable situation, you can imagine what kind of conditions you can get. But there seems to be no better solution. Let's give it a try. Where is Yang Ruoqian now? I heard that he seemed to have flown to a small county town on the southern border. Chapter 383 Mr. Yang, please vote less, I'm scared. 8K. While Youfu Group was in a state of panic, Yang Ruoqian and his team were on the luxurious private plane, flying towards the southern border city. Finding the excuse of this free project, President Yang deliberately exaggerated the matter as very important and publicized it everywhere within the company in order to use this matter to pack up all the pillars of the company and let them volunteer to help the poor. The greatest value of this project is to use all the talents in the company on projects that cannot make money at all. And not only talents within the company, but also some suspicious allies such as Shanghai Media must be invited together. Otherwise, who knows what Cheng Fei will do behind President Yang's back. The only regret is that it only takes 3 hours to fly from Jinhae to Chuncheng. President Yang can't do more expensive operations on the plane, like he did last time he flew abroad. 3 hours can only cover the time for a meal. No matter how good the ingredients are, it's still a small amount of money. With such a short flight, the bedroom at the back of the plane is naturally not used. Now most people are concentrated in the business meeting room in the middle of the plane. Cheng Fei watched the movie playing on the big screen of the plane and felt an indescribable weirdness in his heart. Judging from Mr. Yang's reaction to the anti-fraud promotional video, he should be very serious about it. He turned down an invitation to cooperate with another company to shoot a TV series, mobilized all the resources that could be mobilized within the Kuiguang Group, and even called on Shanghai Media. But why did she always have an inexplicable feeling from the moment she got on the plane? Mr. Yang didn't really care about this matter. Cheng Fei prepared her computer and prepared to hold a serious meeting with her partners on the plane to express their opinions to each other. As a result, after getting on the plane, she didn't wait for the meeting, but only waited for a big meal and a movie. Yang Ruoqian himself adjusted his seat to a comfortable posture and played with his mobile phone as soon as he got on the plane, without any sense of urgency. Why do I feel that Mr. Yang attaches importance to it and doesn't attach importance to it? The most important thing is that other people in the Kuiguang Group seem to attach great importance to it, but Yang Ruoqian is so idle that he seems very out of place. Moreover, Cheng Fei is really curious about what purpose Yang Ruoqian will use this anti-fraud promotional video to achieve. The group of analysts in her own company can't analyze anything, so she, as the boss, can only do it herself. Looking at this scene, Cheng Fei wanted to break the silence and started the conversation herself. Mr. Yang, what are your plans after we get there? Yang Ruoqian, who was playing games on his phone, was stunned when he heard the question, and immediately said, after getting off the plane, "We will rest in Chuncheng for 3 days. You can do whatever you want to see and play. Don't worry, the accommodation conditions are the best in the local area. As for meals, I have a list of recommendations for local restaurants. I'll ask Kim Yu to send it to everyone after we get off the plane." The secretary didn't come with the plane this time. After all, this matter really had nothing to do with her, and there was no particularly good excuse for her to force herself to come. Cheng Fei listened to Yang Ruoqian's irrelevant answer and was really speechless. No, for such a large-scale project, the first arrangement was to take an emergency rest for 3 days! Exclamation mark. The first important information was actually about local restaurants. Cheng Fei has seen many ups and downs. When the two companies were still struggling in the wind and rain, she had also seen all kinds of seemingly outrageous operations by Yang Ruoqian. At this time, she was in a stable state of mind, shook her head and said, "Boss Yang, do you have any plans for shooting the promotional video?" And after shooting the promotional video, Yang Ruoqian said "oh" briefly and waved his hand. Boss Cheng is worried about this. Don't worry, how could I not consider this kind of thing carefully? Cheng Fei nodded gently, indicating that she was listening. Seeing that the two bosses were having a meeting so seriously, the others also put down their work and looked over here. Although they were from the Kuiguang group, they were still very curious about how Yang Ruoqian wanted to use this promotional video and why he was so concerned about something that was obviously not profitable. What kind of tricks did Boss Yang want to do again? Seeing that everyone was so concerned about the promotional video, Yang Ruoqian couldn't hide it and could only sigh and say, "Alas, everyone is so enthusiastic. I will definitely not let you down. Originally, I was planning to give you a surprise after getting off the plane. Forget it, let's just say it here. After leaving Chuncheng, we will go to the filming location of the promotional video. After all, it is just a small county with relatively backward development and underdeveloped infrastructure. The conditions are not as good as those in big cities, or even small cities. And the filming location for the promotional video is not even in this county, so the conditions of the crew will be even worse. We are all employees of the Kuiguang group, and filming is very tiring. And it's a promotional video with no income. There's not much I can do. I can only think of ways to provide everyone with a better environment." I saw the photos sent from those fraud dens before. Not only the poor living conditions of the deceived people, but also the lavish and extravagant lives of the fraud leaders. The environment of the room they live in is particularly good. So I asked the engineering team to calculate according to the number of people and let them build a custom-made identical room for each of you according to the standard. The room where someone has lived is more realistic to shoot. After Yang Ruoqian finished speaking, he raised his head with some pride. "How about it? Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Is it thoughtful?" The people who had been dumbfounded. "No, we are not asking about the accommodation conditions. Who cares about that thing, Mr. Yang? What we are asking is what magical operation you have and whether the soft power brought to the Kuiguang group by the production of such a large-scale promotional video is worth it. Why are you always talking about eating and sleeping?" Seeing that everyone was stunned by his generosity, Yang Ruoqian smiled proudly. "Not only that, I also rented 2 cold chain transport vehicles and hired local chefs at a high price. You only need to tell me what you want to eat 1 day in advance, and you will be guaranteed to see it on the table the next day." Everyone. The arrangements after filming the promotional video are also very simple. I have an idea. Everyone takes a week off, forms a group, and visits various local tourist attractions by the way, like ancient towns, snow-capped mountains, Ahe Lake. You can take this opportunity to have a look. Of course, it's all free travel. The company is only responsible for your accommodation. You can arrange what you want to eat and what activities you want to play by yourselves. How about it? Does anyone have anything else to add? Cheng Fei: "No, President Yang's arrangements are very thoughtful, more than enough." Others also followed suit. Yes, you have really thought it through." Although she guessed that the next topic might deviate from what she expected, when Yang Ruoqian talked about accommodation, she really didn't expect it to go so far off topic. If she hadn't known that Yang Ruoqian was a very trustworthy partner, she would have doubted whether this promotional video was reliable. Successful people, no matter how outrageous they do, can only be called unique in their style of doing things. If it was someone else, it would probably be crazy. Yang Ruoqian had just finished saying this long string of outrageous things when the sweet voice of the flight attendant suddenly came from the plane broadcast. Dear distinguished passengers, the plane is ready to land and is expected to arrive in Chongqing in 45 minutes. After landing, several people left the airport and got into the rented high-end executive car as usual and came to the hotel where they were staying. Yang Ruoqian looked at Chang Ziqing and Shanghai Aniu, who was full of curiosity, and asked, "This place is at a high altitude. Do you have any altitude sickness or something? Do you need help?" Chang Ziqing shook her head gently. "It's okay, not much to adapt to." Shanghai Aniu, who didn't show any discomfort at all, nodded frantically. "Boss, just in case, can you prepare an oxygen cylinder for me? Just deduct it from my salary." They are all quite adaptable. As for the silly kid's request, just ignore it. Yang Ruoqian waved his hand to deal with Shanghai Aniu casually and was about to go to the elevator to put his luggage when someone called his cell phone. He gave the others a look, took 2 steps to the side, and answered the phone. "Kim Yu? What's the matter?" Since the secretary chose to call Mr. Yang, who was on a business trip, instead of sending a message, it means that the matter to be reported is more important. Kim Yu's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Good afternoon, Mr. Yang. The company just received a call from Youfu Group, and you may need to make a decision in person." Youfu Group. Yang Ruoqian was stunned for a moment and repeated, "We haven't blocked their phone yet." When she heard the 4 words Youfu Group, Cheng Fen's eyes turned over. She also heard about the recent expansion of Kuiguang Group to the whole country. After all, the 2 rival companies going up and down is really a show effect. Cheng Fei does not plan to let Chengaiyu Media open a branch of the company at this stage, but it is still okay to give some help to the ally within her ability. Kim Yu said, "Their senior directors and leaders have found a way to contact us again. I hope you, or the senior management of the company, can take some time to meet with them at a time and place to have a good talk about the current relationship between our 2 companies." Yang Ruoqian sighed, speaking these empty words again. Can they be a little bit new? Thinking that Youfu Group might have to pay him a huge amount of compensation again, he wanted to get rid of this group of guys who were not doing their job well. Twice. This is the 2nd time they have violated the law and were caught by the system. And how long has it been? Youfu Group can find a pit to burn. If they think they have too much money, why do they have to come here to touch porcelain? Yang Ruoqian never thought that he could be given the same pit reward twice by the system for the same company and for the same reason. Kim Yu continued, "Mr. Yang, unlike last time, they came here with conditions this time. Youfu Group had contacted Kuiguang Group before, and the meaning of the words was also to release goodwill. There are even directors of Youfu Group who simply hope to directly invest in Kuiguang Group. However, they were all rejected directly by Yang Ruoqian. Wanting to buy shares is the personal behavior of this director, not on behalf of Youfu Group. And the previous proposal for reconciliation did not show any sincerity. This time, they actually brought conditions directly on the phone. Generally speaking, this kind of negotiation is only discussed when both parties meet, so as not to reveal the bottom card in advance and be severely exploited by the other party. It seems that they are really anxious this time." Yang Ruoqian nodded gently. "What are their conditions? Tell me." There was a sound of turning pages from Kim Yu's side. 2 seconds later, she said, "Mr. Yang, Youfu Group is willing to exchange with their resources and connections. I hope we will not engage in vicious competition, and we also hope that we will not target them in legal affairs. They are willing to compensate us for the losses caused, and even premium compensation is okay. They also said that, as long as both parties put aside their past grudges and work together, they will definitely make more money. There is no need to consume each other." Yang Ruoqian thought about it and roughly understood the logic of these conditions of Youfu Group. It is raising the salary of employees and signing such good contracts for anchors and artists. In the end, isn't it the profits of the company that are hurt? If Kuiguang and Youfu can cooperate, what will happen to other people in Pengcheng? The issue of compensation for the lawsuit is also easy to understand. If the two companies fight to the end, Kuiguang Group will claim 20 million yuan. In the end, after all the time costs and lawyer costs are calculated, the 20 million yuan compensation may be lost by more than half. Youfu Group needs to pay more manpower and material resources on top of the 20 million yuan compensation. If it loses the case, it will be embarrassing and even cause more lawsuits because of this failure. The total cost may be more than 30 million yuan. If the two companies settle privately, Youfu Group can get 25 million yuan to avoid disaster. Kuiguang Group will get more compensation. Youfu Group will lose less, and it will not have to bear the pressure of losing the case. It can be said to be a win-win situation. What the hell is winning? Just because Youfu Group wins twice is also called a win-win situation? Who cares about this little compensation? Who wants to reduce the wages of employees? Exclamation mark. Isn't this pushing him, Yang Ruoqian, into the fire pit? Yang Ruoqian said firmly, reject them. Don't reconcile with them, not only in the past, now, but also in the future. In fact, Yang Ruoqian had already issued a similar order before. As long as the Youfu Group court just rejected directly, no matter what it said. But as an administrative secretary assistant, Kim Yu naturally couldn't really execute this order in full. Small matters are fine. What if the cooperation can really bring huge benefits to the company? Just because the boss gave a verbal order one day, you refuse without a second thought? The contradiction is huge now, but if the interests are consistent in the future, maybe the contradiction can be resolved. For major decisions, the boss must make the final decision himself. Yang Ruoqian didn't forget that much. He remembered that he had said this before, but he also understood the secretary's caution, so he simply didn't mention it. Kim Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and his tone became a little more relaxed. Okay, Mr. Yang, then I will convey your meaning. After hanging up the phone, Cheng Fei came up and casually asked Yang Ruoqian, what's the matter? Do I need to avoid it? She said she was avoiding it, but in fact she was asking Yang Ruoqian if Chengaiyu Media could help with this matter. The two companies are already familiar with each other, so there is no need to go through the cumbersome procedures of pushing me for face. Just say what you want to say. Yang Ruoqian shook his head. Nothing, just the matter of the lawsuit between Youfu and us. They want to settle it privately and ease the conflict by the way. They want to change from a competitive relationship to a cooperative relationship with us. At least a competitive relationship with a cooperative nature. Cheng Fei nodded slightly. I roughly understand, Mr. Yang. You really don't plan to reconcile with them? If you cooperate with them, your development in Pengcheng will indeed be much smoother. Development smoothly? I just don't want to develop so smoothly. Yang Ruoqian kept smiling. Cooperation can bring a lot of benefits, but what if Kuiguang Group directly grabs the market share of Youfu Group? Wouldn't the benefits be greater? Anyway, this matter is still a long way off, so just brag hard. Grab the share of Youfu Group. Even if an old company begins to decline, it should not collapse instantly. However, Cheng Fei showed an expression of it's true. Sure enough, Mr. Yang's goal is ambitious, and he doesn't care about the small interests at hand. I'm looking forward to what kind of storm the Kuiguang Group will stir up in Pengcheng. As long as Yang Ruoqian said this, he was at least 90% sure that it would be realized. It seems that the Kuiguang Group completely replaces the Youfu Group and becomes the new giant. It is already on Yang Ruoqian's schedule. Next, we just need to wait and see what it does. Perhaps, in a year, the last struggle of the Youfu Group will also come to nothing. In Cheng Fei's mind, she has begun to imagine the future. Unlike Yang Ruoqian's idea, she thinks that the Youfu Group may really collapse quickly under Yang Ruoqian's powerful operation. After a company shrinks, it may not be a soft landing, because the negative effects brought by the sharp drop in revenue are not just a decrease in numbers. If the operating and maintenance cost of an asset was 1 million, the revenue was 1.1 million, and the profit was 100,000. But if the revenue drops by 10%, the profit will be directly reduced by 110%, from making money to losing money. A 10% reduction in revenue may not seem fatal, but it is an absolute heavy blow to the company. This asset has suddenly changed from high quality to low quality. If it is not optimized or sold off, it will be a hot potato. Selling assets means a smaller plate, a reduction in economies of scale, and it is even likely to affect bank loans. In a chain reaction, there are many cases where companies shrink by more than half in a short period of time. Companies like Kuiguang Group, which still have zero debt so far, are too rare, and can even be said to be unique. In Cheng Fei's calculations, if Yang Ruoqian is willing to lend money, the current Kuiguang Group may have already suppressed Yufa Group, and even another giant Xianyu Group that has not had any problems will have to lower its head. Benign debt is not a bad thing for the development of an enterprise. However, for various reasons, many companies just think that their debts are benign, but in fact, the risks have long been too great to bear. As long as those funds with extremely sensitive noses and extremely averse to risks withdraw, even the biggest behemoths can go from thriving to precarious overnight. Although the behavior of not having any debts at all seems extreme, Cheng Fei can barely understand it. Slower development will result in an infinite increase in the fault tolerance rate. Moreover, slow development is only relative to the Kuiguang Group itself. Objectively speaking, their development is not slow, but very fast. The Kuiguang Group does not need to use any financing means to accelerate its development speed. In this regard, Mr. Yang is indeed very cautious. Yang Ruoqian, who just wants to spend money and doesn't want to make trouble at all, laughed. Haha. I opened a company there just to facilitate business transactions. There is no big arrangement. After a few words of greeting, the small team returned to their own rooms. Yang Ruoqian sat on the sofa, yawned, and waved Chang Ziqing to come over. Chang Ziqing put her luggage in the locker, walked over and asked curiously, "What's going on? Aren't we going to the set with the crew the day after tomorrow?" Yang Ruoqian searched for a few pictures. "The journey is quite long. See what kind of car you want to take." Chang Ziqing raised her head and said with a bit of a smile, "I don't have to be a spoiled Lindayu. This matter is nothing. You can arrange it yourself. Then choose an expensive one." After choosing the means of transportation, everyone finally got on the special car. After playing in Chuncheng for 3 days, the convoy set off from the hotel and left the city soon. The closer to the border, the more difficult the road became, and the prosperity of the city gradually disappeared. But the spacious space and comfortable environment of the luxury car greatly alleviated the boring journey. At least it was quite comfortable to sit. After a few hours of driving, the convoy drove into a small road with only 2 lanes going back and forth. After going around, they finally saw a not so tall building. Unlike Jinhei and Chuncheng, which are often dozens of stories high, the tallest building here is no more than 8 stories, and judging from the exterior wall, it is not so new. The road is also relatively narrow. Such a luxurious convoy driving in naturally attracted a lot of attention. Soon, the motorcade arrived at the parking lot of the reception hotel. Not far away, a man in a suit and leather shoes, who looked to be in his 50s, saw the motorcade coming, and immediately walked down into steps. "Welcome everyone from Kuiguang Group. Please come in. The tea is ready. The environment is not so good. Please forgive me." Yang Ruoqian got out of the car, shook hands with the man, and said with a smile, "It's very thoughtful. Come in, I will tell you in detail about the arrangements later." This man is a village director, named Ma Xiao. After hearing that Kuiguang Group was going to invest in their small county, he was looking forward to Yang Ruoqian coming every day. He really had too many things he wanted to build, but the place was small and the investment was small. In addition, the recent fraud incident led to a decrease in tourism income, which troubled him for a long time. He heard about Kuiguang Group and Yang Ruoqian's big moves, which was a timely rain for the small county. But Ma Xiao didn't dare to celebrate in advance. Before the investors came, he must have some basic understanding of the investors. Even though Kuiguang Group is a big spender and Yang Ruoqian is generous, almost every project of his has huge commercial returns. To be fair, no matter how much Ma Xiao brags about his small county, the fact that the investment environment is not as good as other places cannot be changed, and naturally he has less confidence. Can people from big cities and big companies look down on these things in small counties? He doesn't have the ability to force Yang Ruoqian to invest in this place. How to convince this big boss has become a headache for Ma Xiao these days. If he lets such a hard-earned investment opportunity slip through his fingers, he probably won't be able to sleep well for several months. Seeing that Yang Ruoqian had no displeasure or other negative expressions on his face, Ma Xiao felt a little relieved. "Mr. Yang, please come in. You are welcome. Have you eaten?" Yang Ruoqian nodded. "I have eaten. Let's talk about business directly." The engineering team that restored the fraud park building in the suburbs in a 1-to-1 ratio hired local people from the county. Yang Ruoqian was not stingy with various services, meals, and accommodations that required manpower and material resources. He used the largest amount of money to buy the best services. The county was rejuvenated for a while. It stands to reason that this is the only boost a promotional film crew can bring to the local economy. However, not long ago, Yang Ruoqian revealed another heavy news to Ma Xiao. In addition to the various expenses of the promotional film, the Kuiguang Group also plans to make other investments in the county. He didn't say what it was, obviously waiting for Ma Xiao to introduce it. I hope Mr. Yang can invest more. However, what Ma Xiao didn't know was that Mr. Yang just wanted to spend the charity money in the system quickly, and whether there would be commercial returns was not important at all. Yang Ruoqian even planned to use the excuse of charity to see if he could spend some of the money in the company's account. The system stipulates that other funds besides charity funds cannot be used for investment outside the entertainment industry, but Yang Ruoqian can build something like a cinema. Okay, let's talk business. Ma Xiao relaxed his emotions. "I'll show you the map first." Soon, a large map with detailed markings of the locations of various buildings in the county was taken out. Judging from the old appearance of the map and the various notes on it, Ma Xiao obviously used it frequently. This place gathers many retired elderly people in the city. You can consider building a leisure and sports plaza here. After all kinds of equipment are complete, the flow of people will basically concentrate here. At that time, you can put some healthcare products advertisements here, and the effect should be good. Of course, the healthcare products must be regular. Yang Ruoqian nodded gently, motioning Ma Xiao to continue the introduction. Seeing Yang Ruoqian's attitude, Ma Xiao understood that he did not like this place, so he did not pester him too much. So he changed the place and pointed to the center of the county. "You can invest in a comprehensive shopping center here. There is a primary school and a middle school nearby. Most of the residents in the city also live nearby, and the transportation is relatively convenient. There is currently no comprehensive shopping center of a certain scale in the county. If you invest in it, it will be the first one. It doesn't need to be as luxurious as in big cities, introducing so many high-end brands, nor does it need to be so large. It only needs to have basic functions. The best cost effectiveness is the best." Yang Ruoqian glanced at the map and nodded perfunctorily. "It looks good." Ma Xiao was not discouraged. "If you are not satisfied, you can take a look here. And this. In order to keep this investment, Ma Xiao made sufficient preparations. As long as one of the 5 places he expected could be favored by Yang Ruoqian, it would be a great success. However, after talking about the first 4 projects, Yang Ruoqian still nodded perfunctorily as before, and praised him a few words without thinking, and did not see a satisfied look on his face. Ma Xiao, who had introduced the last project, felt a little heavy. Sure enough, even if he was boastful, he could not hide it from Yang Ruoqian, who had sufficient business experience. Although these investments are not large, after careful analysis, the prospects are indeed not very good. Could it be that Mr. Yang doesn't like any of them? While feeling uneasy, Ma Xiao finished introducing the last place, swallowed a mouthful of warm tea, and glanced at Yang Ruoqian with his peripheral vision, hoping to see from his expression that he was satisfied with the last place. But the miracle did not happen. Ma Xiao sighed in his heart. This kind of thing can't be forced. If you are not strong enough and the environment is not good, you can't grasp the opportunity, even if it comes to you. Ma Xiao made up his mind and said directly, "Or, Mr. Yang, if you have any other ideas, just mention them. As long as we can satisfy them, we will do our best to satisfy them. As long as Yang Ruoqian is willing to invest, even if there is no investment environment, we must create an investment environment." Just as Ma Xiao was waiting for Yang Ruoqian to speak, he heard this young and handsome man ask in a strange tone, "Director Ma, Is there anything else? I won't spend much money on this project. If I invest all of it, nothing else. This kind of shopping center in the county is completely different from the one in the big city, such as Kayanda Plaza, and the cost is not at the same level. How much money can it cost to build some sports equipment and soft entertainment industry in a park? Not to mention other places. The total budget is less than 1/3 of what Mr. Yang expected. Not to mention the funds in the company account. Even the funds in the charity account cannot be spent. Ma Xiao didn't react for a while and asked blankly, "No, other things?" "Yes, for example, the shopping center you mentioned can be bigger and I can put a cinema on the top floor. And here. Why is that place on the map empty? I think it is very worth investing." Director Ma, you don't have to keep telling me about investment returns. We should also pay more attention to the lives of children and the elderly and enrich their leisure time. I have a lot of cultural and entertainment ideas here, and I will show you later. And here. Looking at the big boss excitedly clicking on the map, Ma Xiao was a little confused. It turned out that Mr. Yang thought that the 5 projects just now were too few, and that the packaged investment was not enough. In a moment of distraction, Yang Ruoqian circled several more places on the map. Ma Xiao quickly stopped him, saying, "Mr. Yang, this place has a bad environment and is not suitable for this. There is a garbage dump nearby. You have to be careful. The infrastructure of the place you have circled is not in place, and transportation is very troublesome. There. Mr. Yang, please stop. Don't invest so much. I'm scared." Today's plot is relatively coherent. The supplement and update are combined together. The number of words is the same. I will separate them tomorrow. Currently 1 update has been sent, and there are 5 more to go. Chapter 384 Diarrhea Investment, 26. Yang Ruoqian looked at Ma Xiao, who hurriedly stopped him from continuing, and was a little surprised. "What's wrong? Didn't you ask me to come here to invest?" In Mr. Yang's eyes, this map is not a map, but a guide to using a money shredder. He hasn't even finished talking yet. Why was he stopped? Ma Xiao waved his hand quickly. "Mr. Yang, I asked you to invest, not to lose money. I admit that the objective environment in our county is not as good as that in big cities. I admit that if you spend so much money, our small place can't provide such a large market. What if you lose money?" Ma Xiao certainly wants to attract investment, but if even a big boss like Yang Ruoqian has fallen in their small county, wouldn't it be more difficult to raise funds in the future? Now the county has only been unable to find investment for 5 or 6 years. If the undefeated golden body of Kuiguang Group is shattered here, the adverse effects may last for more than 10 years. Ma Xiao will definitely not do such a thing of drinking poison to quench thirst. Moreover, the most important thing is that Yang Ruoqian flew all the way here, filmed a movie, and invited the county engineering team, boosted the economy and created jobs, and was willing to invest in the local area. Ma Xiao could not afford to rip him off. Ma Xiao had to stop Yang Ruoqian's irrational behavior, both emotionally and rationally, both publicly and privately. He originally thought that Yang Ruoqian's expression remained unmoved because he looked down upon what he said, but now it seems that he disliked what he said and felt that the total investment was not large enough. It's like a customer comes into a store to pick something, and Ma Xiao, the salesman, keeps introducing the treasures of the store, but the customer gets impatient after listening for a long time and directly says, "Except for this and that, take everything else away." It sounds bold and straightforward, but it always gives people a very scary feeling. It's like someone is having diarrhea. The diarrhea-like investment of Kuiguang Group can sometimes be really frightening. Yang Ruoqian suddenly realized, so Director Ma is worried about this problem. "Are you worried that the failure of our project will affect your investment attraction?" Ma Xiao. "No, that's not what he meant. At least not entirely." Yang Ruoqian ignored Ma Xiao's expression and waved his hand. "If you are worried about this problem, Director Ma, you can rest assured. The amount of money I invested this time is from the company's charity account. It will also be announced to the outside world that it is a charity project provided by Kuiguang Group to you, so it doesn't matter whether it loses money or not. You can boldly introduce what you need instead of helping me think about whether I can make money. Whether I can make a profit is my business." What kind of investment do you need? Just tell me directly. Don't think too much. Ma Xiao was a little moved by the words. Mr. Yang, you are really. I'm a little ashamed of what you said. People of their generation are not afraid of hard work, but such free help without seeking returns will make people feel embarrassed. It's just that this investment is related to the interests of the whole county, and Ma Xiao can't shirk it, because of his personal feelings. Since Yang Ruoqian said so, he certainly can't be polite anymore. Seeing that Ma Xiao had fallen into the trap of money and couldn't extricate himself, Yang Ruoqian nodded with satisfaction. Okay, then you can add our investment team's work WeChat and contact them if there is any new progress. The components of this investment team are Kimu as the organizer and coordinator, and other employees whose names cannot be mentioned are traders. Yang Ruoqian took away the backbone of the company, especially Xiao Yuki, for this reason. Letting investment traders take charge of these projects can lose more money. Ma Xiao nodded. Okay, Mr. Yang, you really troubled. What help do you need from us? We will definitely keep up with it as quickly as possible. Do you need us to arrange dinner tonight? Ma Xiao had also heard about the consumption standards of the Kuiguang group. This kind of entertainment must exceed the standard, so he planned to pay for this dinner out of his own pocket. Yang Ruoqian waved his hand. Don't bother Director Ma, but our company has a dinner party tonight. Do you want to come? Just kidding. It has always been the Kuiguang group that treats people to dinner. How can others treat them to dinner? Still want to treat Kuiguang group to a meal? There is no such good thing in the world. Ma Xiao hurriedly shook his head. Mr. Yang, this is not good. It will have a bad impact. The two had just discussed a very exaggerated project, and then they went to Kuiguang group's dinner party to eat a big meal in the evening. Why did they feel a chill on their backs? Okay. Yang Ruoqian also understood what Ma Xiao meant and didn't say much. Then we will leave first. Director Ma, take care of yourself. After that, Yang Ruoqian got up and left the reception room. Yang Ruoqian and Ma Xiao didn't care much about the etiquette culture on the table. As long as the deal can be made, those empty things are not a big deal at all. On the contrary, Yang Ruoqian hated this kind of red tape of guessing each other. If there is something to say, it is the most important cultural core of Kuiguang group. After talking about the whole thing, there was no unnecessary courtesy, no pushing me, no gifts, and it seemed very comfortable. After Yang Ruoqian left the reception room, he quickly left the guest house and came to the only star-rated hotel in the county. The environment here is naturally worse than that of hotels in big cities, but looking around, it is already the best environment. Even Ma Xiao repeatedly told the hotel manager to give the best treatment to the bosses of Kuiguang group. After a day of rest, the convoy drove out of the county. Half an hour later, they followed the winding path to a building hidden in the valley of the woods. From the outside, it was a large complex surrounded by high walls, with surveillance cameras and security personnel inside to ensure control and secrecy. There was a simple security checkpoint at the gate, which looked heavily guarded. If it wasn't known in advance that this was a film set, and if it wasn't for the staff walking around in the building, everyone would even be a little confused about whether it was a real fraud park. Shanghai Anayu leaned on the car window, looking at the fraud park that was almost restored 1-to-1, and the whole person let out a long exclamation. Wow, this park looks like a small fortress. The exterior design of the park is simple, with the most standard infrared wall concrete building structure, but from the layout point of view, the living and working areas composed of multiple buildings are clearly arranged, and they are all designed to accommodate as many people as possible in the smallest possible space. The accommodation area not far away was a building wrapped in glass that looked very cheap and fragile. From a distance, you can see that the accommodation area may include compact dormitory buildings filled with double bunks. After sighing, she turned around and asked curiously, "Boss, what role do I play in the promotional video?" In order to prevent the script from being accidentally leaked and find an excuse to slow down the progress of the promotional video shooting, reduce efficiency and increase costs, Yang Ruoqian gave an order that the actors could not read the script before arriving at the set. So Shanghai Anayu naturally didn't know what role he was going to play. Mr. Yang, who was in the co-pilot's seat, said casually while playing with his mobile phone, "Do you even need to ask this? You can only play the role of a fool who was deceived. In order to make the work and life of the crew more convenient, Yang Ruoqian also specially built a communication base station antenna for the park, so that the crew can connect to the internet anytime and anywhere. Shanghai Anayu had no objection to this identity. She nodded. Okay. But boss, I have never been defrauded. How can I act like one? Isn't it too late to practice my acting skills on the spot now? Chang Ziking, who was sitting on the other side, couldn't stand it anymore. She complained. Zio Shang, you don't need to practice. Just act like yourself. Act like you normally do. It's guaranteed to be vivid. Shanghai Anayu said, is it really okay like this? Of course. Chang Ziking forced herself to hold back her laughter and nodded seriously. You are suitable to play the role of a girl who was deceived into working illegally in the park. Alas, silly child. Soon, the convoy drove into the park. In the park, there were not only security guards and various staff members gathered, but also several people with thin bodies and even obvious injuries, both men and women. Shanghai Anayu shrank his neck back and spoke in a lower voice. Boss lady, are those people also extras you invited? It is impossible for the fraud park to have only the leading actors brought by their crew. Only with the presence of various extras can a scene be more vivid and more realistic. Of course, for the quality and technicality of the promotional film, other staff responsible for logistics can be recruited from the county to boost local employment and economy, but extras are not allowed. After all, the nature of anti-fraud promotional films and The Richest Man in Jinhae City is different. It would be more realistic for the audience of the football match to find some college students with no acting skills to play the role. But in the anti-fraud promotional film, if some extras with no acting skills are asked to play the role of fraudsters or victims, it would be very out of place. Yang Ruoqian shook his head. The extras will have to wait a day or two before they come. During this time, your crew just need to familiarize themselves with the environment and read the script. These people are specially invited by me, special guests who have really experienced the hardships in the park. Shanghai Anayu nodded in understanding. I understand, boss. After parking the car, the crew first moved their personal belongings to the dormitory building. The top floor of the dormitory building in the park is a dormitory specially provided for the crew. The room environment is comparable to that of a 5-star executive suite. Except for the security guards, other staff and extras will be sent back to the county by special cars after finishing a day's work and stay in the hotel in the county. After packing up, the staff and special guests were already waiting downstairs. After all, the stars have only appeared in the news and stories. What they will face, and what they should do when facing a crisis, no matter how good their acting skills are, they have no idea. The witnesses of the incident must restore the whole process exactly, so that the actors know how to act. It is good for them to come back intact. Many people can only return piece by piece. In fact, many of those who have been defrauded are not without awareness of fraud prevention. They can't find such high-paying jobs in China, and the employment environment is even worse. What good job opportunities can there be in foreign countries with worse economic development? However, many companies use the excuse of team building and overseas travel to deceive people during transfer, which is the most difficult to guard against. This script is very professional. Yang Ruoqian looked at the script and nodded. It's worthy of being written by eyewitnesses and a professional screenwriter team. I'm interested in it. The name is All or Nothing, which is not bad. In terms of film casting, Yang Ruoqian is still quite particular. He gave Zhang Wei the role of the villain manager Lu after many instructions. The Richest Man in Jinhae City was released and became a hit, and with his excellent and funny performance in variety shows, Zhang Wei's popularity in the entertainment industry has risen sharply. But there are also some not so good signs. Many viewers have already formed inherent labels such as funny and comedian for Zhang Wei. If he doesn't dilute these stereotypes and labels with another work as soon as possible, his future path will become narrower and narrower, and he will be completely trapped in an image and unable to struggle out. It is even possible that the audience will only remember the name of the character played by Zhang Wei, but not Zhang Wei himself. If the leader of a fraud gang can be played well, this label can be effectively shattered. However, these are all operational ideas, and Yang Ruoqian is not interested in this, as long as he can tie his own artists to this unprofitable promotional film. Shanghai Anayu looked at the script in his hand and asked in a low voice, "Boss, are you living here during this period?" Yang Ruoqian nodded twice. "Stay here for a few days, wait for the extras to come, and leave after I have explained the things. There are still some things to deal with at the company." This time, the system gave a very general and abstract task, saying that it was to give a big surprise to the entertainment industry. What is a surprise? Yang Ruoqian has no clue yet. Moreover, the end of the year is approaching, and the annual reserved project of the Kuiguang Group, the annual money spending conference, is also about to begin preparations. As the boss of the company, rather than the director, Yang Ruoqian's presence on the set actually didn't play a crucial role in the progress of the filming. "Well, I just feel that it's eerie here, and a little scary." Shanghai Anayu shuddered. "Will it really be dangerous? What kind of danger could there be?" Yang Ruoqian smiled. "This place is a 1-to-1 restoration of the real fraud park, and the security force is also very strong." Just as the two were chatting, Yang Ruoqian's cell phone suddenly rang. He waved his hand to let Shanghai Anayu go play by herself, and then looked at his phone. "Kimu, Mr. Yang, the team leader Song Kyan, who is in contact with us for the anti-fraud promotional film, said that he will bring people to our set for a visit. They will probably arrive tomorrow. I'll let you know. There will be another chapter later, around 2350, or maybe a little later. If you don't want to wait, your godfather can watch it tomorrow morning. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 385. Mr. Yang is professional. A day passed quickly. Yang Ruoqian yawned and walked out of his room. "How did you feel last night?" Yang Ruoqian looked at the dense woods around him and asked Chang Ziking with a smile, "How does it feel to spend the night in the fraud park?" Chang Ziking tied her hair up and replied, "It's okay. After all, we all know that this is just a 1-to-1 restored venue, so we still feel safe. But you, the official people, came to inspect today. Are you nervous?" Soon, Song Kyan should be able to arrive at the set. Mr. Yang, who was still thinking about how to make a big movie, was slightly interrupted. But on second thought, this is quite normal. After all, it is the official and the group in Jinhae City who are connecting, and he has to come to see the progress of the work of Kuiguang Group. Yang Ruoqian shook his head. "There's nothing to be nervous about. Isn't our work good enough?" Moreover, Yang Ruoqian hoped from the bottom of his heart that Song Kyan could find faults and pick on them. In this way, he can continue to add budget to the promotional video. Not far away, Song Kyan and his colleagues were riding in a special car, following the map navigation guide, and heading towards the movie set. Suddenly, one of them asked, "Do you think there will be any problems if an entertainment company shoots this kind of promotional film?" Song Kyan looked at the map and the road at the same time, and responded casually, "Kuiguang Group is one of the faces of our Jinhae City and even our entire province. What problems can go wrong?" This is not an exaggeration. Kuiguang Group has not only solved a large number of employment problems and helped stabilize prices, but also its enthusiasm in paying taxes is eye-opening. Generally speaking, as long as it is a company, it will try to reduce its tax burden as much as possible through legal, financial and tax planning without violating laws and regulations. Whether it is taking advantage of various tax preferential policies, choosing investment and transaction structures with lower tax burdens, or taking advantage of international tax agreements. In short, companies hope to pay less taxes so that they can make more profits. Anyway, it is legal and not tax evasion. Why not pay less taxes under legal circumstances? However, the practice of Kuiguang Group is a bit eye-opening. They don't do these things at all. They just pay what they should pay. There are even rumors that Kuiguang Group is studying how to prepare financial reports so that they can pay more taxes. It is simply a model enterprise in Jinhae City. If Yang Ruoqian hadn't repeatedly shirked his responsibilities, they would have wanted to invite him to some important conferences and give him a good commendation. Such an enterprise and such a boss will naturally bring goodwill to most people, except for his peers. Hey, I'm not talking about that problem. I'm talking about, do they know about telecommunications fraud and what the environment in the park is like? What if the film is too unreal? Song Kyan glanced at the map, then at the road, and continued, you don't always use our mission performing thinking to do everything. Because the signal here is not good and the positioning is sometimes effective and sometimes not. Song Kyan has to keep an eye on the road at all times to avoid going the wrong way or driving directly into the ditch. If an accident happens in this place, it will take half a day just to wait for rescue. After making sure that the direction was correct, Song Kyan slowly said, think about it. What is the purpose of asking them to shoot this promotional video? We always send text messages and make phone calls to persuade them, but the effect is not very good. Some stubborn elderly people are even willing to die to give money to the scammers. The policeman sighed and replied, we need a more effective means of publicity to prevent fewer people from being deceived by the fraud gangs. Whether they were deceived into the park or deceived out of money. That's right. Song Kyan reminded, our goal is to publicize the harm. It doesn't matter whether the content of the publicity is perfect and in line with the real situation. As long as people can intuitively realize the harm of fraud, it's fine. Maybe Yang Ruoqian and his director don't know much about the fraud park, but they definitely know how to create a terrifying atmosphere. The actors may not know how to play a fraudster, but they definitely know how to play a bad guy. Isn't it enough to convey the image that the fraud park is terrifying and the fraudsters are evil? It seems to be true. The policeman smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's just that those of us who have seen the criminal dens with our own eyes may feel a little out of place when watching it. What are you looking at? You won't be defrauded by fraudsters. After chatting, several people finally followed the dirt road to the location marked on the map. The car drove forward for a while, and the fraud park, which was not very conspicuous but looked creepy at first glance, suddenly became clear. Oh my god. This is the studio of Kuiguang Group. Song Kyan, who had been staring out the window, suddenly shouted, why does it look familiar? Of course it looks familiar. Have you forgotten the information we provided him? This is basically a 1-to-1 restoration of the fraud park in our information, right? How much money does Kuiguang Group have to spend to carry out such a project in such a remote place? This promotional video can't make a profit. They are doing this, which makes me feel a little embarrassed. Who still remembers that we just wanted them to shoot a 7 or 8 minute promotional video at the beginning? As several people talked, they drove the car into the studio carefully. Seeing that the people working inside were indeed making movies instead of scamming, they were relieved. How many of you are here? The employee in charge of reception saw Song Kyan get off the car and immediately greeted him. Do you want to eat something, drink some water, and take a rest? Song Kyan, who came with a mission, waved his hand quickly. No, we are just here to take a look. The inspection team, who were still worried about whether the crew was professional or not, and whether they would be exposed, felt an uncontrollable shock in their hearts. Whether it is viewed from the outside or the current scene inside, it has basically completely restored the fraud park in their impression. Even the depreciation and decoration of the walls are done very well, and it is completely impossible to tell that this building has only been built for more than 2 months. This is the Kuiguang Group. This is excellence. Song Kyan, who was originally prepared to see a lot of unprofessional and unreasonable scenes, raised his evaluation of the Kuiguang Group by 3 points. Where is your general manager Yang? Song Kyan asked while nodding slightly. The employee in charge of reception immediately said, Mr. Yang is still upstairs and will be down soon. It's okay, I'm just asking. No hurry. Song Kyan raised his hand and pointed to the special guests of the crew and asked curiously, are these people also extras? It seems that they are always talking, but they are not acting. The receptionist was naturally very clear about the situation on the set, and he immediately replied, they are not actors. They are special guests specially invited by Mr. Yang. They all have the experience of living in the fraud park. Song Kyan was shocked. They all have the experience of living in the fraud park. Did Mr. Yang invite even these people? Yes. The introducer laughed. Mr. Yang attaches great importance to the promotional video and strives to be perfect, so he invites eyewitnesses here just to make the actor's performance more realistic. It's amazing. It's amazing. It costs a lot of money, right? It won't affect your company's cash flow, right? Watching it all the way, Song Kyan's original impression of it doesn't matter if this promotional video is a little outrageous, as long as it can be promoted well, has been mostly swept away. Now it seems that this promotional video is absolutely professional. Coupled with the publicity of Kuiguang Group, the fan effect of various stars, and the well-known film shooting level of Kuiguang Group. Professional, too professional. Song Kyan even looked forward to what the final product would look like. Officer Song, don't worry. Yang Ruoqian's voice came from behind. This is what we should do. It doesn't matter whether it's money or not. Song Kyan turned his head and was already a little moved. As an official, he has seen too many people who often say money is not important. Maybe it's the first time he has seen someone as sincere as Yang Ruoqian. From beginning to end, Kuiguang Group has been asking the officials to make as many demands as possible and to ask the officials to pose as many problems as possible. Even some resource allocations have been politely declined. And when they came here, they heard that Kuiguang Group helped the local area build a lot of infrastructure almost regardless of cost, and even built a small comprehensive shopping center with a cinema. It's simply charity. If there's anything we can do to help, please tell me. Song Kyan and Yang Ruoqian shook hands vigorously. Yang Ruoqian thought for a moment and said, there is something. Song Kyan, who was finally able to do something for someone else, breathed a sigh of relief. Tell me. We are still short of information. The kind of information about the image of the fraud leader. Yang Ruoqian said, I hope you can provide our crew with some relevant video materials, so that we can see what the real fraud leader looks like, so that our actors can better play this role. No problem, it's a small matter. Song Kyan agreed after hearing this, but there are a lot of, well, relatively bloody scenes in these video materials. Your crew must keep it confidential after receiving them. This thing can't be circulated. I know about this for sure, don't worry. After saying that, Song Kyan immediately found a room, contacted and coordinated with his superiors, and waved his work phone at Yang Ruoqian. It's all in here, how can I send it to you? Yang Ruoqian pointed to the director outside and said, just send it to the director and let him analyze it. Okay. After finishing his work, Song Kyan walked around the set several times, taking pictures here and there with his mobile phone. He took pictures of almost every place in the entire park, including the dormitory building and the gambling venue. After taking the pictures and sending them to his superiors to complete the task, Song Kyan sighed again. If we didn't know you well, Mr. Yang, we would have to doubt whether you were really filming. No offense, what I want to say is that this is really restored too much. When taking pictures just now, he also deliberately checked every detail inside the room of the building, which can be said to be exactly the same. Especially the Buddha statue, which is 100% authentic and imported directly from the local area. After finishing the work, Song Kyan and his colleagues went downstairs and got in the car. They said hello to Yang Ruoqian. Then we won't affect Mr. Yang's filming work. We look forward to more cooperation in the future. Yang Ruoqian also waved his hand. Don't stay for dinner? Don't be so polite. Song Kyan laughed. If there is a chance in the future, I will treat Mr. Yang to dinner in my personal name. After that, the car started and drove away from the park. They still have a lot of work to do. After the inspection, they have to hand over to the local officials. After the handover, they have to take a plane back to Jinhae City overnight. For lunch, just eat some sandwiches or hamburgers in the car. More than 10 minutes later, a person suddenly broke the silence in the car. Don't you think it's a bit bad for us to let the Kuiguang Group work for nothing? It may cost hundreds of millions to shoot such a promotional video. Didn't we say before that we would give them funds? Didn't they not want it? Come on, don't flatter yourself with the little money we have. President Yang, don't be too kind to us. I think we should report it to the leadership. The Kuiguang Group is the leader in our local area. If they take advantage of others like this and get angry and move their industries abroad, won't we locals be hurt? Yeah, why don't we just let this promotional video be released in theaters in the form of movie? The box office revenue can boost our economy again. I heard that the Kuiguang Group has recently started to set up company branches in other cities. We have to find a way to keep them here, right? Let them make money through the promotional video and let them know that there are many things to invest in Jinhae City. But if there is a fee for the promotional video, will it affect the publicity? The only version that is charged for the theaters is a 2-hour long version. Didn't we ask Kuiguang Group to make 2 versions, one long and one short? Can't the short one be distributed for free? That makes sense. Then let's do it. After the matter is done, we will tell Yang Ruoqian the good news. Let him know that he is not doing this alone. We will not let our conscientious entrepreneurs bleed. Okay. The plan took shape in the minds of several people. After finishing the local docking work, they flew to Jinhae City. After returning to the unit, they immediately submitted their ideas to their superiors. Soon, the superiors also gave their approval. Agreed. Without affecting the quality, the 2-hour long version of the promotional video can be changed into a movie and released in theaters. The shorter free version must also be of good quality, at least good looking, strong in publicity, and sufficient in information. Of course, in order to avoid Yang Ruoqian and the decision makers of Kuiguang Group from making some weird decisions, because of this good news, they decided to suppress the news temporarily and tell Yang Ruoqian after the promotional video is almost finished. Give them a big surprise. After getting a definite answer, Song Kyan smiled and said to his colleague, after hearing this good news, Mr. Yang will definitely be so happy that he can't sleep, right? Chapter 386. The road ahead is smooth and unobstructed. The moved officials returned to Jinhae City and decided to reduce the intensity of local enterprises and give a surprise to the perfect taxpayer Yang Ruoqian. Mr. Yang, who was still far away in the small mountain village, had no idea about this. He was still patrolling the set to ensure that the company's crouching dragons and phoenixes would not cause him trouble. Seeing that everyone was honestly preparing the promotional film, Yang Ruoqian nodded with satisfaction. The situation is very good this time. The talents inside the company have been caught by me, and the external allies have been pinned down by me. Even the company's enemies are in Pengcheng. It can be said that, whether it is friends or enemies, they were arrested indiscriminately by Yang Ruoqian and tied up tightly. There can't be any accidents, right? He racked his brains now and couldn't think of where the accident could happen. As long as there is no force majeure, a promotional film, which has been cut off from income from the beginning, cannot bring profits on the books. This is the most basic logic. There can't be such a weird event as gold suddenly falling from the sky, right? Although he is no longer obsessed with losing money, Yang Ruoqian is a successful person after all, and he still has the most basic confidence in himself. This time, we will definitely win, and the company's future will be smooth. Today, all the extras are in place and are making preparations on the scene. Coming all the way to such a place to film is not a good experience for most people, but there is a premise except for the Kuiguang Group. When seeing the 4 big characters Kuiguang Group written on the notice for recruiting extras, all the extras didn't think about it, didn't even look at the requirements or the location, and just signed up first. If you sign up a few seconds late, because of reading these things, and you are finally eliminated, you will really lose a lot. Seeing that the filming location is on the southern border, or even a small county town very close to the borderline on the southern border, the extras didn't think anything of it. They are extras, and they have experienced difficult environments. Sometimes shooting some war films, you even need to roll in the mud, and you may even get injured if you are not careful during the fight. How bad can the environment be at the Kuiguang Group? Moreover, if you are favored by the director because of your good acting skills or other factors, and officially join the Kuiguang Group and get on this big ship, it's like a fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. Every time a movie is made, there will be 1 or 2 lucky extras who are picked. If it's your turn, what does it matter if you suffer a little? After the extras got the opportunity, they arrived at the county town. As expected, all the members were arranged in the best hotel in the county town. The hotel, which originally had little business and often relied on subsidies to survive, suddenly became bustling. The hotel owner finally knew why everyone on the internet had such a good reputation for the Kuiguang Group. It really fulfilled the saying that, as long as the Kuiguang Group has been to a place, just sit and wait for the benefits. He was a little surprised before why the Kuiguang Group could invite so many water armies. It turns out that these are not water armies at all, but vested interests like him. Now the hotel owner has also become a die-hard fan of the Kuiguang Group. If anyone dares to say that the Kuiguang Group is not good on the internet, he will be the first to disagree. The extras ate well, drank well, and slept well, and took a car to the park. Is that Mr. Yang? He actually came to a place like this in person. He attaches so much importance to the promotional video. This kind of promotional video must be in cooperation with the official. Isn't that Shanghai Anayu? She looks better than on TV. I wonder if the crew will choose people from the extras this time. This is the second time I have joined the crew of Kuiguang Group. Who knows, this time we are shooting a promotional video, which may be different from the previous movies. Whether it is a promotional video or not, the crew is still the same people. As long as the performance is good enough, they will definitely be noticed. It seems that Mr. Yang is here. Just as the extras were chatting, Yang Ruoqian came over and looked at these extras who were dressed relatively simply but neatly. I have to find an excuse to increase their salary. After thinking for a while, Yang Ruoqian said, everyone is dressed very professionally, which fits the background of the fraud park. For such a professional team, it is definitely not possible to pay according to the general standard. So, I will make the decision and add 100 yuan a day. And since you have come so far to such a remote place and are tired from the journey, I think we should add 100 yuan for the adverse environment fee. Okay, everyone still has work to do. I won't waste your time. After that, Yang Ruoqian, Chang Ziking and Cheng Fei got in the car and left the set quickly. They have been here for a long time and they have learned almost everything they should know. It's time to go back to the company. Although President Yang attaches great importance to this promotional video, Kuiguang Group has more than one promotional video. The same is true for Cheng Fei. There are still many things to deal with within Chengyu Media. It is impossible for her, a big boss, to stay on the set all the time. Yang Ruoqian is very satisfied that he can drag this ally to this place where no one shits for so long. After flying back to Jinhai City, Yang Ruoqian rested for a day and returned to the president's office. After finishing the promotional video, Mr. Yang even felt that the office was brighter than usual. But even if such a promotional video doesn't make any money, it's hard to balance the other profit accounts. We have to do something bigger. It just so happened that the system had a task. As long as it was a big job, there would be no problem. After thinking about it, Yang Ruoqian turned on the computer and searched for entertainment projects on various websites. Concert? It just so happens that the company doesn't have its own venue yet, so we can buy one. But can a few concerts be counted as task completion by the system? It seems that the scene is not big enough. Make another movie, but movies are not considered large-scale events. Even if the movie sells well, it's only a matter of consumption in theaters. It has little to do with our company, so it shouldn't be counted as task completion. Hold a cruise carnival? But how much does a luxury cruise cost? It's estimated to be tens of billions, and we can't afford it now. Cruise projects can be done in the future. The payback period is so long, it's impossible for the company to recover the cost of a cruise in 1 quarter, right? While Yang Ruoqian was constantly looking for inspiration, there was a knock on the office door. The voice of the secretary who had not been in contact for a few days came. Boss Yang, good morning. I have something here that I need you to deal with. Are you free? During the few days he was away, there were not many affairs in the company, but there were still some. Come in. Boss Yang, who had not found a clue yet, closed the webpage. I just happen to have a few questions. Kim Yu can help coordinate so many departments and so many things, and she is familiar with all fields. She can basically answer general questions. Boss Yang. Kim Yu walked into the office and nodded gently. You report your work first. Yang Ruoqian waved his hand. Nothing happened during my absence, right? Everything is running well in the company. Kim Yu smiled slightly. The construction of the Pengcheng branch is going very smoothly. Youfu Group is busy dealing with the lawsuit with us and has not made any moves. We should be able to develop steadily during this period. Youfu Group. No move now? What about resistance? Some resistance. Yang Ruoqian thought about it and suddenly felt that it was not a bad thing for Youfu Group to remain silent. From past experience, this strange and funny opponent would not only become an obstacle, but also a help. Now he was worried that one day UFO Group would suddenly go crazy and give him a big gift package. Then let's develop. Yang Ruoqian nodded. How is the lawsuit going? How is the company's legal department preparing? In fact, Yang Ruoqian did not have much expectation for the lawsuit. The evidence that the system can provide as a reward must be ironclad evidence that cannot be found out. In addition, in order to defeat UFO Group last time, the legal department of Kuiguang Group expanded its recruitment. Now it is a gathering of talents, and its top level is not worse than any domestic legal team. The most important thing is that after the last time it became famous, Kuiguang Group has never encountered any decent lawsuits. The legal team either handles some trivial disputes or helps the company with daily contract document analysis. Now they are basically in a state of sharpening their knives. When they heard that UFO, the former defeated opponent, was here again, and the situation was the same as last time, and Mr. Yang had already put the evidence in front of them, the group of lawyers simply went crazy. Fighting this lawsuit not only hit their own reputation in the legal profession, but also helped Mr. Yang to hit the face of UFO Group. The old guy in the entertainment industry should have been swept into the garbage dump to make way for Mr. Yang. Judging from the current situation, it is impossible to lose this lawsuit. The suspense lies in how much the UFO Group will have to pay. When Kim Yu heard this question, his face was a little strange, and he said, Mr. Yang, they are quite excited recently, and even asked for overtime, but I rejected it as you requested. But the lawsuit is about to go to trial soon. Are you really not going to let them work overtime? Just reject it. Yang Ruoqian can't let UFO Group win the lawsuit, but he doesn't want to get too much compensation. Just slap their face and make money. I have just analyzed that winning the lawsuit is not a problem. Then why work overtime? Okay, we must keep an eye on them. Yang Ruoqian nodded. The more critical the time, the less anxious we should be. No overtime application will be approved. Kim Yu nodded and continued to report the next work. Okay, Mr. Yang. The branch in the capital is now being built in an orderly manner. In Pengcheng, since Xiao Cheng went back, there seems to be some chaos, but the overall situation is still stable and improving. Chaos? Yang Ruoqian asked. Yes. Kim Yu replied. After he went there, he openly poached people from UFO Group, whether they were previously purged or currently employed, especially technical employees. He was trying his best to poach them. Since he refused to leave the elevator and jumped the faces of almost all the leaders of his old employer, Xiao Cheng no longer concealed his malice. He even poached people openly downstairs in the office building. But overall, although the means of poaching are relatively rough and difficult to describe, the effect is real. The two companies have a strong overlap in business and positions, and even the market population is very similar. After poaching the people from UFO Group, it only takes a few days to get familiar with the environment, and they can adapt almost seamlessly. Even with the blessing of new leaders and high salaries, they can burst out with work enthusiasm that is countless times stronger than before. Kim Yu continued, if the current trend continues, the Pengcheng branch is likely to move the entire UFO Group directly here. It's basically equivalent to the original group of people, just changing the work unit. But UFO Group will definitely make corresponding countermeasures, and such poaching may not be as smooth as it is now. Yang Ruoqian. What the hell? Just move the middle and grassroots of the entire UFO here, and just change the name? There is no need to adjust the commute or anything. Just change the floor when pressing the elevator. It will become a UFO branch directly, right? No, Yang Ruoqian still has some impression of the previous things. The job he arranged for Xiao Cheng was to find some employees who were not so good in performance and were optimized by the old employer. Why did it become a move from UFO Group directly? Yang Ruoqian was a little confused. Xiao Cheng, what kind of people does he recruit? There is no screening at all. Just move people here directly? Kim Yu shook his head. I took the time to analyze it. Xiao Cheng does not recruit everyone. For example, he does not recruit administrative staff. He generally recruits employees who have some connections and some skills, but their performance on paper is relatively average. After all, UFO Group is an old company. It operates the internet and has deep ties with the entertainment industry. There are also many factions inside. It is normal that some employees cannot make a name for themselves. The employment environment has not been very good recently, and they dare not resign. These employees are the ones that Xiao Cheng focuses on recruiting. Yang Ruoqian was completely speechless after listening to Kimu's analysis. He now seemed to suddenly understand how Xiao Cheng understood his task. This guy thought that Yang Ruoqian wanted him to help him poach those hard-working and honest people who were willing to work hard and work for the boss, like doing charity from UFA Group! Exclamation mark. I don't want honest people. Can you please not misunderstand my orders? My orders are orders on paper. Don't create them at will. You inherited UFA Group by taking its essence and discarding its dross. How can I still lose money? Yang Ruoqian roared in his heart and decided not to pay attention to Peng Cheng's affairs recently. Okay, I understand. No need to say more. Mr. Yang sighed helplessly. I have an idea recently. See if you can give me some suggestions. Kimu's pupils widened a lot when he heard it. Suggestions? Mr. Yang actually asked him for suggestions? Exclamation mark. Kimu was flattered and waved his hands hurriedly. Mr. Yang, I know everything, but I dare not give suggestions. If you have any questions, just ask me. I'm very busy today, so this is all for now, and I will continue tomorrow. Between paying off the arrears and sudden death, I can only choose one. Chapter 387. The theme of the theme park is abstract. 36. Yang Ruoqian signaled the secretary not to be nervous. I found that the Kuiguang Group has recently invested in all basic fields in the entertainment industry, including movies, TV series, variety shows, etc. I was wondering, is there any field that we haven't set foot in, or that no one has set foot in? After listening to Yang Ruoqian's question, Kimu nodded with some sudden enlightenment. It turned out that Mr. Yang wanted to try a field that he had not yet set foot in and wanted to challenge himself. No, this kind of thing is definitely not a challenge for Mr. Yang. It's just an ordinary expansion of the entertainment empire. The Kuiguang Group has made great efforts in certain points in the entertainment industry, but if it wants to truly form a long-lasting empire that can stand firm even after countless failures, there is still a way to go. The current Kuiguang Group can compete with the giants in the entertainment industry within 2 years, and even has a tendency to replace them. This is based on the fact that the Kuiguang Group is either successful or on the road to success. But in fact, the fault tolerance rate of the Kuiguang Group is still much worse than that of the other two giants. UFA Group has experienced a year of failure in the film and television industry, public opinion attacks, and lawsuits, but it can still barely maintain its position. This is the embodiment of its foundation. If it were the Kuiguang Group, it might only have half a breath left after such a set of tossing. Now President Yang has obviously realized this matter, and is trying to deepen the thickness of the Kuiguang Group. Kimu briefly analyzed the boss's motives in his mind, and then nodded slightly. President Yang, the following is my analysis, based on the global international market, which may not be suitable for our domestic market. You can just listen to the case. The secretary knows a lot of knowledge, but she also knows that many successful experiences cannot be copied mechanically. The simplest example is that many people have begun to try to copy the model of the Kuiguang Group, and the end results are quite miserable. Yang Ruoqian didn't care about this kind of thing. Just say it. It's better to make the scene bigger. Kimu changed his sitting position slightly and said, Mr. Yang, compared with the IP incubation in foreign markets, the related industries in our domestic market are still very immature. In foreign entertainment companies, whether it is the entertainment industry, games or other related industries, they all have some well-known IPs in their hands. Only by mastering these IPs, spreading the popularity, and deeply rooting the image in the hearts of the people, and constantly deepening, solidifying or fine-tuning the impression of the IP in the minds of the public through various film and television works or other things, and even seeing something can be associated with something in your film and television works, can the group finally truly step onto the international stage and compete with international giants. The simplest example is that, as long as you think of a city with a very high crime rate, you will think of Gotham, and then think of all the famous characters associated with it. This is a successful IP. After saying these words, even a professional secretary like Miss Secretary felt a little uneasy. After all, IP incubation is a challenge for everyone in the domestic market, and there are almost no very successful local cases to refer to. I wonder if some of the international examples she cited are in line with the current situation of Kuiguang Group. As expected, Yang Ruoqian showed interest immediately and asked, "Do you think we are suitable for this? Given the current situation of our company, is it appropriate to start IP cultivation?" Kim Yu thought about it carefully and shook his head uncertainly. "Mr. Yang, in my personal opinion, we are definitely not able to incubate that kind of top IP now. The emergence of this kind of IP is usually accompanied by the right time, right place and right people. Although the subsequent commercial value is very high, the cost of operation and maintenance is also very high. If you want an IP to be deeply rooted in people's hearts, you need to repeatedly instill relevant concepts to the public. Let the IP become a stock, something that people can mention at any time in their daily lives. It is also necessary to stir up some heat on the internet from time to time, otherwise it will soon be forgotten by the public. The public relations costs involved are simply astronomical." Yang Ruoqian continued to ask. This time he asked the most concerned question. Why not incubate top IPs for the time being? What are the risks? Yang Ruoqian, who has made investments, understands the truth. The greater the return, the greater the risk. If you want high risks, you must bear the pressure brought by high returns. Many people think that Kuiguang Group is pursuing high returns, but in fact they have reversed the cause and effect. Kuiguang Group is pursuing high risks. Kim Yu quickly replied, "Mr. Yang, because IP is not a physical asset, if the incubation fails, all the income will be directly cleared to zero, rather than discounted. This is completely different from the fact that the movie can get a little box office, and retailers can sell products at a discount to recover part of the cash flow. And all the departments built around this IP are likely to have nothing to do, and face the dilemma of being laid off. If we lay off employees, we will need to pay a large amount of compensation. This back and forth can almost be described as getting nothing. If there is nothing to gain, a large number of employees will face the state of eating empty salaries with nothing to do." The more Yang Ruoqian listened, the more satisfied he was. Isn't this the high risk he wants? Very good. Then our goal this quarter is to start IP incubation. Yang Ruoqian made a decision very quickly. "Tell me in detail what preparations are needed, how much money is needed, and how many employees need to be recruited. Did you decide on such a big thing so quickly?" With only one person making decisions, the company's efficiency is indeed very high. If it were the board of directors of any other company, this matter would definitely not be resolved if they didn't make a decision for a month or so. Kim Yu let out a breath and introduced, "If you want to incubate IP, you need to start from many aspects and various groups of people, because if someone has not been exposed to related things, they will have a very strong sense of frustration with those who try to spread the meme, which will make them lose the motivation to continue to play the meme to a large extent. At least, our project must cover most people who use the internet to communicate. So my suggestion is, first, find a concept that can be easily promoted, which can be a virtual character or a virtual place. It is best if there is no understanding threshold for this concept. Even people who have never known about related things can understand this concept in one sentence. Second, we need to comprehensively promote related concepts in all entertainment fields, and we cannot care about the cost in the early stage. For example, movies, TV series, comics, novels, and so on, etc. As much surface as possible. Third, the company can also find a physical anchor for this concept in reality. Suppose, I'm just saying suppose, you want to create a very powerful company with a sphere of influence covering the world, taking both routes, and having a strong influence internationally. Perhaps you can add some element of the Kuiguang Group to this company. In this way, when everyone sees the industry related to Kuiguang Group, similar content will unconsciously emerge in their minds, indirectly solidifying the IP image. Fifth after Kim Yu finished saying everything he could say, he picked up the kettle and moistened his throat. Yang Ruoqian nodded. "You mean, we still need to train a group of novelists and cartoonists?" Kim Yu quickly swallowed the water and nodded affirmatively. "Yes, Mr. Yang. After all, many people nowadays are not so concerned about film and television content, but more concerned about text or picture content, so we need to lay the groundwork in related aspects. And now many film and television works are first written in text or comics, and then adapted into film and television. By then, there will be many people who can't wait to see the plot, or audiences who like to compare film and television with the original work. We must consider the needs of this group of people. The more the secretary talked about the project, the more excited young Ruoqian became. He nodded. Very good, then do as you said, and start the relevant work now. By the way, we can't only recruit top creators, but also those mid-level and even grassroots authors with a certain readership base. Just like you said, we want to cover the entire market. Some works don't sell so well, not because of quality issues, but because of audience issues. Some themes are destined to not have so many readers. If we only analyze by market area, does it mean that these readers deserve not to have works they like? Of course, these are just excuses. What cartoonists and authors, what audiences are large and what audiences are small, just recruit them to death. Whether the share of royalties can make back the investment is not within the scope of Mr. Yang's consideration. Kimu made it clear. Which works type do you plan to incubate first? Or do you have a new idea? Yang Ruoqian thought for a while and said, I thought about it, and among our current works, the most suitable for incubating IP should be The Boys. There are all kinds of ready-made superhero images in it, and it is also bound to our company's artists. Why not use it directly? Superhero theme. Kimu heard Yang Ruoqian's words, and showed a trace of surprise on his face. Now superhero-themed movies are emerging in an endless stream. Even if The Boys was the box office champion in China at that time, it does not mean that The Boys will definitely incubate a good IP. In the global market, there are so many superhero IPs that they can be described as flooding. The entire market has long been trapped in the red ocean, and it is conceivable how difficult it is to squeeze in. Moreover, this kind of IP bound to real artists is also likely to have a vicious incident of IP collapse due to the artists. The maintenance cost is even higher. In fact, according to Kimu's idea, it is best to cultivate a large number of authors. As long as there is a hit suitable for IP adaptation among these authors, it will be immediately taken down and made into a virtual image. It is more difficult to spread virtual images, and the benefits and influence will be smaller, but the cost and operability are within the controllable range. If it is a superhero. But Kimu knew that he was a secretary, and he knew that his judgment and decision-making ability were not at the same level as Yang Ruoqian, so he was just surprised, not questioned. Okay, Mr. Yang. Kimu quickly wrote down the important things in his notebook, and asked, then how do you plan to operate novels and comics? Is it to cooperate with other platforms and authors who create on other platforms? Or should the company simply create a platform dedicated to the group's IP? Yang Ruoqian thought about it and said, the last one. We will create a creative platform dedicated to incubating the group's IP. It costs money to build a platform. And what's the point of cooperating with others? It means competing and maximizing the risk. Apart from economic factors, Yang Ruoqian didn't want to waste time arguing with others over various strange things. With his investment thinking, it would be strange if he was not questioned by his partners. What if his money-losing ideas were directly rejected? The more decision makers there are, the harder it is to micromanage. Not all partners can be like Chenghai Media, who can only say Kuiguang Group. Right. Which IP do you plan to focus on operating? Kimu continued to ask for details. What is the theme? Yang Ruoqian went through the images of various characters in the Black Robe Inspection Team in his mind and said, as for the role of the motherland hero in the Black Robe Inspection Team, this role is very popular. As for the theme, let's be abstract and try to fit the motherland hero. By the way, let the relevant departments prepare. Since we are going to incubate the IP, the preparations for the shooting of the second movie will also begin. We will strive to shoot the Black Robe Inspection Team 2 in the first quarter of next year. Abstract. Yes, abstract. Kimu, who is used to this kind of thing, has a calm mentality. After writing down everything, he put the pen cap on and finally asked, okay, Mr. Yang, do you have anything to add? This sentence is actually basically a courtesy. because Yang Ruoqian has already given corresponding projects for the element that Kim Yu just mentioned. There is even a real anchor point for the black robe inspection team. Isn't that the Kuiguang group itself? Although it is very different from the image in the movie, as long as everyone sees the company building in the movie, the first thing they think of is the Kuiguang group, which is also an entertainment company. It's just that one entertainment company operates superheroes in the virtual world, and the other real entertainment company operates various stars in reality. Now everything is ready. Except for the fierce competition for superhero wipes and the unclear future, the framework of other things is actually very clear. However, Yang Ruoqian really nodded and responded, "I do have a new idea." Kim Yu paused, and while curious, he took out a pen and paper again. "Mr. Yang, your order. I think we can also build a theme park in Jinhae City. What do you think?" Theme. Amusement park. Similar to Disney? Mr. Yang's ambition seems to be bigger than she imagined, and much bigger. Wait, didn't Mr. Yang just say that the first type should be a little abstract? Kim Yu was silent for several seconds, then asked tentatively, "Then, Mr. Yang, what is the image of this theme park?" "Yes, it is also abstract. There will be more later, but it should be quite late, around 50 minutes. If you can't wait, you can watch it tomorrow morning." Chapter 388 Inspiration. Mr. Yang's inspiration is endless. That's right, abstract. Although she had thought of Yang Ruoqian's answer, Kim Yu's mind was still a little dizzy. She quickly reviewed the theme parks around the world in her mind, and found that there were funny ones, scary ones, and normal ones, but she seemed to have never seen an abstract one. As expected of President Yang, he always maintained his creativity. Kim Yu wrote the word abstract on the notebook with force, and still maintained a sweet smile on his face. "President Yang, what kind of abstract method is it?" Yang Ruoqian clicked the keyboard and said, "The most important thing for us is to use the theme park to promote our IP. So even if it is abstract, we have to start from this aspect." "Promotion? What kind of promotion?" "That's called smearing. Using theme parks to discredit your own IP is both costly and effective. It's simply a stroke of genius. Among the people who are willing to go to the amusement park to play roller coasters, there are not only young men and women, but also many students in junior high school and high school. If we can make them have a psychological shadow of the black robe inspection team when they are young, can we cut off the market of Kuiguang Group in the future? Can we make Kuiguang Group more passive in public opinion? You know, many parents nowadays are not so reasonable." Thinking of this, Yang Ruoqian smiled and said, "For example, the simplest one is that don't theme parks like this have roller coasters and other projects? Generally speaking, these roller coasters create a weightless environment to make customers feel physical excitement and danger. Then we have to do something different." Yang Ruoqian smiled. "When our roller coaster is sprinting from the highest point to the lowest point, our little country heroes will suddenly appear around the roller coaster, preferably close to the customers' faces, and let these little heroes sing and dance, repeating some more abstract lines from the movie. Not only should we give customers physical stimulation, but we should also give them a little spiritual shock. The same is true for projects like whitewater rafting. In general theme parks, the boat is taken to the highest point, then slides into the pond, and the water in the pond splashes all over the passengers. But our theme parks have to change it up. For example, when the boat is halfway through the slide and the passengers are concentrating on welcoming the last wave, the image of the country hero suddenly pops up on the boat, talking trash and spraying water at the passengers with his mouth. It is not very harmful, but it is extremely polluting. In any case, we must portray the harsh and abstract image of our IP, and we must let all the guests who visit our theme park feel what a hero of the motherland is. As for the haunted house, we will not follow the beaten path. We can do this." After saying a lot of things in a fluent manner, Yang Ruoqian paused, looking at Kim Yu, whose face was already a little dazed, and was very satisfied. "If there are other creative ideas, we will ask professionals to design them. I'm just telling you my ideas." Kim Yu suddenly came to his senses and asked carefully, President Yang, are you sure? There is absolutely no problem." Yang Ruoqian waved his hand. "Just do as I say. Immediately find the best designer, the best engineering team. Just like filming a movie, it's best to complete it before the next quarter, that is, within half a year. That's about it. If you have anything to add, tell me immediately. After throwing out the ideas in his mind, President Yang waved his hand, signaling the secretary to do it. Kim Yu rubbed his eyes, and his voice was a little softer than before. Okay, Mr. Yang. Then I will contact the relevant personnel according to your wishes. She didn't dare to imagine what the expression of the designer of the amusement park would be after seeing such a weird request. This is really a bit too abstract. An amusement park that focuses on mental attacks is really more in the style of Kuiguang. But maybe, it can really work. Can it really make the image of the motherland hero and black robe inspection team deeply rooted in the hearts of the people? After all, it sounds like it can really bring great psychological shadows to tourists. After the secretary left the office, Mr. Yang, who had made preliminary arrangements for this quarter's affairs, felt a little lazy again. He closed the relevant web pages on the computer and opened his mobile phone to watch videos. Why don't you check if Luling's videos are updated first? This kind of hardcore wilderness survival video is quite interesting. Yang Ruoqian lowered the back of the chair slightly, switched himself to a comfortable sitting position, and then searched for Luling's ID. Oh my god, I haven't seen you for just a few days, and you've gained hundreds of thousands of fans? How can the number of fans increase so fast? How much money does this guy want to make for me? You should be able to find food in such a harsh environment for that kind of money. Mr. Yang sighed and clicked on the video. When Yang Ruoqian watched Luling's video before, he had already driven the off-road RV to the destination of this wilderness survival. While familiarizing himself with the environment, he used the equipment in the RV to survive. If this RV uses resources sparingly, it will not need any supplies for 15 days. Even if water and other resources are used more, it will be safe within a week. The latest video is about Luling's 3-day early adaptation and preparing to start the Plateau Wilderness Survival Challenge. After putting all the things in the backpack in his bedroom, taking a shower in the bathroom, throwing the dirty clothes into the dryer and washer, and setting the program, Luling came to the spacious living room of the RV and pointed the camera at himself. Let me first talk about the rules of this survival challenge. It's the same as before. In order to make everyone feel more comfortable, I brought 3 props this time according to the results of everyone's vote. Luling had tried to start with nothing and survive in the wilderness, but the number of views dropped sharply. Many viewers don't really want to watch a very hardcore video of survival in the wild from scratch. Hardcore survival without any tools, editing, or external aid is just survival. Don't even think about drilling wood to make fire, hunting and camping. Just preventing poisonous insects, finding food, and purifying water are enough to keep a person busy. Even if you are lucky enough, you can only last for 10 days or half a month at most. It is impossible to build a temporary shelter, find a relatively warm place in the harsh environment to light a campfire, roast a fish caught from the river on the campfire, and fall asleep slowly listening to the harsh sounds outside. This is hardcore, but the audience doesn't want to see the bloggers struggling in the wild for 3 days without any sense of security. They expect the contrast and sense of immersion brought by the harsh environment and the temporary safe environment. So gradually, except for occasionally proving his strength, Luling will no longer shoot such super hardcore wilderness survival. Now he basically lists a list of supplies and lets the audience vote to decide which props he can bring this time. Of course, necessities such as clothes, shoes and shooting tools are not included in this list. Luling continued, it seems that everyone is still merciful this time. The props left for me are not bad. Swiss Army knife, matches and a 12-hour single soldier ration. Something is wrong. Didn't you always like to choose some weird things for me before? Like balloons, like skipping ropes? A lot of comments quickly appeared on the barrage. We're in the plateau this time. It's so cold. It's not too much to give you a match. The main thing is that it's boring to spend most of the day drilling wood to make fire. Since you know how to do it anyway, why not skip this process and juice matches? Yes, we'd rather see you being tortured outside than fighting wits and courage with a few sticks and boards at home. Don't be funny. Brother Huo doesn't succeed every time. He can only succeed 4 or 5 times out of 10 times. It's already very impressive. Try it yourself. See if you can drill out a spark after your hand is broken. Brother Huo's equipment this time is a bit luxurious. Let's eat and drink to our heart's content in the RV and have a good rest for a few days and then go out and pretend to be so good. It's already very cold in the plateau and eating is a big problem. Looking forward to surviving in the plateau. It's okay to be cold, but you can use matches to make a fire. I think the most important issue is food. How do you find food in this damn place? If you're unlucky, you can only dig up tree roots to eat. If you're lucky, you may catch a few bugs. If you follow Brother Huo, you will go hungry 9 times in 3 days. Oh no, Brother Huo has a 12-hour soldier's ration, so you will go hungry 8 times in 3 days. Not much difference. It's okay, Brother Huo will just activate his passive skill, and he will endure the hunger. Luling seemed to have guessed what his fans would say. He shook his phone and said, as usual, we will officially set off at 8 o'clock in the morning. If I have time in the evening, I will start a live broadcast and chat with you. But now is not the time. Let me show you my preparations before departure. As he said that, Luling put the camera back on his neck, came to the kitchen of the RV, and took a plate of things out of the oven. Inside was a plate of food in a rectangular box. Let me show you, lasagna with meat sauce, mashed potatoes and bacon. Luling put the food on the table, and scooped a layer from the bottom with a spoon. Look at this thick layer of mincemeat. Look at this cheese. Wow, if I can have a bite before setting off, won't I be so happy in the car? This little atmosphere, doesn't it feel comfortable all of a sudden? When people saw Luling eating the delicious food bite by bite, and taking out a bottle of warm milk tea from the drinks cabinet next to him, the entire barrage of comments went viral again. Brother Huo, you have changed. No, didn't you eat a combination of 3 fresh noodles and boiled water before you set out? You eat better than me now. I have a problem with the likes in my hand. Don't you see how you were with Brother Huo before? That broken RV might even frost inside when it gets cold. We don't have the conditions. It's freezing outside, but there's a big bed and a big living room inside, and you can eat a big meal and drink hot drinks. How cool. After eating and drinking, Luling commented, this thing tastes pretty good, but it's a bit greasy. I can eat 1 portion before I go to survive, but if I eat this every day, my stomach will turn over. It's okay. This portion of baked potatoes can be exchanged for 8 pieces of black bread in the doomsday. After saying that, Luling turned over, took all kinds of charging equipment, locked the car door, and walked towards the scheduled location. Yang Ruoqian watched the video, while watching Luling quickly explore, while he still had enough energy, looking for places where there might be food, water, and suitable places to settle. A simple shelter and a simple bonfire were built, and the crackling flames formed a sharp contrast with the harsh environment outside. It makes people want to continue watching. After watching this episode, Yang Ruoqian exited the video with some regrets and sighed. I feel that the effect of this program is not bad. But why haven't I seen any company do similar variety shows? Even if there is a so-called survival variety show, it is not much different from playing house. Is it because there are not many viewers and the audience group is not large? Or is it that the cost expenditure is relatively high? Or are they worried that too hardcore challenges may cause the fans of celebrities to launch unreasonable attacks on the program team? In short, since other companies don't do it, it must be because of various limitations. Then as long as I expand the scale a little bit, can I infinitely magnify this limitation? The last escape room variety show was just a psychological shock to the stars, and there was no actual physical harm, so many fans can still accept it. This time I'll do something hardcore. They should be able to break the defense, right? An inspiration suddenly burst into Yang Ruoqian's mind. He could have created a talent show with all-around challenges. Many stars nowadays are different from the previous technical stars. They complain about being tired and incompetent at every turn. This is a very bad trend. Not only do they have to test their singing and dancing skills, not only do they have to accept psychological tests, but they also have to test their ability to survive. This is called all around. This is called idol. Of course, for the effect of the show, this survival is best arranged on an island arranged in advance by the Kuiguang group. It's not that Mr. Yang doesn't want to ask the stars in the same way as he asked Luling, but the venue he arranged himself is more convenient to torture people. Yang Ruoqian, who thought of a good idea, immediately picked up his mobile phone, found the contact named Kinzin, and sent him a message. Kinzin, come to my office. There is a new task. Kinzin was the chief planner of the last secret room survival. Although the last secret room survival finally had a huge ratings, Mr. Yang felt that it was not his fault and his designer. They executed Yang Ruoqian's requirements perfectly. There was something wrong with the route and direction of the Kuiguang group. After completing the year's performance, Kinzin, who was originally a bit idle, immediately replied, "Here I am, Mr. Yang." Soon, Kinzin came to the president's office. After the last great success, he became more confident. "Mr. Yang, what are your plans this time?" Yang Ruoqian asked Kinzin to sit down. "I plan to organize a talent show, similar to Idol Trainee. I have an idea, can you help me perfect the plan?" Chapter 389, Mr. Yang wants to train a Superman? 46. During this period, Kinzin has been summarizing the reasons for the success of the variety show Escape Room and various details that he has not noticed, and at the same time helping to operate this escape room. Even after the long holiday, this escape room with the strongest sense of immersion and the largest in the world is crowded every day. After all, the escape room can only receive too few customers every day. It takes 3 days to play once, even if the process is simplified. Even if there are fewer hardcore players who like escape rooms, the number of customers is far from meeting the demand. The escape room will be demolished in a year. If you don't queue up and play now, you will definitely regret it for the rest of your life. Even many foreign players are itching to try this escape room. They specially study Chinese in order to try it. After all, there is no time to make a bilingual version of the text for the escape room, and if the language is not fluent, it is also a huge trouble to communicate. Before this, Kinzin had no idea that an entertainment project that requires a 4-digit admission ticket can still be full on non-holidays. This is the decision-making ability of Mr. Yang. Kinzin sighed and sat up straight. "Mr. Yang, whatever task you have, I promise to complete it." Yang Ruoqian nodded. "I want to create a new variety show, a talent show." Talent show variety shows. There are actually many types of variety shows. For example, in Survival in the Chamber, 90% of the people who can appear on the stage are people with some fame. Even Zhang Wei, the least famous one, is not a complete amateur. Talent show programs, such as Idol Trainee, are really selected from a bunch of people who are unknown, or at least most of them are unknown. It seems that Mr. Yang wants to cultivate his next artist from scratch. Kinzin is not surprised by this. "Mr. Yang, do you have any requirements for this variety show?" As the chief planner of Survival in the Chamber, Kinzin is now more confident in his coordination ability. As for how to design variety shows, with the ability of the Human Resources Department of Kuiguang Group, it is not a problem to find top designers. Yang Ruoqian sighed deliberately. "You should have watched those movies and TV shows when you were a kid, right? The old movies and TV shows. What is the relationship between them and the current variety shows? Is this variety show about nostalgia?" Kinzin thought for a moment and tentatively answered, "I watched some at home during the holidays." "Does your variety show have any requirements in this regard?" Yang Ruoqian shook his head with some regret. "No. Although the special effects of the previous movies were relatively poor, the scene layout and plot were not mature, and the overall viewing experience might not be as good as contemporary film and television works, but many actors at that time were really dedicated." Kinzin recalled and nodded. "That's true. At that time, the actors shot martial arts movies, and those actions could be said to be punching the flesh. Now look at those martial arts. Basically they are hanging on wires, basically just randomly facing two palms, and rolling around in the sky. But this is also something that can't be helped. The market is different now. It is too difficult to train and select a star who has both acting skills and physical professional skills, high appearance, and loyalty to the company. The cost is too high, the time cycle is long, and the income may not be so stable. From the perspective of training, it is better to find a traffic star than to spend so much effort to find an all-round talent. Once the special effects are added, there will always be people who pay for it. The most important thing is that the trial and error cost of training traffic stars is relatively low. If you really want to pursue quality, you can also train some professionals, or simply find old actors in the market. There is no need to go through the trouble of retraining. From the perspective of subsequent benefits, does the company really make more money by training a movie emperor or king of the sky than by using traffic to create a star? That may not be the case. King of the sky level stars are not so young. Their fame still reverberates in the entertainment industry when they are 40 or even 50 years old. They also have their own traffic, and the agency has almost no way to control and restrict them. It costs a lot to train such stars. After seeing the hope of monetization, most agencies will immediately go full steam ahead and recoup the costs from the stars after the contract expires. Because this kind of star is different from idols who disappear without traffic. Wherever they go, there is traffic. They can go to any company they want, or even set up a studio by themselves. When the contract expires, the agency with almost no cards wants to renew the contract, and the cost can be imagined. After all, most people don't consider the company's training costs and operating costs. Who wants to see most of their hard-earned income taken away by others? On the whole, traffic stars have lower costs, are more profitable, and are easier to control. Yang Ruoqian patted the table. That's right. We should try to see if we can cultivate similar stars now. Don't worry about the cost issue. We just want a brand. Mr. Yang, when have you ever considered the cost issue? Kinzin complained in his heart. Then Mr. Yang, how do you want to design this talent show? Just give me a rough framework. Since it is to be all round, it is not just all round in character setting. Yang Ruoqian said, nowadays, many stars with the personality of all round can either sing and act a little, and then pose for a photo of cooking, driving, or making tea, and dare to brazenly create an all round personality. We must put an end to similar situations. If we want to be all round, we must be truly all round. Doesn't our company happen to have open branches outside? It's just a good opportunity to organize a super large variety show spanning all over the world. Super large variety show spanning all over the world? Kinzin swallowed and asked carefully, Mr. Yang, what projects do you plan to design? How many projects do you plan to design? Do you need so many venues? Yang Ruoqian secretly laid out the plan in his mind and said, first of all, singing and acting are indispensable. Let me give you an idea. First of all, there is a singing competition. If necessary, we can directly buy a stadium in Jinhae City and let all the amateurs participating in the variety show hold a concert each. Use the sales volume to conduct the first scoring and elimination of them. Before the concert, the trainees will have the same exposure. They have 2 to 3 songs to prove their strength. At this stage, you can also pay some well-known singers to be guests. Of course, in order to ensure fairness and efficiency, the concerts must all be held on weekdays, and the time must be fixed to eliminate all variables as much as possible, and allow the contestants to compete fairly. The same goes for selling tickets. One person, one ticket, ID card verification, and no resale. Buying a stadium is another huge expense. Yang Ruoqian took a big sip of water from the water bottle and continued, after the first round of elimination, it's the acting round. The rules are still the same. Each trainee can let our writing team write a short play script according to the trainee's own ideas, and play the leading role in the short play. Just like singing, every trainee has the opportunity to show their acting skills on stage to the audience and mentors, before filming the play. Of course, all short plays have a cost limit, to prevent some trainees from trying to use high-cost large-scale production methods to increase the ratings beyond their acting skills. After the short play is filmed, we upload it to the Leopard app, and the traffic is distributed fairly. The actor's acting skills are judged, based on data such as the number of views and completion rate. Only data statistics are collected on our app, which can effectively prevent someone from brushing the data. It's good to have your own popular social media platform. If there is no Leopard app, Kuiguang Group will have no way to create a fair competition environment. Kinzin nodded slightly, and at the same time, opened his mobile phone and quickly recorded it on the memo. So far, everything is normal, except that it is a bit expensive. but it is entirely imaginable how big the scene of this variety show will be. Even Kinzin himself was a little interested. After judging the two basic skills of acting and singing, we can move to the vicinity of the Pengcheng branch. I heard that there is a city in Guangdong province with a profound martial arts culture and a large number of martial arts celebrities. In that place, we will test the fighting skills of the trainees. As for how to fairly determine the trainees of different body types, I have no idea, but the local martial arts masters must have a way. Kinzin suddenly felt something was wrong. What? Woo, martial arts? Let the trainees determine the winner with their fists? Why does this sound a bit abstract? Think about it, a variety show is still broadcasting the trainees singing and fighting on the stage in the previous episode, and the next episode is a real-life park on the fighting stage. The picture change is too big. It's a good thing that Mr. Yang can think of such a thing. Yang, Mr. Yang, isn't it a bit bad to let the trainees punch each other? Yang Ruoqian nodded in agreement. Of course it's not good. Since we are going to make a movie, there must be many scenes. How can fists alone be enough? How to use legs and feet in a comprehensive way, how to use various weapons are all very important. That's not what I mean. Kinzin opened his mouth to explain something, but how could Yang Ruoqian give him this opportunity? He continued to talk about his ideas. After martial arts, it's just that the weather is getting colder now. We can organize a snow event. Have you seen the blogger that our company has just signed a contract with? Yes, the blogger who survives in extreme environments. We can also do something similar. Aren't there many businesses abroad that spend money to buy islands? You can buy one and then survive in the wilderness. Of course, in order to be fair, we have to arrange all kinds of supplies in advance. We can't do it exactly like luling, flying a plane, driving a boat, racing. Yang Ruoqian became more and more excited as he talked and brought out all the professional knowledge in his mind. In addition to painting, a skill that requires years of accumulation, Mr. Yang basically talked about everything he could think of. Even the plan included going to a legal shooting competition to learn archery, a very American skill. The reason is also very simple. When shooting gun battle movies and TV series, this skill must be used. If a person who has never touched a gun uses a gun to shoot a movie, it is easy to become a joke. Since you are an all-round talent, there can be no blind spots. At least 80% of the skills that can be used must be mastered. After speaking, Yang Ruoqian looked at Kinzin, who was stunned, and asked with some concern, "Are these ideas of mine okay? Why do you look a little wrong? Did you not rest well last night? Do you need me to approve a few years of paid vacation for you?" Mr. Yang, whose image has been thoroughly rooted in people's hearts, is not so evasive when speaking now. Kinzin immediately shook his head. "Mr. Yang, I think. After saying I think twice in a row, he suddenly found that he had nothing to say. Because this is indeed going to cultivate all-round talents. It's just that this all-round direction is a bit like Superman." After thinking for a while, he finally sighed resignedly. "I think you are right. Your ideas and creativity are very good. After I go back, I will find someone to do it according to your ideas." Yang Ruoqian was very satisfied with Kinzin's work attitude. "Very good. The variety show can start earlier, but the following things should be completed within half a year as much as possible. After all, it is a big project. Whether it is appointment, construction of deserted island or other things, it is impossible to complete it in a short time. By the way, do you really not need a vacation? I see that your face seems a little wrong." "Really not, Mr. Yang, really not." Kinzin waved his hand hurriedly and stood up. "Mr. Yang, do you have any other instructions? I will find someone to carry out your arrangements now." Mr. Yang, who burst out two inspirations in a row, waved his hand. "Go ahead. The theme park and super large comprehensive variety show projects are enough to fill the business gap in the fourth quarter. Now the top decision makers have nothing to do. Play games and wait for the good news of blood loss from the promotional video. You can lose a lot of money in the fourth quarter." After leaving the president's office, Kinzin quickly at-ed all the staff in the work group, especially calling out the former haunted house designer and rumored Maziarang. "Come out, there's new work." "What kind of work? Is it a variety show?" "Okay, I've been so idle for a while. It's a variety show. I've summarized Mr. Yang's requirements in a document. You can take a look at it yourself. If you have channels, contact your own channels. If you don't have channels, go to the group operation. Document. A few minutes later, the group chat exploded. Oh my god, what is Mr. Yang going to do? Train genetic warriors? Is the world going to end? Maisie, you're wrong. Okay, this design is difficult and challenging, especially the design of the deserted island. I apply to be in charge of this project. There's more to come as usual. It's very late. Those who can't wait should go to bed. Chapter 390. What? My promotional video has become a movie. Time passed, a month passed quickly, and the weather began to turn cold. As the project closest to release, All or Nothing has recently begun to slowly stir up heat on the internet. This is naturally due to the vigorous promotion of the Kuiguang Group's operation department. Anyway, as a promotional video, it will not make money. No matter how much you promote a free product, it will only cost you money without any benefits. In the past, movies, TV series, everything was not allowed to be promoted. During this period, they can finally let go, and the operation department is of course ecstatic. In Kuiguang Group, if you keep slacking off, you will not be happy all the time, but will gradually fall into obsession. Even because the first phase of shooting was completed, the short promotional video of a few minutes has been shot and posted online for free. Not to everyone's surprise, this small clip was posted online, and it immediately caused an uproar with the full-scale publicity and promotion work. Zhang Wei changed his image of a comedian and wore the clothes of a fraud leader in people's impression. The scene of him giving a killing order with gestures and then worshipping the Buddha statue devoutly made countless people explode instantly. There are also dealers who were deceived into the casino, and employees who were tortured to the point of being unrecognizable because of a small matter. Even the specific plot of how the telecommunications fraud was carried out was restored in detail. A person far away abroad, a phone call, a steady voice, and a fixed script made an old man willingly throw away all the pension money he had saved in his life. And those employees who failed to meet the performance indicators were destroyed and packed into a shabby van, transported to an unknown place, and accepted an unknown fate. In just a few minutes, something that was almost like a trailer brought great suspense to the audience, and also revealed the truth about how the fraudsters cheated, and how cruel their methods were. It can be said to have both excitement and educational significance. On the Leopard app, there was even a plot to rate this promotional video. Trailer for All or Nothing, rating 9.3. Kuiguang Group really gives us some surprises every quarter. This is so exciting to watch. By the way, it's time to make a movie on this theme. Scams have been rampant recently, and my relatives almost got scammed. Me too. If I hadn't taken leave to stay home that week, my grandmother would have almost believed me and got arrested. I heard that a friend of mine had this happen to him, but he didn't get scammed. I'm quite puzzled. Why would anyone be fooled by such a low-level scam? Isn't it fake at first glance? Low-level scams are in themselves screening users. You hang up the phone as soon as you hear that kind of rhetoric, which actually makes it convenient for them. People like you are not their target group. People with a strong sense of anti-fraud, even if they are fooled at the beginning, can tell the difference later. Yeah, instead of wasting so much time on such people, it's better to deliberately make the rhetoric easier to distinguish, screen out people like you earlier, and then gradually use more sophisticated routines to deceive people later. By the way, are the things in this trailer real or fake? Is there any expert who can tell us? Will the people be punched in the kidneys after being sent there? Probably. An insider is here. First of all, 95% of the things in the trailer are restored. As for the part that cannot be restored, it should be due to censorship reasons. Secondly, due to sanitary conditions, there is almost no such thing as punching in the kidneys in northern Myanmar. Most of the punching in the kidneys are found in Thailand. The person above is very professional. I think the Kuiguang Group suddenly filmed this kind of thing. It should be in cooperation with the authorities. It is reasonable that the Kuiguang Group cannot get many pictures and materials. It's normal to cooperate with the authorities. Don't you see what kind of status the Kuiguang Group has in their province? They should be treated like a treasure. Is it so scary? It hurts just seeing the scene of nails being pierced. So there is no such thing as a free lunch. Whoever believes in this is doomed. And you should also be careful. If a company that seems to have little business and is busy every day suddenly invites you to go out for team building, you must carefully look at the destination and even the transit point. As long as that place appears on the address, do not hesitate, run quickly. Is there a chance to get out after entering? Yes, but it's not big. Don't talk about such scary things. Let's talk about the trailer itself. To be honest, Zhang Wen's performance of this villain is quite good. I remember he was a comedian before. This look almost scared me. Ha ha ha. Yu Zhao Shang ha ha ha. I feel that her innocence and stupidity are not acted out. She should be the only one in the entire crew who is acting in her true colors. Alas. Zhao Shang. Alas. Look at her confused look. Did the crew forget to give her the script? At Kuiguang group at Yang Ruoqian. What's the use of at ing the boss and the official account? Go at the crew. To be honest, I'm looking forward to the feature film. When will it be released? It should be soon. If Kuiguang Group comes to shoot, it shouldn't be blocked by the review. Yang Ruoqian changed into long sleeves at this time and was drinking hot tea in the office while browsing all the news about All or Nothing on the computer. Sure enough, the decision I made before was right. Suppressing the public relations and not letting them promote the movie can reduce the box office to a certain extent. If Chengyu Group and Kuiguang Group work together to promote, I can't even imagine the prosperity. The current atmosphere of All or Nothing is proof of this. Now promote it as much as you can. Anyway, no matter how many people watch it, I won't get a dime of income. In fact, it stands to reason that, since Yang Ruoqian refused the official money, the official would also open up a little bit, such as allowing Yang Ruoqian to put some soft advertisements and soft promotions in the promotional video to earn traffic fees, etc. But the battle-hardened President Yang would never allow the company to have such a loophole. He immediately issued a clear order to prohibit any profitable behavior in the promotional video. The site of the theme park has been chosen. After reading Leopard, Yang Ruoqian closed the webpage and browsed through the various reports sent by Kimu. We have to find a way to do some reverse publicity. With the current reputation of the group, even if there is no publicity, there are still many people willing to pay for the amusement park. We have to find a way to use the company's reputation to do some reverse publicity. This theme park has so many abstract projects. We can let some anchors of the company, or even celebrities, go there first, take some videos, and broadcast live to tell everyone how abstract this theme park is. Otherwise, many customers may treat this theme park as an ordinary amusement park without knowing it. Wouldn't that make a lot of tickets for nothing? Generally speaking, a person can only visit an amusement park a few times in his life. Even if he can earn money from repeat customers, it will not account for the majority. And it is difficult for repeat customers to play in an amusement park twice in a short period of time. If we don't promote it in advance and make the abstract nature of the theme park public, the channels for information dissemination will be much narrower. Some tourists will not even pay attention to these. Send the idea to Kimu first and ask her to make more preparations and arrange the time. She must let the anchors and celebrities go to play on the first day of the theme park's opening. Even if it was just one day's money, Mr. Yang didn't want to make more money. Taking out his mobile phone, Yang Ruoqian sent a message to Kimu. Kimu, the opening time of the theme park must be arranged. It would be best to free up the schedules of most of our artists on that day, so that they can go to the theme park to play, broadcast live, and do publicity. As soon as the message was sent, Yang Ruoqian heard a very slight message coming from outside the door. At the same time, there was a knock on the door. Mr. Yang, I just happened to have something to talk to you about. Come in. Kimu walked in with the documents, sat down on the seat consciously, and smiled. Good afternoon, Mr. Yang. What a coincidence. What's the matter? Yang Ruoqian looked at the secretary with some vigilance. Is it urgent? From the expression on Kimu's face, it can be seen that this news must not be bad news. Good news for the company is bad news for Mr. Yang. Kimu replied very seriously. Report to Mr. Yang. It's not urgent, but it should be a great benefit for you. Great benefit? Something that can make such a rigorous person like Miss Secretary use the three words great benefit must be a very terrible good thing. What went wrong? Yang Ruoqian thought frantically, trying to prepare himself mentally before Kim Yu said it. What happened to the esports club? No, the world competition has started, but the final winner has not been decided yet. Now even if YTG's performance is not bad, and it has entered the quarterfinals, it can't be described as great benefit. Other industries have been rolled out. Has the company branch in Pengcheng made great progress? Has the branch in the capital obtained a lot of resources? Or did something good suddenly fall from the sky, and an ignorant company directly transferred money to the account of Kuiguang Group? After thinking for a long time, Yang Ruoqian still couldn't think of a suitable reason. Kim Yu saw Yang Ruoqian was silent for a moment, and hurriedly said, "Boss Yang, if your matter is more urgent, I can handle your matter first." She had just entered the room in a hurry, and had not had time to read the message sent by Yang Ruoqian. Unlike Kim Yu, who sent messages for small matters and reported major matters in person, Yang Ruoqian would only call her to the office in very rare cases when there were many documents involved, and Kim Yu was needed to act as a porter. The rest of the time, no matter how big or small the matter was, Yang Ruoqian basically contacted Kim Yu through the internet. This was true, even though their offices were actually next door. Yang Ruoqian shook his head. "No, my matter is not that urgent. Let's talk about yours first. What on earth can make you use the 3 words big benefit? It will take some time to build the theme park, so it is indeed not a particularly urgent matter." Kim Yu nodded, opened the only document in his hand, and put it on Yang Ruoqian's desk. "Boss Yang, someone from the official just called us and sent us a notice." Kim Yu said, "It's about the promotional video of All or Nothing. The file is the call record. You can take a look." After that, Kim Yu explained, "They sent a notice, so I conveyed it to you on their behalf. If you have any questions, I can call you back now." In theory, if there is business communication with the official, Boss Yang must come in person. But this time it was a notice, rather than a communication, so Kim Yu just recorded the recording after the call was connected, and then reported. After Boss Yang heard All or Nothing, the string in his mind broke. Even if he was just speculating whether someone had given money to the company for no reason, he didn't think about this promotional video. In his opinion, this promotional video was a sure thing, throwing money into the water. Even if the end of the world came tomorrow, it would not have any accidents. Yang Ruoqian couldn't even think of any room for accidents in All or Nothing. With shock, anger, confusion, and madness, Yang Ruoqian flipped through the documents on the table and said to Kim Yu, "You talk. I'll watch while you talk." Kim Yu nodded gently. "I arranged for people to verify it many times and confirmed that the official has decided to change our promotional video into a movie, which can be released in theaters after filming is completed. The official believes that with the current popularity of our trailer and the depth of the content, it has largely achieved the purpose of promotion. Many experts believe that if a film or TV work is free and released online in the name of a promotional film, many people will have a psychological resistance and think that this kind of preaching film or TV work is not good to watch. If it is changed to an entertainment work, the public's acceptance will increase immediately. Therefore, they believe that even if it is changed from a promotional video to a movie, from free to paid, it will not affect the popularity of this film, and it may even be wider. Finally, Officer Song Kyan said that all of them have seen the hard work we put in for this film regardless of the cost. They all believe that a company like Kuiguang Group, which is active in paying taxes, vigorously solving employment, and improving employee welfare and wages, should not end up with nothing after all the hard work. As for the distribution issues, the officials in Jinhae have already taken care of everything. It only takes a few days and some minor formalities to make a smooth transition. Yang Ruoqian's eyes were dull. "What?" Exclamation mark. "From a promotional video to a movie?" Exclamation mark. You. Yang Ruoqian invested regardless of the cost, promoted regardless of the cost, and pulled all the element to the maximum without any scruples, just because it has a return rate of 0. What does it mean to regret it now? Exclamation mark. You don't keep your word, right? Then won't all his previous investments be turned into returns and struck the Kuiguang Group like lightning? No, don't put it online in theaters. Yang Ruoqian really didn't expect that this backstab would come from the official. Now even the official won't let him go, right? Kim Yu saw that President Yang's emotions fluctuated greatly, and he was obviously surprised and unusual, and the smile on his face became more intense. Then President Yang, do we need to increase our publicity, our promotion of the movie? Chapter 391. The car door is welded shut and the accelerator is pressed to the ground. Increase the publicity of the movie? Isn't the current publicity enough? If the official behavior is to kill Mr. Yang, then Kim Yu wants to bury Mr. Yang. Don't increase the publicity. Yang Ruoqian waved his hand tiredly. The current intensity is enough, and it can be gradually reduced in the future. At this juncture, reducing the publicity of all or nothing can no longer be said to be a last resort. In addition to giving a little psychological comfort, it can't really play a big role. Kim Yu was stunned. You want to reduce the current publicity, right? Mr. Yang's decision is really strange. Maybe sometimes you have to stop when you are ahead to get the best results. Kim Yu thought about it in his mind, but still very loyal to carry out Yang Ruoqian's order. Okay, Mr. Yang, I will convey the order to each department. But the publicity of this movie is not only our company, but also Chengayu Media. Do you need to notify them and ask them to reduce the publicity as well? In theory, how to promote is the business of other distributors, but the influence of Kuiguang Group is enough to make Chengayu Media keep pace with them. Chengayu Media. Yang Ruoqian felt a headache when he heard these 4 words. After thinking for a while, Yang Ruoqian said, no need, you just notify the employees of each department of our company, and I will take care of Chengayu Media. Okay, Mr. Yang. Kim Yu nodded. Then do you need to arrange anything else? What's the point of arranging it now? If we notify earlier, there might be some hope. Now the audience on the internet can't wait to fast forward to the day when the movie is released and take a good look at the things they don't know. For such things that exist in the real world but are too far away and too confidential, the public will have a natural sense of expectation. Mr. Yang, who was not in the mood to play games, shook his head. No need. Do you have anything else to report? Kim Yu nodded gently. Yes, there are also small things. Small things? Then tell me. Miss Secretaries basically don't exaggerate or be overly modest. Since she said it was a small thing, it was basically a small thing. As soon as the notice of the promotional film to be turned into a movie came down, we received a call from SYNOPSIS Group. SYNOPSIS Group. Yang Ruoqian was stunned for a moment and only remembered this company after 2 seconds. Isn't this another entertainment giant besides Youfu Group? Why are they looking for him again? The conflict between Kuiguang Group and SYNOPSIS Group is not big, and there are occasional business dealings. Overall, the relationship is still relatively benign. It is not the same as the relationship with Youfu Group, which is like fire and water, and there is only you and no me. What are they going to do? Yang Ruoqian was a little alert. Don't they want to give money directly to our company? After experiencing such a thing as being temporarily backstabbed by the official, President Yang's vigilance against all forces has once again reached the highest point. Giving money directly is not completely impossible. No. Kim Yu's smile froze for a few points, and he shook his head quickly. They want to discuss cooperation with us. SYNOPSIS Group said they can help us promote film and television works. If it doesn't work this time, we can consider them in the future, if there is a chance. Oh, it turns out that they want to share a piece of the pie. Yang Ruoqian thought for a moment and asked, what do you think? Kim Yu answered seriously, if we consider it from the perspective of the company's development, I think it's time for the group to operate its own distribution channels. Whether it's from the perspective of maximizing profits, or from the perspective of the security of the company's overall business structure, we should bring such business under our own control. Of course, if we start from scratch, this can be considered a long process. We need to apply for relevant licenses, be proficient in flexible and changing review mechanisms, maintain good cooperation and communication with many film producers to obtain more content, require a large number of publicity channels, and establish a distribution network. In this way, we can also control the IP from upstream to downstream, so as not to be controlled by others. With the current reputation, economic strength and network of the Kuiguang Group in the industry, we can actually start trying to obtain relevant documents and independently promote film and television works. Moreover, if we are both the distributor and the producer, we can skip the middle link and make more money. Even if you can control the resources of multiple theaters in various places, the Kuiguang Group can get all the profits from the entire upstream, midstream and downstream. But the investment cost will be much higher. He became the distributor himself and even established Kuiguang Group's offline theaters, making all the money for himself. Yang Ruoqian was confused. What did Miss Secretary mean? Does it mean that Kuiguang Group is not making enough money from one work and wants to make more, or even two more? Is it because Mr. Yang is not living a miserable life? However, Yang Ruoqian still heard the words huge cost investment. Is there any room for operation in this part? Yang Ruoqian waved his hand. I think that, since we have cooperation with Chengai Media and there is no gap, there is no need to stop our cooperation. When doing business, sometimes we should not only look at the benefits, but also have various comprehensive considerations. If we give a part of the profits to our partners appropriately, we will be equivalent to owning this entire resource chain. The hidden benefits that can be brought in the future are infinite and cannot be measured by money. Of course, it is not impossible for our group to carry out the distribution business, but we need to split the business and hand over our films to other distribution companies for distribution, and then we will go to the market to find out if there are any films that need us to distribute. In simple terms, it is to throw the money-making work to others. The unprofitable films will be distributed by ourselves. President Yang has been completely disappointed with the films produced by his own company. It is better to expect that he can scrape out 5 million one day than to expect these people to help him lose money. Even the expected return is zero, and the film that was agreed not to make a penny in advance can suddenly open up a money-making channel for magical reasons. It seems that there is basically no need to rescue our own movies. It is time to carry out our own distribution business and see if some external aid can save them. There are always bad movies in this world. As long as we can find these bad movies, spend a lot of money on publicity, and release them to theaters, will losing money still be a problem? The distribution business can be carried out, but we will not distribute our own movies. The movies produced by Kuiguang Group have become synonymous with making money. Even companies like SYNOPSIS Group are willing to lower their status and steal business from Chengai Media, which shows that the market has generally recognized Kuiguang Group's performance in the market in recent years. Now that Chengai Media has boarded Kuiguang Group's car, welded the car door shut, and stepped on the accelerator. Of course, other companies will not do it, and of course they want to come in and get a piece of the pie. Of course, if they are lucky enough to get on the car, they will definitely weld the car door shut to prevent others from getting on. Kim Yu nodded. Okay, then I will help you assign the relevant tasks. There may be some financial issues that require your personal approval. No need to approve anything. Yang Ruoqian waved his hand. As long as it is related to this project, as long as it is within the appropriate range, you can withdraw it directly. Okay, Mr. Yang. Yang Ruoqian saw that Kim Yu had no documents on him and asked, is there anything else to report? That's all for now, Mr. Yang. Kim Yu stood up from his chair and smiled. Then you continue with your work. I won't disturb you. After watching Kim Yu leave the office, Yang Ruoqian picked up his mobile phone. His face was twisted for a moment, but finally he opened WeChat and clicked on the chat box with Cheng Fei. Boss Cheng, I have some news to tell you. You should have known it already, right? Cheng Fei replied very quickly this time. I know two pieces of news. Which one are you talking about, Boss Yang? Yang Ruoqian, you know about the promotional video being turned into a movie, right? Cheng Fei replied in a few seconds. Of course I know. I can only say that Boss Yang is worthy of being Boss Yang. You even calculated this step. No wonder you invested so many resources from the beginning, not caring at all whether you would lose money. Boss Yang is really smart. First, he rejected the official funding and tried to gain goodwill. Then he extended the length of the feature film to 2 hours. Finally, he invited a lot of professionals to let the officials see your sincerity. At the same time, he analyzed how to maximize both revenue and promotion. Finally, the promotional video was turned into a movie, successfully achieving a reversal of profitability. Even this step was calculated. Calculated? I have superpowers. How can I calculate such things? Yang Ruoqian made a difficult expression and said, "It's not that mysterious, mostly coincidences." Cheng Fei said, "You can combine coincidences one by one, magnify small probability events bit by bit, and finally make things develop in a direction that is beneficial to you. This is your most outstanding ability, and it is something that others can never learn." Regarding Yang Ruoqian's forced reversal, turning a project that looks like a face project into a profitable project, Chengaihu Media's internal Yang Ruoqian analysis department began to operate busily again, trying to find those points that can be replicated from his various magical operations. But it should be the same as before, and can only return empty-handed. After praising, Cheng Fei said, "I heard that SYNOPSIS Group sent someone to contact you?" Yang Ruoqian was a little surprised. Boss Cheng is well informed. We have some connections within SYNOPSIS Group. This kind of thing is not confidential, it is normal intelligence. How to say, is Boss Yang willing to cooperate with them? After all, the two sides are very familiar with each other, and they can talk about things without you pushing me. After getting over the awkward flattery and entering the stage of discussing business, Mr. Yang breathed a sigh of relief and typed a reply. "I refused. Our company has limited production capacity and the current resources are more than enough. There is no need to find another one." Cheng Fei, actually, from an economic point of view, my suggestion to you, Mr. Yang, is that you can try to start a distribution department and conduct distribution business by yourself. You don't need to cooperate with others. Seeing this message, Yang Ruoqian was a little surprised. "Then we set up our own distribution department. What about you?" Cheng Fei made a laughing emoji. "Mr. Yang, what you said. The cooperation between our two companies is not limited to film distribution. It has already penetrated into all aspects. It doesn't matter if we lose this one. Besides, our company has already gained huge benefits in the process of cooperating with you. We can't tie you down and stop you from developing, right? If we have a quarrel with you over such a small matter, we will lose both sesame seeds and watermelons and let others take advantage of us. He is worthy of being a big boss, and he considers everything." Yang Ruoqian replied, "We are preparing to start the distribution department, but it will take some time, and we don't plan to distribute our own works, but to find movies with potential and give them a chance. As for our company's movies, I think they are already quite mature and don't need to occupy such a risky position. We can't let you take such risks. And our group is currently carrying out many heavy asset projects, and we don't have enough energy to be distracted by so many things. All these things are just excuses. Yang Ruoqian just doesn't want to make that money, he just wants to use big publicity to promote bad movies and lose money." Cheng Fei replied, "Cooperating with Mr. Yang, really, haha, to be honest, it really makes people feel a little guilty. I have been so kind to you." Yang Ruoqian sighed and typed word by word. "By the way, there is one more thing I want to discuss with you. I think we have promoted all or nothing enough. Now it's time to cool down." Cheng Fei was obviously stunned. It has been confirmed that the movie can be released in theaters. "Mr. Yang, do you want to stop promoting it now?" "Yes, I think it's over. More may have the opposite effect." "Okay, then I'll listen to you." Cheng Fei did not hesitate at all. "During this period, I will let our publicity department slowly reduce the amount of traffic delivery. Since reducing traffic delivery can still have a positive effect, why not do it?" Seeing Cheng Fei's reply, Yang Ruoqian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, even if there is only a little effect, it's okay. There are many big projects in Kuiguang Group this quarter. Maybe this is all it takes. After dealing with the suspicious ally, Yang Ruoqian suddenly felt a sense of urgency. He almost seamlessly switched to Kinzin's WeChat and sent him a message. "How's the progress recently? How is the preparation of the first variety show venue? When can it start?" Kinzin's message was also replied quickly. "Mr. Yang, the venue has begun construction, and the auditions will be held in about a month and a half. We plan to start preparations for publicity and promotion in 3 days. Do you have any other instructions? Yang Ruoqian asked. Has the construction fee been settled? I'm asking you, have the construction fees of the engineering teams that helped us build the venue been settled? Kinzin was a little confused. Yes, it should not have been settled yet. But isn't the construction fee usually settled after the project is completed? Mr. Yang, that's for others. We are different. Settle it now, quickly. Let them send the account number to me. I'm feeling a little unwell, so I'll take a break for 2 days. I believe I will pay what I owe. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392. What's going on? The enemy is coming? Are you kidding? It will take hundreds of years to pay after the project is finished. The opportunity is almost gone. Thinking of this, Yang Ruoqian suddenly remembered that not only Kinzin's project, but also the project payment of other projects should be paid to the person in charge. The project payment should be paid every month, and the payment of this month should be paid at the end of the month. Don't delay even for a day. After giving the task, Yang Ruoqian turned on the computer and continued to play his game. At the same time, in a remote small county in Yunnan and Guizhou province, on the set, several luxury cars were in the parking lot with their trunks open, and all the actors were moving their personal belongings into them. The filming of All or Nothing has been basically completed. It only needs to complete the post-processing and go through the formalities before it can be released in theaters. Shanghai Anu put away the big suitcase, took a look at the already somewhat desolate building complex, and sighed. Hey, are we leaving now? What should we do with this place? Is it completely abandoned? The small county was originally very far away from the city, and this place was a long way away from the small county. After the filming, it didn't look like a place that could be reused. But the facilities here are complete and well decorated. Except for the dormitories, used to show the cruel environment of the fraud park, the other rooms are very luxurious. Isn't it a bit of a waste to just abandon it? After living here for such a long time, Xiao Shang still has feelings for it. When Ruoqian looked at Shanghai Anu with some strangeness, you still miss it, right? Hurry up and get in the car. We will go to the county town to rest for a night and go back tomorrow. Due to flight problems, the crew had to wait a day before they could get on the return flight. As for what Mr. Yang had said before, such as team building on the snow-capped mountains and punching in at various scenic spots, it was reluctantly cancelled under the collective persuasion of the crew. After the filming of the movie is finished, it is not over. There are still many things to do later. If you are really forced by Mr. Yang to travel, then according to the company regulations, you are not allowed to do anything related to work. That will delay things. And I heard that Kuiguang Group is recently organizing a new super large variety show, which requires guests from all fields, including sports, entertainment, singing. There are even all kinds of strange guests, such as shooting coaches, flight coaches and the like. The coordination and selection of each person requires manpower. Although this is a talent show, Shanghai Anu, as a strong contender for the Queen of Heaven, may be able to get a guest at a certain stage. When Ruoqian first joined the Kuiguang Group, he removed his identity as a personal agent and continued to perform the duties of an agent as an assistant. However, after such a long time, when Ruoqian took advantage of a promotion and salary increase and turned back into an agent. Although when Ruoqian signed a labor contract with the Kuiguang Group as an agent, when Ruoqian's most important job is to help Shanghai Anu coordinate her personal schedule and help her get high quality resources as much as possible. Even the resources within the Kuiguang Group must be fought for. This kind of super large variety show must have a huge amount of exposure, and it is an incredible resource to allow Shanghai Anu to be a guest for a short time. It's nice to go home. Shanghai Anu got into the car and fastened his seat belt obediently. I haven't been back for a long time. I miss home a little. Come on, I think you live here just like at home. When Ruoqian got in the car and complained at the same time, Soon, the car started, and the fraud park gradually moved away. A few dozen minutes later, the convoy drove into the county. Shankayanai put down his phone and rubbed his eyes. Why do I feel a little traffic jam today? When Ruoqian didn't care about such insignificant things. Maybe there was a traffic accident ahead. While chatting, the convoy soon arrived at the only hotel in the county. However, unlike the previous deserted appearance, the hotel parking lot was actually crowded with all kinds of vehicles today. If it weren't for the special parking spaces allocated, the convoy couldn't even find an empty parking space. Now even when Ruoqian was a little strange, it seems that there are indeed a lot more people in the county, and they all look like tourists. What happened? Could it be that Shankayanai's fanatical fans came to chase stars? That's not right. If there really is such a person, why would he bother to come all the way to a remote county town in Yunnan and Gizhou province? He could just hang out in the business district near Kayanda Plaza in Jinhae City and run into Shankayanai easily. It's common knowledge that she particularly likes to hang out in that area. Are there any seasonal tourist attractions near this county town? I haven't heard of them. If there really are any, there must be more than one hotel. When Ruoqian got off the car one step ahead of time and walked quickly into the hotel lobby with doubts. The lobby, which was decorated in an ordinary way, was crowded with a large number of people dragging suitcases and wearing strange clothes. The tables and chairs that were originally almost just decorations were also overcrowded and noisy. Even the streets near the hotel were suddenly full. At first glance, I almost thought someone was calling. What? You have no rooms? A guest at the front desk asked in astonishment. I came so early in advance, and there are still no rooms, right? A woman sneered. I've told you that when it comes to things related to the Kuiguang group, you have to prepare air tickets and hotels the moment you hear the news. You still don't believe it? Now it's alright. Either sleep under the bridge or drive to another city to book a hotel. The front desk lady smiled and said, you two don't have to be so anxious. Our county center is now adding related supporting service facilities. You two should be able to book rooms in other hotels if you wait patiently for a while. After tonight, a large number of guests will check out. I can help you reserve a room for tomorrow. Is that okay? The woman sighed. Alas, but how do we solve it tonight? This back and forth. The crew next to them was a little stunned. This small county is usually very quiet. Why are there so many people suddenly? After all, the Kuiguang group is a distinguished guest and has the direct contact information of the hotel manager. With an attitude of just in case, when Ruoqian still contacted the manager. Manager Liu, what happened here? Why are there so many guests all of a sudden? Fortunately, in order to avoid paparazzi and those particularly irrational fans, the Kuiguang group has done a very good job in protecting the privacy of celebrities. For example, this time, the entire crew was concentrated on the same floor of the hotel, and they could not get up without the room card of the relevant room. In order to prevent being followed, the crew would basically take the elevator at the same time and try not to act alone. Manager Liu quickly gave a reply. Hello, Sister Wen, have you not noticed the recent news? It should be the publicity of your company. Thank you very much for your care for us. We are all very grateful to you. Publicity? Care? Exclamation mark. When Ruoqian was stunned for a moment, and after a polite word with Manager Liu, she immediately switched the mobile phone page to the special version of the Leopard app. The special version of the app for employees can quickly and clearly query the hotspots related to the Kuiguang group, without having to search all the way down like the ordinary version of the app. Jinhae City officials stepped in to help promote All or Nothing. The new movie of Kuiguang group was filmed based on official first-hand information. The filming location 100% restores the layout of the fraud park. All characters have prototypes in reality, and all action directors are directed by people who experienced the fraud incident. While the story is full of ups and downs, it is also highly professional. Seeing the officials unremitting praise, when Ruoqian suddenly realized. In fact, when the crew learned that the promotional film they shot was turned into a movie, they were also quite surprised. So much publicity and distribution costs, such high production costs, it also created a lot of heat on the internet. Countless people hope that the film will be released as soon as possible. Unfortunately, it cannot be released online in theaters. Originally thought that Mr. Yang would really bleed this time, but who knew that the nature of the entire film was directly changed. The whole situation suddenly became clear. Sure enough, every time they felt that the situation was not optimistic, Mr. Yang would stand up and turn the tide. When Ruoqian nodded gently, turned off the internal version of the Leopard app, and switched to the mall version, it was time to see what the audience and netizens were discussing about the movie, so that she could create another layer of personality for Shanghai Aniu, based on the content on the internet and the audience's opinions. Alas, she was really worried about this silly child Shanghai Aniu. Here we go again. The Kuiguang group is really prolific. A movie of this theme, and it's so hardcore. Mr. Yang, please be careful and protect yourself. We will be really sad if something happens to you. Don't worry, with Mr. Yang's strength and magnanimity, he can easily let others turn against us. It's too real. Ha 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 ha. They give 1 million over there, but they do illegal things, and Mr. Yang gives 2 million, and lets you eat and drink lavishly every day. If I were you, I would be a traitor too. Hey, you don't understand this time. Your uncle's party will tell you that this movie has been planned a long time ago, and the process is full of ups and downs. Tell me in detail, why is it so ups and downs? That can't be said. Who can't make up a story? By the way, this movie should be a hit again. In 1 year, 4 hits were made, an average of 1 per quarter. What kind of masterpiece wholesale factory is this Kuiguang group? They can't produce many masterpieces in a year that we couldn't see in the past few years, right? The burden of revitalizing our mainland entertainment will be handed over to the Kuiguang group. It's too far to talk about these things. I'm actually quite curious. Where was the filming location of this movie? Didn't the officials say that this venue was completely restored? 1:1 question mark. Maybe they found an empty lot somewhere and built it there. The location is Yunnan Guizhou Province, XX County. The filming location of this movie is here. Pictures show the truth picture. I checked the map. Isn't it basically on the border? I said, with the hardcore level of the Kuiguang group, how could they just find a place to film? It must be on the border. I guessed it right. Then what will happen to this building after filming? Will it be demolished directly? It looks like the quality is pretty good to me, and the official said that this building is a 1:1 restoration of the fraud park, so it should have been built recently. Wouldn't it be a pity to abandon it like this? What else can we do? We can't turn that place into an office. The Kuiguang group is a big company. How could they possibly have an office here? If they open a store instead of an office, who will come? I feel like it can be turned into a movie theater. Think about it, wouldn't it be exciting to watch a movie about a scam park in a scam park? After the movie is released, this place can also be transformed into an escape room with a scam related theme. I think that's also very promising. The idea of watching a movie is okay, but forget about the escape room. An escape room in this place can only make money from hardcore players, and it's impossible to make a profit. That's because you don't see the whole picture. Did you know that the Kuiguang group is now investing in this small county? Did you know that the Kuiguang group is preparing to host a large-scale international variety show? If they set the same schedule for this scam-themed escape room to be demolished after 1 year, and then add this county to the route of the big variety show, do you still think you can't make a profit? Hiss. If you analyze it this way, it seems to make sense. Many hardcore escape room players now say that they didn't enjoy the previous escape room, and they hope that the Kuiguang group will come up with another one. The area of the current scam park is no smaller than the previous one. Watching a scam movie in the scam park. That's so exciting. I've already bought my plane tickets. What about you? I'm booking a hotel. Warm reminder, there is only one hotel in this county town. If you can't book one, remember to bring an extra tent with you when you go out. Can we see Xiao Shang at the scene? What are you thinking about? Shanghai Aniu is probably on the return flight now. When Ruoqian looked at the comments and was shocked. Escape room. The layout of a large-scale variety show. It turns out that the company has such a decision-making layer in it. Why haven't I heard about these things? But soon she was relieved this kind of internal decision of the group has nothing to do with her. Maybe this is the company's operation to create momentum. Don't worry about it. Take a rest and prepare for a long trip. But what when Ruoqian didn't know was that not only her, but also the employees of the headquarters of Kuiguang Group were looking at the comment area. A small leader of the operation looked at the netizens using the keyboard to predict the various operations of Kuiguang Group and slapped the table. Yes, you can turn that place into a temporary cinema. You can copy the homework and make that place into a limited time version of the escape room. Using movies as a fulcrum to drive the development of other industries. This chess game is coming alive. The netizens today are really amazing. Since President Yang has invested so much in the county, he must be planning to do this. He must be testing us by not saying anything now. Thinking of this, he gave orders to other employees in the group, summarized his ideas into a report, and sent it to Kim Yu. Chapter 393. This is so authentic. After get off work, Chang Ziking, who worked part-time as the CEO's driver, fastened her seatbelt as usual and drove out with one foot on the accelerator. After turning on the turn signal, Chang Ziking asked casually, "A new movie is about to be released. Do you want to go and see it? The company has a dedicated screening hall." Yang Ruoqian looked at his phone with his hands down and replied, "We can go there tomorrow to watch it. The environment is better, the quality is better, and there are fewer people." Before all movies are officially released, the Kuiguang Group will simulate the screening in the screening room in the building. Sometimes, professionals will be invited to watch it from the perspective of the audience. It is said to be striving for excellence, but in fact, there are too many floors in this large building. The Kuiguang Group does not need so many places and so many employees at present, but the death order of President Yang is pressing on it. The employees racked their brains and could only do this kind of thing. All the playback equipment in the screening room is the top notch on the market today. Since there is no need to receive customers, the seats are few and spacious, and there are even private boxes with strong privacy. With this thing, you don't need to go to the cinema to watch Kuiguang Group's own movies in the future. Sure. Chang Ziking nodded gently, but I heard that many people now say they don't watch it in the local cinema. Yang Ruoqian paused for a moment, poking the screen with his finger, and said in a strange tone, "Ah, they don't watch it in the cinema? Then where can they watch it?" After the promotional video degenerated into a movie, the only way for most people to watch movies is now the cinema. I heard that many people are running to our studio now, just waiting to watch the movie in the fraud park. Many people, running to the filming site of the movie, want to watch a fraud-themed movie in the fraud park. Yang Ruoqian was stunned for a moment. If he remembered correctly, the filming location of the fraud movie was near a small border county in Yunnan and Guizhou province, right? Wait, how many people are these many people? Although he is always so angry with his employees that he almost goes to the resurrection match, Mr. Yang's memory is still not a problem. In my impression, he seems to have made a not so small investment in that county. There are cinemas, shopping malls, and facilities such as homestays that are specifically used to receive tourists. Some time ago, an employee contacted the president's office through Kim Yu and said that they had a new idea for additional investment in this county. At that time, Yang Ruoqian approved the application without even thinking about it. Isn't this just handing over a pillow when you are sleepy? That broken place is very far away from the various tourist attractions in Yunnan and Guizhou province, and it is also close to the border. Many people have this kind of respect and stay away feeling from such places from the bottom of their hearts. No matter how you invest, it seems that you will lose money without making any money. If there are no tourists coming to this damn place, how can you make money? Chang Ziking said that a lot of tourists suddenly gathered in that damn place. Exclamation mark. That familiar feeling of backstab was like a thorn in the back, and Yang Ruoqian didn't care about anything else. He opened the Leopard app and opened the relevant discussion post. Watching an anti-fraud movie in a fraud park, that's so authentic. Let me show you my plane ticket. Picture, I'll be there tomorrow. Didn't they say that there are no rooms available in the hotel over there? Do you think the Kuiguang Group will be as lax in doing things as you are? The supporting facilities over there are basically ready now, and the price is not expensive. Sure, then I'll go get a ticket too. Some people are still buying tickets, and I've been here for 3 days. Picture. You know what? It really feels like being trapped in an online fraud park when you go abroad. I'm not very interested in movies. I just hope that the movie will be taken off the theater soon. I want to play a fraud themed escape room. A pure passerby has a question. Why do you have to go to such a remote place to watch a movie? You can watch this thing anywhere. Because the Kuiguang Group has invested in many projects in that place. Do you understand what I mean? Not really. Kuiguang's products must be high quality. As long as they produce something, it is more or less worth trying. Anyway, it's not expensive, and the price-performance ratio is very good. And this is the second super large escape room they have built. I didn't enjoy the previous one. I heard that it will be demolished after a year, just like the last time. Why will it be demolished after a year? Is this some kind of hunger marketing? Because the cost of operating this kind of escape room is too high, which leads to high ticket prices and a limited audience. It's already very good for us players to operate it for a year. I just arrived in the county town, and I feel like there are so many people. There's almost no room. I just happened to be there. I think it's not just because there are too many people, but also that the infrastructure here is not very complete. However, there is a small shopping mall nearby, so it's just okay. I heard that this shopping mall was also opened by the Kuiguang Group. Why would they invest in these things in a place like this? Can they make a profit? Insider information. These infrastructure projects were built by the Kuiguang Group using their charity account. Maybe they never thought about making a profit from the beginning. Okay, I see. You are worthy of you, my President Yang. Now I have to go and support it. President Yang followed Chang Ziking into the elevator in a daze and returned to the room. The four words overcrowded kept flashing in his mind. That small county town is overcrowded! Exclamation mark. But Mr. Yang just made a lot of investments there. The store has just been built and hasn't lost much money yet, but so many customers come to ruin the place, right? He is still waiting for this wave of investment to make the group lose money and cooperate with all or nothing to achieve the loss target for this quarter. Now both sides are exposed. Is there something wrong with netizens? How can they act based on the brand? They should have their own judgment. If everyone only looks at the ID Kuiguang Group and consumes mindlessly in the future, won't he be unable to fail in anything he does? This is unreasonable. In fact, in order to avoid this situation, Yang Ruoqian has posted updates on the official account of Kuiguang Group many times, calling on everyone to be rational and to check their wallets before impulse consumption, and then to see if the things they want to consume are really what they need. But judging from recent situations, this behavior is not very effective. No. Yang Ruoqian took a deep breath. We can't continue to let this group of irresponsible netizens go. Since posting updates is useless, let's just go down and have a hearty debate with netizens. After logging into the official account, Yang Ruoqian first looked at the background and found that the messages in the background had accumulated to 999 plus. It seems that the operation will clear a wave of messages regularly every day, and it can actually accumulate to 999 plus. Mr. Yang complained and sat on the sofa. It's just right to see how netizens respond to what I said before. Yang Ruoqian first flipped to the latest update. After being rewarded by the group of college students for filming the richest man in Jinhae City last time, he was really angry and posted a comment under the comments calling on everyone to fight back against Yufa Group. The group only provided you with some insignificant things. How come you are so moved? You should focus more on your family members and think about how much they have given you. Have you been as moved as you are today? We provide these because you have worked hard. This is an equal exchange, and it is a matter of course. But the love of your family members is free and has been the same for decades. The purpose of sending this message is also very simple, to let these people know that they should have received such treatment and there is no need to be so excited about what they should have received. However, when Yang Ruoqian clicked on this message, he found that it had been pinned to the top by the blogger, with too many likes and comments to count. See, this is what is called pattern. This is called pattern. Boss Yang does more and says less. Others are just saying it, but in their hearts they hope that we will be poor forever. Yang Ruoqian is really afraid that we will be cold and hungry. My family environment is not good. Stop talking. Just support Boss Yang and Kuiguang Group and that's it. Alas, if there is any, only Yang Ruoqian and Kuiguang Group can say it. It's a pity that there are still too few jobs in Kuiguang Group. If they recruit more people, I don't think those bosses dare to offer us such low conditions and arrange so much work for us. It's a pity that we don't have any industries related to Kuiguang Group here. Otherwise I would spend money there in the future. After all, their business volume is limited and only involves the entertainment industry. I'm back from the future. Kuiguang Group has opened company branches in the capital and Pengcheng. They are now recruiting people on a large scale. Yes, locals have come out to confirm that Kuiguang Group and our company are located in the same office building. When I was at work that day, I almost thought that a zombie tide broke out there. You absolutely can't imagine how many people were there that day. How many people are there? I usually arrive at the company 15 minutes early. That day, I was late for more than half an hour because I was waiting for the elevator. Do you understand? Fuck, hahaha, brother, you are so miserable. Your salary was deducted because of this kind of thing. Sorry, no salary was deducted. Everyone in our company was late that day. The attendance record showed that all of us were late, including the leaders. This matter was finally left unresolved. Yang Ruoqian finally couldn't stand it anymore. He picked up his phone and started typing. I think everyone's attitude is wrong. Since our company has affected our normal life, you should take up legal weapons and claim compensation from us according to the law, instead of laughing and posting updates. Work matters should be taken seriously, especially when it involves your own interests. Young people nowadays should have this awareness. After scolding him, Yang Ruoqian clicked back to the update he had seen before, which discussed how to go to a small county town for consumption. President Yang was even more heartbroken about this group of people. Since everyone knows that we are doing charity, why do you still want to join in the fun? Charity should be done by people with more ability. If you have any ideas, you can directly express them in the comments of the official account. We will adopt them when we see them. There is no need to do it yourself. This time, Yang Ruoqian did not exit the app directly after posting his comment, but waited for a while. Sure enough, just a dozen seconds later, a reminder of new messages appeared in the background. Okay, just making demands on others is equivalent to doing charity. It's really a new era. Do cyber charity and accumulate electronic merits. Hahaha. Hey, Kuiguang operator, look at what this is. Picture, yes, you guessed it. This is your movie theater ticket. There's a wild operator here. Come and tease me. Just buy it, buy it, buy it. Can I be recruited into your company without buying your stuff? If not, I'll buy it. Your stuff is cheap. The money saved is enough for this consumption. Can the operator tell me how many people you plan to recruit this time? Operation Brother, please ask your boss if you can open the pre-sale of your theme park. I'm afraid I won't be able to grab tickets on the day. Raise the price, baby. Sister is afraid you'll go bankrupt. Yang Ruoqian. Looking at the overwhelming comments, Mr. Yang suddenly felt like he was being cyberbullied. No one listens to what he says, right? Why are netizens now focusing on rebellion? Don't they all advocate spending less money? Why don't they listen to advice? Suddenly, Chang Ziking at the side asked, what are you looking at so intently? Yang Ruoqian finally gave up the idea of interacting passionately with netizens and sighed. I feel a little bit of the rebelliousness of netizens nowadays. It's good to have people come to consume. The company has been spending a lot recently. Chang Ziking folded her long legs and sat down. You are going to do that large-scale variety show, not only across the country, but also around the world, and even build a deserted island. What, are you afraid that the profitability of the charity project you invested in will be criticized online? Now, the people who criticize the Kuiguang Group on the internet are almost extinct. After hearing that Yufa Group was once again sued by the Kuiguang Group, and the situation was not good, the sparse negative voices disappeared instantly. The public opinion of the entire entertainment industry is almost becoming a one-sided show of the Kuiguang Group. I don't care about these voices. Yang Ruoqian shook his head. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Let's think about the variety show. Do you have any good ideas? Chang Ziking stretched out her slender white index finger and tapped her chin. Are you asking me? Alas, Yang Ruoqian recruited her into the company in the beginning, just to let her do more shady operations. As a result, Chang Ziking really knows how to use people well, and never interferes in things she doesn't understand. Yang Ruoqian nodded gently. Don't you watch variety shows occasionally? Do you have any ideas? Well, then I can only give opinions from the perspective of the audience, not from the perspective of the decision maker. Chang Ziking thought for a while. Isn't this a talent show? I think maybe we can work hard on the auditions of trainees. Mr. Yang became interested when he heard this. Work hard on the auditions? How exactly do you work hard? Tell me about it. Chapter 394. Kit, are you interested in becoming a Superman? In many cases, the perspective of the creator and the audience are in conflict. Being in the know is one situation, and there is another situation where the creator is not so sure about the market's preferences when creating a work. When the audience's perspective feeds back the information, many things are too late. Unless a large sum of money is really stuffed into the creator, which creator would not want to plan a variety show that everyone likes to watch? The feedback of one audience, or even a dozen audiences, does not necessarily represent the market. But Chang Ziking has never been a planner, so at this time she can only try to give suggestions from the audience's perspective. You will definitely arrange generous prizes for the variety show, so you won't be afraid that no one will come to participate. Why don't you try to bring in people who are already famous and whose main personality is all round to participate in the variety show? But since your variety show is selling the all-round selling point, I think the selection of trainees should be more diversified, and you should still find some other artists. Yang Ruoqian nodded. I understand the first one. The second one means that you can find some trainees who are not good at certain aspects to increase the effect of the show, right? The so-called trainees are not necessarily completely limited to amateurs. Some artists from small teams with no reputation, some small talent anchors, or other 18-line stars who had no fame before, can actually participate. There is no strict restriction that trainees cannot have works or participate in performances before. Chang Ziking affirmed, yes, if a trainee who performs well in other aspects immediately becomes lame in a different track, it will be quite interesting to watch. Unless it is a basic project, such as singing, acting and dancing, the variety show will not eliminate trainees because of a strange project that does not meet the standard. So this will not have much impact on the trainees. Chang Ziking thought about it and added, but those who come to the novice area to fish should be stopped at the door. After all, it is an entertainment industry with a strong circle flavor. There are indeed some people who are half-baked people with a little fame and cannot compete with others, but they think they are seniors, think they have works and abilities, and can strike down the newcomers. Relying on some previous accumulation, they are indeed likely to eliminate the real trainees in the early stage. So Chang Ziking suggested not to let such people pass the audition. Okay. Yang Ruoqian was about to agree subconsciously, but an immature idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Wait, you said that we should try to eliminate those people who are good at making fish fried during the audition? Chang Ziking peeled a peanut and threw it into her mouth. Yes, are you really going to bring those people in and make the variety show a mess? Yang Ruoqian shook his head. I definitely can't let them make my variety show a mess, but I can make their mentality a mess. Huh. Yang Ruoqian's mind has been opened. Think about it. Our variety show has so many projects that test people who can really come to make fish fried. Even if the top stars in the entertainment industry come here, they will definitely lose a layer of skin, not to mention those who are not as good as the top, but better than the bottom. They want to bully the weak, but in fact it is very likely that they will perform exactly the same as the weak, or even worse. Chang Ziking pondered for a moment, and suddenly felt that it seemed to be true. The arrangement of the variety show is not open to the participating trainees, and even the people in charge of the project can only know the part they are responsible for. Except for a few senior executives of Kuiguang Group, few people know the complete arrangement of this variety show, including Shankai Anu who has been selected as a guest. Yang Ruoqian glanced at Chang Ziking's surprised expression and continued, think about it, when a person is full of confidence and wants to use a song that he has already written but not released to crush the trainees, he suddenly finds that the next project is not singing, but American IAI. Will his mentality collapse? Kuiguang Group has contacted a live fire shooting range with a legal license, and all the procedures are complete. He really intends to add the shooting competition project to the variety show. Chang Ziking said blankly, it seems to be a bit interesting, but isn't it not good to do it this way? Who cares if it's good or not, as long as it's fun. The only regret now is that after all, this variety show is a big project. No matter how much money is given to the engineering team, no matter how enthusiastic they are, the physical limit cannot be broken. This quarter, it should not be possible to build the entire dragon of the variety show. If we can invest all the funds at once and settle all the project fees in advance at once, we will definitely lose money this quarter. Since we are all powerful, then we are really all powerful. Yang Ruoqian smiled and leaned back. We will never make false propaganda. Chang Ziking peeled a peanut for Yang Ruoqian, thought for a moment, and said uncertainly, why do I feel that you are a bit of a fun mentality now? Before, you seemed to care about whether a project can succeed. Before was before, now is now. Anyway, there will always be various backstabbings, so why not pick up things that no one in the entertainment industry will try, or things that are gradually eliminated due to market problems and do them. If it succeeds, it will be fun, and if it fails, it will lose money. Either way, it's a win. I've passed that stage. Yang Ruoqian laughed. I have to do something meaningful. Okay, now I have a deep thought. A few days later, in Yunnan and Guizhou province, a fraud park that was transformed into a cinema. Two young women walked out of the cinema one after another. Wei Wenjin glanced at the girl who was lost in thought beside him and sighed heavily. My ancestor, why do you have to come to this damn place to watch a movie? Isn't it the same to watch it anywhere? They are using marketing routines, and you really come here to be fooled? The two of them belong to a completely unknown girl group. This girl group is called a girl group. They have published works, sang songs and danced, and have official accounts on the internet, but in fact, not many people watch it. The number of views of each video is very bleak. It can even be said that this girl group can only be regarded as a part-time job for several of them. If you take it as your main job, you will really starve to death. In order to maintain autonomy as much as possible, relying on a little relationship, they signed a completely free-range contract with an unknown company. They just borrowed a platform from others, so naturally they could not get any resource support, let alone any systematic teaching. Unlike Shanghai Anayu, who is gifted, has superb acting skills, and is strong, but cannot get resources due to various external factors, their girl group, although they are not bad in singing and dancing, is far from outstanding. It can only be regarded as qualified. There is no marketing, no traffic, and it does not touch the edge. It is just qualified. It is impossible to stir up any waves in the market. Kang Fifei seemed not to hear what her teammates said. She recalled the various plots in the movie just now, and her voice was a little small. The movie of Kuiguang Group is really well made. Shanghai Anayu's acting is also very good, and she is still improving. In terms of content or lore, nothing boldly describes the process of the industrial structure of the entire fraud park. There are many bloody but real scenes such as gunfights, robberies and even lynchings in the film. Even the collusion of interests between the fraud gang and the local officials is clearly portrayed, which makes people completely addicted. After watching the movie, any normal person knows that it will be a 100% hit. The plot of the movie is of high quality, the actors' acting skills are in place, and the publicity and promotion efforts are so huge. It's a pity that I'm still stuck on the more basic things such as singing and dancing, and it is a long way to go to enter the entertainment industry. Shanghai Anayu is a natural talent. Don't compare yourself to others. Wei Wenjin shrugged, not to mention your rapidly improving acting skills in that face. You can't even compare to others in terms of luck. When the Kuiguang Group was about to enter the entertainment industry, it happened to be kicked around by the Yufa Group and Xianayu Group, and happened to be encountered by the Kuiguang Group, and since then it has been rising like a rocket. It is inevitable that the Kuiguang group will recruit people, but if it happens to a certain person, it requires countless coincidences, which is a completely unrepeatable success. And Shanghai Anayu is not without shortcomings. Wei Wenjun reminded, I don't think you really need to be stubborn on the road of all round. Since such a persona is gradually disappearing in the domestic market, it means that this is a choice of the market and the general trend. There is no need to go against the trend. There must be something to pursue. Kang Fifei sighed, there is no real all-round persona now. Maybe I can do it? People always have to have some unrealistic fantasies to motivate themselves to move forward. Then why don't you just go and participate in the variety show that Kuiguang group is about to host? Wei Wenjun and Kang Fifei walked onto the bus together and took out their phones. The auditions will be held in 2 days. Why don't you just go and try your luck? They just said that they want to use this variety show to cultivate all-round talents. Doesn't it just coincide with your side? Even if I don't win in the end, it's a good thing to get more exposure and learn more from the big guys. A variety show to cultivate all-round talents? Exclamation mark. And it's a variety show hosted by Kuiguang Group! Exclamation mark. Kang Fifei almost couldn't control her emotions. She whispered in surprise, really? When did it happen? Why haven't I heard of it? You are so deaf to the world, how could you have heard of it? Wei Wenjun sneered, the circle is going to explode. Kuiguang Group has also hosted variety shows before, but that time it was for celebrities to share resources. Whether they were famous or not, at least they could not be considered trainees. A large number of newcomers who have tried to enter the entertainment industry, but have no connections, no resources, or have encountered setbacks everywhere are eagerly waiting for the Kuiguang Group to launch a variety show similar to Idol Trainee, so that they can also enjoy the grace of Mr. Yang. When the news of the upcoming audition of Almighty Trainee came out, whether it was the audience who likes to watch variety shows, the management companies that have trainees they want to train, or completely independent individuals, they all fell into a carnival. It's finally their turn. Kang Fifei nodded vigorously. Sister Wei, please tell me, what does this all-round method mean, and what are the specific projects? Who knows? The program group is keeping it completely confidential. If you know Shanghai Anayu, maybe you can ask something? Wei Wenjun curled his lips. From the literal meaning, it's not difficult to understand. Isn't it just singing, dancing and acting? What else can it be? Maybe it can be further subdivided, such as being proficient in most types of dramas, and being able to sing different types of songs? It can't be that we are really asked to be the kind of all-round war god who can do everything in the world, can act and fight. Singing, dancing and acting are only qualified, but they are proficient in slaughtering pigs, cutting vegetables and racing, right? Kuiguang Group is a serious entertainment giant, how could it be possible to come up with such a thing? Wei Wenjun said, and then teased, why, Kit, are you interested in being a Superman? That's exactly what I want. Kang Fifei couldn't hide her excitement. Isn't this exactly what I want? My luck is not that bad. That's enough. Do you know how many people are going to participate in this variety show this time? Wei Wenjun immediately poured cold water on his teammates. You can't even sign up without queuing for half a day. Among the people I know, there are several shameless people who pretend to be newcomers to sign up, even though they are a little famous. These people have some works in their hands that they have not released and use as their trump cards. It's different from us who only release one song each. And dancing, the one who had a quarrel with us before, who studied in South Korea, has also signed up. Let's not talk about his character. Ask yourself, is your dancing level higher than his? Do you think you can compete with these people? It's just the audition, and the competition is so fierce. Wei Wenjun sighed, but this is also related to the fact that Kuiguang Group only charges a few $100 for service fees, and there is no other additional charges. For many other talent show variety shows, it is not enough to just pass the audition. If you want to be on TV, you have to pay more money, generally between 300,000 and 500,000. In order to avoid meaningless people who come for fun, or threshold fee of several $100 is still charged. It's okay, as long as I can pass the audition, it won't be a loss, even if I'm eliminated in the next round. Kang Fifei has a clear understanding of her own positioning. I have an understanding of my level. It's enough to have a stage to exercise my abilities and lay the foundation for the future. Wei Wenjin smiled and shook her head. Then sign up. I'll talk to the company for you and put your name on the list. Thank you, Sister Wei. You're welcome. If you take off, remember to bring some traffic to us old teammates so that we can have more meals. Then, what if you don't take off? This is what is most likely to happen. Just pretend nothing happened. Hurry up and get your luggage and get off the car. Go sign up after getting off the plane. P.S. The fever is almost recovered. Thank you all for your concern. Chapter 395. You fry fish, and I fry fish. While countless 18th tier stars or trainees are going crazy for this variety show of Kuiguang Group, the Kuiguang Group is also making intensive preparations for the finals. After registration, it is the audition. Although the audition screen will not occupy too much of the entire variety show, at most a few interesting screens will be edited and put in the first episode to whet the appetite. The guest Linoop must appear. At least it is the guest related to this project. After all, this variety show involves too many fields, and it is not enough to invite a few mentors and guests like other variety shows. There may be stars who are proficient in singing, dancing and acting, but asking them to hunt in the mountains, dive in the sea, and dig 3 feet into the ground to make fire is a bit too demanding. So at different stages, only guests with different professions can be found. For example, in the stage of competing in singing skills, Mr. Yang can call the 2 people from Langfeng Chuanqi who are making money everywhere to be mentors. For example, when shooting short dramas, competing in acting skills and screenwriting skills, Shanghai Anahu and the crew team can be invited. When competing in physical work, you can also ask Feng Eluo to come and be a mentor. Boss Yang, what are you going to do for the first phase of the project? In the president's office, Kim Yu put the documents in his hand on the table and added, Boss Yang, we can only build 3 venues in the near future. The variety show can only start from these 3 places. How do you think it will start? Boss Yang, who was frowning at the box office of All or Nothing, heard that the project that cost a lot of money was finally coming out and quickly turned off the annoying thing, picked up the documents on the table and read them carefully. In fact, the locations of many projects can be placed in the same place, such as singing, dancing and acting. As long as the place is big enough, it doesn't matter where you do it, except for wilderness survival and shooting and gunfighting, which must have special venues. The requirements for venues and other stages are not so high. However, Yang Ruoqian said that for the effect of the show and to keep it fresh, the venue of the variety show must be changed every time. For example, the location for the trainees to shoot their own skits, Boss Yang chose Hengdian. Yang Ruoqian did not make a decision immediately, but asked, how do you think it's best to start? Nowadays, secretaries are becoming more and more professional, and they will take the initiative to collect information. Many things do not need to be resolved in meetings. Kim Yu would regularly go to get the files of the consultants that Mr. Yang had found before, integrate the information in his hands, and make a reasonable guess based on the data. Kim Yu replied, Mr. Yang, since you want to deal with those, in your words, those frying fish trainees, I think we can't start with the usual way, and we can't let them play to their advantages. The so-called advantage is to pretend that the songs prepared in advance are created on the spot and use them to crush the works that others really created on the spot. Anyway, they didn't release these works, and they insisted that they were created on the spot and no one could expose it. Of course, these so-called works that have been deposited for a long time are actually just like that. If it is really a work that can become popular and spread quickly after being released, who would keep it in their hands and let it rot? The earlier it is released, the earlier it can make money. That's right. Yang Ruoqian nodded. Now most people still think that our variety show is just a big show, but no one thought that we would tamper with the project. Kim Yu continued to say, we don't have many venues that can be operated now. I suggest that you test the trainees' acting skills first. Testing acting skills means that all trainees are given a professional screenwriter team to write a script and then play the leading role in it. All trainees have a fixed budget, and they can specify which screenwriter team they want. If they are not satisfied with the results, they can rewrite the script. This is almost the fairest way to compete. And those who thought of frying fish in variety shows certainly didn't expect it to unfold like this at the beginning. The songs and dances they prepared were not useful at all. Who would prepare a script for a short play for nothing? And few variety shows will open any acting projects to trainees because there is really no specific standard for this kind of thing, and there is no specific reference template. What is the judging standard? Teachers give scores? Or the audience gives scores on the spot? This is different from listening to a song. If a song is good or not, or if a person has good singing skills or not, as long as you have listened to the song a little, you can make a basic judgment. If a singer's singing skills are good enough, people will give him a kind of praise like really amazing. But what about acting? Acting is something that moistens things silently. A comfortable acting will often only make the audience very immersed in it, rather than making people call it amazing. There are those who look amazing at first glance, and there are also those who look immersive. And who can judge which of these different performances is better? The styles are very different, and it is even more difficult to judge. If the script is provided by the organizer, each trainee will get something completely different, and it is difficult to judge whether it is the credit of the script or the credit of the trainee's acting skills. So just integrate the two together. Whether it is the script or the acting, it is completed by the trainee himself. Each person's funding is fixed, and the copyright is locked, and no third-party publicity is allowed. In short, all variables are controlled tightly, and all off-site factors are fixed. Okay, have you finished dealing with the things in Hengdian? Yang Ruoqian asked. Venue, food, and accommodation. Don't let anything go wrong and delay the progress. Kim Yu smiled and said, don't worry, Mr. Yang, everything is on schedule. The venues for other projects are also being arranged. After the filming of these early programs is completed, the other locations related to the all-round test will basically be completed. From the perspective of the company's interests, the secretary felt that such a super large variety show was risky, the investment was too high, and the expected return was completely uncertain. It was not a high quality investment project. But from the perspective of Kim Yu's personal audience, she still thought the variety show was quite interesting. As someone who knew all the preparatory projects, she actually had a little interest in it. People who work in the entertainment industry do not mean that they are particularly interested in the entertainment industry. On the contrary, because they know a lot of inside stories, the mysterious veil is lifted, and they know the true image behind the celebrity persona, they are much more rational. Kim Yu is almost like this, but this time, she is really interested in this variety show. Of course, as a professional secretary, she will not bring personal emotions to work. All suggestions and thinking angles must still be based on the interests of the group. Yang Ruoqian nodded. Okay, then let's give those people who fried fish a little shock. Have you chosen the mentors? There are 3 mentor groups in the acting stage. One is our gold medal crew team, one is Shanghai Anayu, and the last one is Feng Luo. Feng Luo? Yang Ruoqian was stunned for a moment. Shouldn't she be responsible for the physical test? Since the variety show Secret Room Survival was broadcast, Feng Luo's image of a strong goddess has completely replaced the previous image of a gentle sister, and has become an unshakable personality. As a star, Feng Luo has also encountered a lot of attacks on the internet. But since this personality has been firmly tied to her, the attacking voices on the internet seem to have lost their ability to hurt at once. After all, a funny character has no health bar, and all attacks cannot cause damage to a person without a health bar. All. Kim Yu smiled. A guest is a mentor in 2 completely different stages. The show effect should be very good. Yes, let's do it this way. At this time, just downstairs of the Kuiguang building, the familiar scene of crowds of people appeared again. The company is recruiting on a large scale, and countless tourists are queuing up during the October holiday. Whenever there are related activities, there are always crowds of people under the Kuiguang building. For this reason, General Manager Yang specially took out a floor and transformed it into a waiting room. There are air conditioners, free drinks, and even some entertainment tools. Those who need to wait don't have to stand at the door of the corresponding floor all the time. They just need to find a seat and sit down, wait for the mini program to send them a message, and arrive at the corresponding location. If you miss the reporting time for various reasons, such as having a stomachache and going to the toilet, it doesn't matter, everyone has 3 chances a day to move their queue sequence back 5. It is very convenient, and it also reduces the tension of many people in disguise. The humanity of Kuiguang Group has been praised more than once by everyone who has experienced it on the internet. At this time, downstairs of Kuiguang Group, Kang Fifei and Wei Wenjun were queuing up under the temporary shed set up by Kuiguang Group to verify their identities. Although the weather is neither hot nor cold now, and the temperature is very comfortable, Kuiguang Group still insists on pulling up a shed here and letting everyone line up under the shed. This is the Kuiguang Group. Seeing is believing. Every person who signs up can actually bring one person with him into the company. Many things are hard to handle by one person, and it's hard to put things away. Having one more person to help out can make things much more convenient, and it can also relieve a lot of tension. A giant company like the Kuiguang Group, with many resources, should have the attitude of you can come or not. There are plenty of people who can come if you don't. It can be so meticulous and humane that it simply surprised many people. The most important thing is that to enjoy such good treatment, you only need to spend a registration fee of 300 yuan, which other variety show doesn't charge hundreds of thousands of yuan, and even after paying, you can only beg on your knees, be scolded and trained, and endure hardships and hardship. Here at the Kuiguang Group, there is no such scene. This is the feeling of being bathed in spring breeze. Wei Wenjun glanced at his teammates and said, "See, if you perform well enough and are noticed by the Kuiguang Group, your life will be successful. Passing the audition is a major victory." Kang Fifei, who was chatting with an acquaintance, did not feel too nervous. "I just want more exposure on this show. I don't expect to be noticed by the mentors. What I'm most worried about now is whether I can pass the audition. Have some ambition. Although you are not that good, it is still no problem to pass an audition. Think about how many ugly people there were in those talent shows we watched before. Even they can get on. Aren't you just being casual?" Kang Fifei's face suddenly became strange. "Sister Wei, it's hard for me to tell whether you are praising me or making fun of me." While they were chatting, the 2 women in the front row, who had dyed their hair strangely, had strange hairstyles, and had lip piercings on their lips. They had a strong metallic texture and looked very ghostly. They were talking loudly, not caring about the strange looks around them. "Sister Jian, with your level, you can easily get at least the top 3, right? Maybe, these kids don't seem to have enough experience. Your songs will definitely surprise the instructors." Since the auditions were relatively easy, Kuiguang Group did not impose any restrictions. As long as you have a good work to prove your ability, it will be fine. Original songs, various dances, and even cover songs are all fine. Even if there are other talents, Kuiguang Group also welcomes trainees to bring them to the stage to show everyone. The person called Ji Yan still maintained that mysterious self-confidence and disdainful attitude towards everyone around her. It was obvious at a glance that she had prepared a lot of songs in private, and she might even have practiced several sets of dances of different styles for a long time. When the guests asked questions, she just copied the answers directly. The 2 people in front of her spoke very loudly, so loudly that Kang Fifei heard every word. In fact, she couldn't quite understand why there were such people in the world, but when she thought about the fact that there were even people in the entertainment industry who took taking bank drugs as a pride, many things made sense. She must have prepared something. You don't have to worry about her. The mentors are not fools. How can they not see this? Let's take a step back. Even if the mentors didn't see it, or turned a blind eye and let her pass the audition for some reason, she will definitely be eliminated soon. Her image is naturally out of the public's taste. Kuiguang Group is a commercial enterprise. Will they not consider such things? The audition results will be announced on the spot. You should take this time to adjust your mentality. Oh, Sister Wei, you don't have to comfort me. I will definitely not be affected by such things. Identity verification successful. After checking the ID card, the 2 walked to the waiting room. Soon, Kang Fifei, whose name was called, went upstairs to prepare for the audition. Although she was not a contestant, and although she was very venomous, Wei Wenjin couldn't help but feel nervous. I hope nothing will happen. I hope she can pass the audition. After praying silently for half an hour, just when Wei Wenjin was getting more and more uneasy, Kang Fifei suddenly came in from outside the door, and the excitement on her face could not be concealed. Sister Wei, I passed the audition. Wei Wenjin breathed a sigh of relief, then her face darkened. Then hurry back and practice more, and wait for the production team to send you a notice. This kind of program starts with either singing or dancing. We will give you a intensive training in the next 2 days. Don't be lazy. Chapter 396 Opening Lightning Strike. It seems that the auditions over there have ended. The first assessment competition project will be released soon. Kang Fifei, you must check your phone and don't miss any important news. Since Kang Fifei passed the audition, the entire group put down everything they were doing, and many people even asked for leave from their part-time jobs to train Kang Fifei. The training in the past few days will definitely not have a very good effect, but at least it can keep Kang Fifei in a good state. They are called a girl group, but in fact, they have not participated in many performances with many audiences. Facing so many people in the audience, it is easy for newcomers to be timid. In variety shows, the value of time is calculated in seconds. If you perform poorly on the stage, you perform poorly. There is no chance to do it again, and there is no room for discussion. After the performance, the trainees can only stand on the stage and wait for the audience and the mentors to give their scores. Even if they are not convinced, even if they are very disappointed, they can only accept the evaluation obediently and swallow the bitter fruit silently. Unless you want to be eliminated on the spot, unless you want to offend the program team with deep connections and many resources, unless you want to leave an impression of arrogance to so many audiences. Judging from the current news, the Kuiguang group is unlikely to do anything shady or take bribes, which is actually a good thing for Kang Fifei, who has no money and no connections. Kang Fifei has been working in the entertainment industry for so long, and has always lived on that pitiful amount of traffic. This time, she finally has the opportunity to be exposed, so she will naturally not slack off. Compared with those traffic stars who have no shortage of traffic, and whose exposure in one day is equivalent to the exposure of others in their lifetime, the 18 line stars can see their own position more clearly. Sister Wendy, I know, I will practice again in the afternoon. Kang Fifei nodded. There is no hope of winning the championship, but at least I can't be eliminated in the first round. No need. Wei Wenjin, who has been urging Kang Fifei to practice recently, shook his head instead. Training is just to maintain your condition. Now your condition is very good. If you continue to practice, it will not only have no effect, but may also make you too tired. There is only one thing you have to do now. Take a good rest, do what you want to do, eat what you want to eat, and relax yourself as much as possible. It's a lie to say that you are not nervous. Kang Fifei took a deep breath. Okay, but I feel like I won't be able to sleep tonight. This super large variety show of Kuiguang group is unprecedented, but the time span cannot be infinitely extended. The arrangement of each stage must be very tight. This also means that the competition must be very fierce. Maybe it will be a park between the two. The winner will advance, and the loser will be eliminated. High intensity competition will inevitably bring high intensity pressure. Under high pressure, it is normal to not be able to sleep. You have to sleep anyway, at least relax. Wei Wenjin just said that. Kang Fifei's mobile phone suddenly rang with an unusual ringtone. Only special attention will have a ringtone. Kang Fifei only set a special attention ringtone for one message notification, which is the small program of Kuiguang group. Several voices from teammates immediately hit this side. Are there any messages? Kang Fifei, check your phone and see what the first program is. Read it out quickly, and we will give you some advice. In the difficult times, the members of the girl group get along well with each other, and there is almost no conflict between them. I just don't know if they become famous in the future, can they still maintain their current relationship? There are too many examples of people who can stick together in times of trouble, but cannot share wealth. Kang Fifei threw away all the thoughts in her mind and quickly grabbed her phone to take a look. It was really a message from the Kuiguang group applet. There was no sign of this. Kang Fifei lowered her head and read out the message word by word. Dear trainees of Almighty Trainee, we are the program team. We would like to inform you of the detailed introduction of the first round of talent competition. Please download the file below. File. Please gather at the 13th floor of Kuiguang Group before 1500 hours the day after tomorrow. If you fail to do so, you will be deemed to have automatically waived your qualification. There will be a phone call notification later. Please pay attention to the call with the last number XXX. Trainees, good luck. Several teammates listened to Kang Fifei's unhurried words and their faces turned red. Why are you reading these things? Hurry up and open the file. We want to see the content in the file. The message from Kuiguang Group was very good, and all kinds of notifications were comprehensive. Under normal circumstances, they would not mind reading it several times. But what time is it now? The emperor is not anxious, but the eunuch is. Oh. Kang Fifei nodded quickly, stretched out her hand, and clicked on the file. Let me see. In fact, like her, an artist who has been working hard outside for many years, deeply aware of the gap between herself and others, and accepting the fact that her conditions are not top-notch, it is impossible for her to be as clear and stupid as Shanghai Anayu, nor can she have a lively personality like Shanghai Anayu. It's really too nervous. The first competition item is the comprehensive consideration part competition related to acting. Acting? When the word acting was mentioned, everyone in the girl group was stunned. What the hell? The first test is acting. Then what is the point of their hard and urgent training these days? Is it in vain? While feeling a little annoyed in their hearts, several people also felt that this result was reasonable in addition to being surprised. What kind of company is Kuiguang Group? A company that never takes the ordinary road. Other variety shows start to select trainees from singing and dancing, or even only watch singing and dancing, but Kuiguang Group will definitely be different. Perhaps this arrangement is precisely to avoid some trainees from using pre-prepared dance music for unfair competition. From the perspective of fairness in the talent show and the watchability of the variety show, this arrangement will indeed increase a lot of uncertainty. But for people like Kang Fifei who already have a foundation, it is actually a disadvantage. How can people of their status get in touch with the entertainment industry? Although they all make a living in the entertainment industry, in fact, they are completely from two different worlds. If they insist on getting in, they may only be able to go to the shelter company to shoot some crappy movies. A teammate wailed, "It's over, now even your only advantage is gone." It's not easy to get an exposure opportunity. You won't really be eliminated in the first round, right? Well, Wenjin frowned. Don't say discouraging words. It hasn't started yet. Let's listen to her first. What kind of comprehensive method is this comprehensive? What if Xiao Kang is good at this? Although this possibility is not very high, what if it is? Kang Fifei continued, the rules are, the trainees act as directors themselves. The group's gold medal screenwriter team writes short plays according to our requirements, and then we ourselves play the protagonists in it. After simply stating the rules, Kang Fifei read the details again. After the words fell, the entire girl group stared at Kang Fifei in a daze, and didn't say anything for a long time. Not only does it test the acting skills, but also the screenwriter's level, and even the character creation and plot development, ! No, generally in the entertainment industry, if you can sing and dance, have filmed a few dramas, can cook a little, and can do a certain niche sport, you can already start to create an all-round character. The short play trinity was thrown all at once to the trainees. Does Kuiguang Group really want to create a Superman? And when have they ever been exposed to these things? They don't even have any experience. After a long while, Wei Wenjin said quietly, it seems that we still underestimated the word all-round of Kuiguang Group. This first competition project is so exciting. I can't imagine what will happen next. The only good news is that other people probably have never been exposed to these things. We are completely competing fairly from scratch. It's too late to make up for it now. It takes more than a day or two to learn this thing. What's more, how can we get to know those big directors? Kang Fifei thought about it carefully, and suddenly there was a hint of expectation in her voice. You say, if it is a completely fair competition, if everyone starts from the same starting point, do I have a chance to get a top 10 ranking? The teammates laughed out loud. That's about it. Haha, do you believe what you said? In the end, we will definitely return to singing and dancing. There is no escape, dear. Pack up and get ready to go. The little spark of expectation in Kang Fifa's heart was extinguished by the jokes of his teammates. 3 days later, Kang Fifa got up early in the morning and left the house with Wei Wenjin under the watchful eyes of other teammates. The two took a taxi and rushed to the downstairs of Kuiguang Group. I heard that Kuiguang Group directly chartered a large passenger plane, and all of us have to go to Hengdian. That's good. Think about what kind of image you are and what kind of personality you fit. Wei Wenjin complained. It's the largest film and television base, with Dream Valley, imitation buildings from the Ming and Qing dynasties, and street scenes from the Republic of China, which can basically meet the needs of most scripts. Unless it is a special venue, like the one with wind and sand all over the sky, it will definitely not be able to be filmed in Hengdian. However, if someone really needs such a scene, Kuiguang Group is not unable to provide it. Since it is free to play, try to play to your strengths and avoid weaknesses. Although they are usually very busy, they still have time to watch short videos. Similar short dramas often appear on various short video platforms. These few days are enough to sort out some ideas. The mentor team will definitely not let the trainees go directly to the battle and will give some common sense help. After signing in and checking the identities of all trainees and their attendants, everyone got on the bus and drove to the airport. While in the car, Kang Fifi and Wei Wenjin looked at the expressions on the faces of other people around them, trying to read some useful information from their faces. After a quick glance, everyone's performance was basically the same. Unbelievable. It seems that we are not the only ones who were shown off by the Kuiguang Group. No one is ready. Kang Fifi nodded. The one who spoke loudly before, the one named Jian, seems to have the ugliest face. Due to the volume of Jian's speech, her previous statement of determination to win has been secretly spread. Everyone knows that she prepared the song and dance just to shine on the variety show, be noticed by the mentor, join the group, and soar to the sky. Who knew that the first competition item of the variety show was beyond her expectations? All the preparations, none of them came in handy. All of Jian's trump cards were declared invalid, and she had to compete fairly with those she looked down on. She knew the natural disadvantages of her image very well. With such a strange hairstyle, weird hair color, lip studs and tongue studs, how could it be accepted by the general aesthetics? Even if her script and acting skills were not inferior to others, the number of views of the short play would definitely not be as good as others. In other words, Jian did not have the advantages she expected, but on the contrary, she had huge disadvantages. The gap was too big. It was not until the plane landed and 200 or 300 people settled in a hotel with a good environment that Jian's face gradually improved. After regrouping, she snorted in a voice she thought was low. Haha, it doesn't matter. Anyway, this kind of variety show will always have a turn for the singing and dancing project. As long as I maintain my advantage in the early stage and don't get eliminated, I can wait until my strong period. However, no one met her during the practice this time. Everyone focused their eyes on Kinzin, who was walking in the distance. This time, Yang Ruoqian has placed the heavy responsibility on Kinzin, so he is still the general planner of the program. Okay, all trainees, please be quiet. Although the show has not officially started filming yet, you still have to listen carefully to some things. This is about your promotion and even the next stage of park. The trainees have always liked this kind of chief planner who is more friendly, has a good image, and does not put on airs or talk official language. Soon everyone quieted down. Jian, who was still thinking about showing her presence, could only shut up reluctantly. After everyone stood up, Kinzin nodded slightly, gave a few instructions into the headset, and then said loudly, 5-second countdown, preparation for filming begins. 5, 4, 3. Welcome all trainees, welcome all producers, welcome all audience friends to my all-round trainee. We will. This time, the special guest lineup includes the top production team that filmed Black Robe Inspection Team and Wandering Blue Star, Guan Yunpeng, the founder of the Crooked Mouth Dragon King, and after introducing the guests, Kinzin took 2 steps back and picked up a heavy book from the table behind him. This variety show is different from other variety shows. The winners of the previous round can gain certain advantages in the next round of competition. In order to let everyone familiarize themselves with the rules, the program team decided to announce the next stage of the all-around project in this round, and the projects after that will be kept completely confidential. What is the next round of project? Exclamation mark. Ji Yan's heart was suddenly excited. It must be singing, it must be dancing, and at the very least, rapping is also okay, as long as it is a strong project she has prepared for. Kinzin paused and raised his voice. After the acting part is over, the trainees will be taken to the shooting training ground by us to conduct a live fire shooting competition with firearms. Ji Yan, who was about to jump up to celebrate, froze in her mind. What just came out of the chief planner's mouth? Exclamation mark. Shooting competition? Exclamation mark. Live ammunition? Not only her, but also other artists who had just digested the first stage of Park, which was a competition of short play design and acting skills, were confused again. What the hell? Exclamation mark. Chief Planner, are you really not drunk? In what mental state were the designers of Kuiguang Group to come up with this kind of hellish Park program? However, Kinzin did not notice these episodes. He continued, the trainees who get the top 10 in this round will gain an advantage in the next round of shooting. Chapter 397. Don't be happy first, let me be happy. Gunfight? What is the next round of competition? No, what kind of abstract thing is a gunfight? Why can these two words come out of the mouth of the chief planner of an entertainment industry variety show? Why can people who are good at acting gain a certain advantage in a gunfight? It sounds a bit crazy. Kinzin continued, let me say this in advance. During the training, it is real live fire training, but when the Park competition begins, for the sake of your personal safety, we will still use water bullets and have a professional medical team to prevent accidents. There is no need to prevent any accidents. It is very surprising that they can play a gunfight on an entertainment variety show, and it is a real gunfight. Originally, when they discussed this variety show privately, they also joked that the omnipotence of this variety show might be something like Kuiguang wants to cultivate a Superman. But jokes aside, all the trainees think that the so-called omnipotence is at most adding some small projects like cooking and sports is a tonic in addition to singing and dancing. In the end, the majority of the scores were still those traditional projects, and at most 10% of the scores fell on these projects. Many people don't even think that the variety show of Kuiguang Group will eliminate trainees in such a project. What if a trainee is outstanding in singing and dancing, and has a very high popularity on the internet, and then is eliminated halfway, because he is not fast enough to draw his gun in a gun battle? Judging from what Kinzin just said, this so-called shooting competition is not a simple target shooting, but requires trainees to park. Since there is a park link, it can be basically determined that it is a big project comparable to singing and dancing. In the big stage, there will inevitably be trainees eliminated, and there may even be more than one eliminated. This kind of thing is ridiculous just thinking about it, like something that will be posted on the post and discussed for half a month. I can only say that Yang Ruoqian really understands the popularity. Moreover, the trainees who won the previous stage can gain certain advantages in the next stage. A snowball model like this will increase the importance of all round to a greater extent. If you are not very suitable for a certain project, you need to do your best in the project you are good at to make up for the shortcomings. Kinzin glanced at the trainees who were looking at each other in bewilderment and continued, this advantage is very simple. Whoever is good at acting can get more training time in gunmanship and get better equipment in the final gunfight. At this point, Kinzin's admiration for Yang Ruoqian reached a new height. Generally, when holding similar variety shows, they have to let a working group conduct a simple background check on all trainees. Those who are obviously here to fish will be directly screened out at this stage, and try not to let them affect the fairness of the draft. But when they wanted to do this, Yang Ruoqian sent an order, saying that it was not so troublesome, and they did not need to screen out all of them, and some could be retained. Then a more detailed all-around project list was listed. Gunmanship is just one of the projects. As the trainees guessed, since there is a park project, there are elimination quotas. Those trainees who prepared in advance and did not start from scratch have no advantage at all in this link, and they are on the same starting line as other trainees. Even the huge gap in mentality will become their disadvantage in turn. If these trainees can still rally and stand out in this situation, then it doesn't matter whether they have made those preparations in advance. Kinzin paused and then said, "Do you understand? If you understand, then prepare yourself. You have half a day to practice your acting skills, and then you will receive a test question and perform a performance according to the requirements of the test question. Our tutor group will score everyone's acting skills based on their performance. According to the scores, everyone will be divided into 4 groups. They are the upper, middle, lower group, and the elimination group. There is no limit on the number of trainees in the elimination group. It can be 0 or 100. Whether to enter the group depends entirely on performance. Trainees in the group will not be eliminated immediately. As long as they can leave the elimination group in the next stage of scoring, they can get out of danger. If you are in the elimination group for 2 consecutive scores, you will be eliminated. But those who did not enter the elimination group in the first round don't have any fluke mentality. As long as the trainees have entered the elimination group, they will receive a certain punishment in the next round of competition. Do you understand? As long as you have entered the elimination group, you will be punished in the next round of competition! Exclamation mark. The winners have advantages, the poor performers have penalties. Is this variety show so stressful? While adjusting their psychological expectations of the intensity of the variety show, the trainees hurried to the classroom and waited for the first class of the instructor. None of them had ever been exposed to these things, and only through class could they have a simple understanding. Whoever can learn more about shooting, scripts and acting in class can start snowballing. On the contrary, they will fall into a vicious cycle of spiraling downward. No one wants to be eliminated at this stage. Let's not talk about how much benefit the final winner of the variety show can get. It can be seen from the last secret room survival that, apart from Shankai Anayu, who was originally affiliated with the Kuiguang group, the other 2, Zhang Wenyi and Feng Luo, which one is not soaring under the tilt of resources? Zhang Wenyi went directly from an unknown little comedian to the male lead of the highest grossing comedy movie this year, and branded his name into the minds of most audiences. Not long ago, through All or Nothing, he proved that he can not only play funny roles, but also this kind of ruthless fraud leader. The same is true for Feng Luo, who won the 2nd place. Feng Luo, who had originally shown signs of being out of fashion, successfully made a soft landing for her former personality after participating in this variety show, picked up a new personality, and gained a lot of exposure. Many people say that Feng Luo is just a flash in the pan, but now she has surpassed her peak. It is jokingly called a sustainable flash in the pan. Winning the variety show of Kuiguang group, no matter how many accidents there are, no matter how bad the performance is, at least you can get the level of a 2nd-tier star. What a temptation for the trainees present. Even if they fail to win, it is also good to make good use of the exposure of the variety show and accumulate a small group of fans for themselves. Many of them have really experienced the abyss of no traffic, and no matter how hard they struggle, they can't make a splash. Even if there is a gunfight, they must fight for it with all their strength. The more rounds they can last, the more powerful exposure they can get in the variety show. Now there are more than 100 trainees sharing the traffic, and later it may be 50, 20, or 10. Every step forward is to broaden your future. A few minutes later, Guan Yunpeng walked in. He glanced at the trainees sitting upright and laughed. "You should have seen me, crooked-mouthed Dragon King. I'm responsible for teaching you how to shoot a qualified short play. Remember, your competition is a competition of playback volume. This requires not only your acting skills, but also the quality of the short play itself." First of all, the trainees and the crew team were busy in Hengdian, but other places were still calm and people were busy with their own lives. After all, it is not a holiday now. The small county in Yunnan and Guizhou province, where All or Nothing was filmed, could suddenly attract so many customers, largely because of that limited time. During the long holiday in early October, everyone experienced the horror of the Kuiguang building and the surrounding areas, and experienced the real difficulty of getting a ticket. In order to avoid the peak, Many hardcore people simply used up their vacation and experienced all the projects they wanted to experience at the beginning. In the president's office, Yang Ruoqian was discussing various major events in the company with Kim Yu as usual. The first episode of Almighty Trainee has been filmed, right? Yang Ruoqian looked through the information on the table and asked casually, where did the plot end? The content of the first episode includes some wonderful clips from the auditions, interspersed with various rules of the variety show, and the prelude to the first round of competition. However, the excitement of the audition content is definitely not as good as the subsequent ones, so the program team did not put too many shots. After introducing the mental inoop, the basic situation of Hengdian, the basic rules of the short drama competition, and filming the living environment of the trainees, the content of the first episode was almost filled. Kim Yu, who had already seen the original film, answered very quickly, Mr. Yang, the final plot of the variety show ended when Kinzin informed all the trainees of the second project. We showed the original film to some passers-by who didn't know the plot, and the response was very good. The first episode will be broadcast online this afternoon. Everyone who participated in the evaluation of the original film expressed great interest in the subsequent gun battle and hoped that we could fast forward to it. What singing and dancing? Is there gunpowder stimulation? Yang Ruoqian sneered. Then let them wait. We will never fast forward. They can watch it or not. Want to watch? No. It would be even better if these viewers could abandon this variety show because of this. The secretary, who was used to Mr. Yang's way of speaking, nodded. Okay, Mr. Yang. The construction progress of our theme park in Jinhae City is within the plan. Do you have any new ideas or things you want to know? If you have any ideas, it is best to tell the engineering team within 3 days. Now is the last window period. After many things are completed, the difficulty and time cost of changing them will increase significantly. If it were the former secretary, she would definitely mention the capital cost. However, after seeing many of Mr. Yang's decisions, Kim Yu felt that in Mr. Yang's mind, the capital cost might be a bit too insignificant, so it was not listed in the key reminders of the oral report. Of course, the relevant content will still be recorded in detail on paper documents. Listening to the secretary's questions, Yang Ruoqian himself was also a little embarrassed. He didn't know what he didn't know. He had only been to the amusement park a few times when he was in school and had ridden roller coasters twice. The so-called haunted houses were not even 1/10 as scary as those in the room. For a field that he had never understood before, he was really clueless. Moreover, Yang Ruoqian had only provided a few abstract ideas before, and the engineers and designers of the amusement park were left to their own devices. Now, it was difficult for him to construct a picture in his mind just by Kim Yu's few words. After thinking about it, Yang Ruoqian moved the mouse and clicked the shutdown button. How about this? You take me to the site, and I will talk to the engineering team in detail. Kim Yu nodded. Okay, Mr. Yang, you take a break for a few minutes, and I will hand over the work on hand. If you are in a hurry, please notify me immediately, and I will give priority to your work. As he spoke, Kim Yu also sighed. It was great to be able to speak frankly. In many places, similar arrangements have to be said in a roundabout way, otherwise it would be a lack of respect for the leaders. Upon hearing this, Yang Ruoqian immediately pressed the power button again and waved his hand. No problem, go ahead, just notify me in 40 minutes. It won't take that much time, so you can take a rest. No need to come in advance. In this case, let's play a game. Okay. After a hearty defeat, Yang Ruoqian and Kim Yu got into a luxury car and rushed towards the address of the amusement park. After arriving at the location, the two got out of the car. Kim Yu led the way and introduced, Mr. Yang, I just called the design team of the theme park. They also have a designer over there. You can discuss ideas with him. The arrangement is really thoughtful. Yang Ruoqian nodded. Okay, take me there. In a small temporary house, sat a woman who looked less than 30 years old and had a good figure. She looked at the phone on the table with great interest, concentrating on it, even muttering something in a low voice. It's worthy of being a variety show organized by Kuiguang Group. It's so fun. Gunfight. This is called all round. Boss Yang must be my confidant. Now I'm going to chase my idol successfully. I don't know if those trainees will be happy. Anyway, I'm going to be happy first. After talking with the designer of escape room survival before, she gained a lot. When she heard that Yang Ruoqian was going to come to the theme park, she argued with reason and replaced the designer who was more senior than her in the design team and got the opportunity to chase her idol. When the woman was muttering in a low voice, a voice suddenly came from behind her. Kimu coughed twice. Ahem, Miss Chen Fen, this is Mr. Yang, the chairman of our group. With a snap, Chen Fen quickly turned off the screen of her phone and turned around and stood up. Hello, Mr. Yang. I'm Chen Fen, a designer from the theme park design team. It's an honor to meet you. Yang Ruoqian pretended not to notice that she was watching her own variety show and nodded. Hello, you're welcome. Tell me about your team's design ideas. I'm responsible for the design of the haunted house. The haunted house is different from the secret room and can't occupy tourists for too long. But based on your previous designs and requirements, I have a new idea. Let me show it to you. If you are not satisfied with anything, feel free to tell me. Chapter 398. He is really full of bad intentions. The variety show The Chamber of Survival was used as a reference. Yang Ruoqian didn't say it was good or bad. After all, this Chamber of Mortals has a sense of chaos that is both successful and failed, and it's hard to say whether it can be completely copied. And if the reference is relatively large, it may not have the effect of disgusting people. Tourists who are willing to visit this theme park have more or less watched the variety show The Chamber of Survival. For familiar things, the fear will decrease at an alarming rate. The first and second times of playing the same Chamber of Mortals are completely different. Even if you haven't played it before, looking at the guide and a group of photos online will destroy the mystery a lot. This is why Yang Ruoqian repeatedly instructed the Chamber of Mortals to fine-tune the contents of the Chamber of Mortals every time they receive guests, and to make sure to give all those who commit suicide an unforgettable lesson. Let me see first, how do you plan to design this haunted house? Yang Ruoqian nodded. Do you have any photos? Or concept drawings or something like that? Pictures or videos are always more intuitive than text for scary things. Chen Fen opened a file on her phone. Boss Yang, take a look. Our design ideas and some of the design drawings are all on it. In theory, in order to avoid disputes, only a small part of this kind of creative design content can be shown to customers. But thinking that the other party is Kuiguang Group, the design team didn't think it was a big deal. Yang Ruoqian received the file from Chen Fen and opened it to read it in detail. First, the props and employee style of the haunted house. I really referenced a lot. Many abstract designs in the haunted house and the reference costumes of the employees can all see some shadows of the Chamber of Survival. The appearance that makes people shiver at first glance, the face that pulls the uncanny valley effect to the maximum, and some abstract things that are simply completely chaotic and make people lose their sanity. The scene layout is also very particular. From the beginning to the end, there are all kinds of seemingly normal, but actually abnormal decorations and arrangements, which keep conveying a message to tourists this place is wrong. The double pressure of psychological suggestion and visual impact, and it is continuous from beginning to end, with a very good rhythm. And the process of the haunted house is also limited to 15 minutes. Even the most timid and slow-moving tourists can get out in 15 minutes. It must be said that it is worthy of being a professional design team to come up with such a design plan in such a short time. But Yang Ruoqian always feels that something is not right. He put down his mobile phone, thought about it, and asked, from the design level, it is very good, but I always feel that some element are missing. Sure enough, Chen Fen was not surprised at all that the people from Kuiguang Group would put forward different opinions. On the contrary, she felt that it was more incredible that the design team could make something that satisfied Kuiguang Group at one time. Mr. Yang, if you have any requirements, tell me directly, and I will help you reflect it to the design team. Party A's dissatisfaction did not make her angry or ashamed, but made Chen Fen full of interest. She was also very curious about what bad water Kuiguang Group could pour out. Yang Ruoqian said, it's scary, but I don't think it highlights the abstract theme of our theme park. Several designs in the haunted house are indeed abstract, but this abstraction is not the same as that of the other. Mr. Yang's abstraction is that when the rapids are in the final sprint, a stinky face of the motherland suddenly jumps out on the face and sprays water at the tourists with his mouth. Both are abstract, but one is traditional abstraction and the other is modern abstraction. Yang Ruoqian hopes to attack the tourists mentally, rather than the more traditional scares like the secret room. The design team's design is good, but the direction does not meet Yang Ruoqian's requirements. First of all, our group is still operating escape rooms. If the two styles are similar, even if the process and duration are different, the frightening effect will be greatly reduced. Secondly, I think since this is the first theme park launched by the group, there should be something different. You should know that we plan to fully develop our RIPE projects online and offline. This is not easy to do, and we must strive for excellence. Chen Fen said that she understood. Then Mr. Yang, what ideas do you have, or what suggestions do you have? Kuiguang Group has long been famous in the industry. As Party A, Kuiguang Group is simply the kind of top sponsor who pays generously, does not have many things to do, and is very precise in its requirements. Even if you make mistakes accidentally, you will not be unreasonably troubled. Just make the changes according to what Kuiguang Group says. The horror atmosphere of a haunted house can be appropriately lowered, and the process can be shortened to about 3 or 4 minutes. For example, these props can be made of a slightly inferior quality, so that people will not feel so scary at first glance. You can even add some abstract versions of our RIPE to make the whole haunted house look more funny. The horror atmosphere is lowered, and it is such a direct way to destroy the sense of substitution. Chen Fen was stunned. Even the process time has to be shortened so much. Then this haunted house is not real in name only? Projects like this have always required immersion and substitution. It is tiring if the process is too long, but if the process is too short, the tourists will walk out of the secret room before they even get into the environment, and the effect is very poor. However, since it was Mr. Yang who said this, he must have his own reasons. Chen Fen still trusts her idol. Since the establishment of Kuiguang Group, every work it has done can make people shine. This theme park is, just as Yang Ruoqian said, it is the most important part of the Kuiguang Group's hype battlefield, and the haunted house cannot be that simple. Yang Ruoqian continued to talk. However, what I just said is only the first link of this haunted house. The first link. Chen Fen's curiosity was piqued. Do you mean there are other links? Yes. Yang Ruoqian nodded. This is what I planned. The first stage of this haunted house has actually begun from the queue entrance all the way to the exit. All the designs are as I said. The exit is also the same as other projects, with a souvenir shop inside, with cashiers and staff. But when you leave the souvenir shop and step out of the exit, what greets the tourists is not the sun, but the second stage of the haunted house. The design of the haunted house in the second stage is exactly the same as the first stage, but some subtle things will change. Those things that look funny can be slightly offset towards the bottom of the uncanny valley. The layout of the haunted house in the second stage is the same as the first stage, with only a part changed. This design is repeated 5 times, and each change is very subtle, but enough to make people feel that something is wrong. It is best to choose twins to serve as all the staff of the haunted house. If you really can't find one, use some technology and special effects. In short, give tourists the feeling that they are constantly circulating in the haunted house. After finishing speaking, Chen Fen was silent for 4 or 5 seconds. Sure enough, the person who could design the variety show Escape Room Survival is full of bad intentions. But after all, she is a professional designer, and Chen Fen quickly thought of a flaw. Mr. Yang, what if it is some more experienced players? They should be able to easily see the true situation of this haunted house. And the haunted house designed by you focuses on the sense of design. If some tourists are playing for the second time, or someone posts the experience of this haunted house on the internet, after everyone knows what is going on, the effect may be greatly reduced. After all, it is an amusement park, and you can't prohibit tourists from sharing their own experience, right? As long as someone has a desire to share and exposes the secret of the haunted house, the so-called ghost wall will immediately lose its mystery and will not have a scary effect. However, this small problem did not bother Mr. Yang at all. He laughed and said, how can the haunted house loop we designed be easily figured out? What I just said was only a loop on a two-dimensional plane, but why must a haunted house be made into a two-dimensional loop? We can build 2 more floors and use special elevators to complete the 3-dimensional loop. And we can also put a small loop in the big loop. During the loop, the staff watching the surveillance can make real-time adjustments to the interior of the haunted house or the special elevator. We can update the props every once in a while. Ensure that every visit of every tourist is a unique experience. We can even set up some fake exits and real exits. If the tourists touch the real exit, they can leave directly and smoothly. Our amusement park has also designed a facial recognition and ID card recognition system. If it is detected that this tourist is coming for the second time or multiple times, our staff will be reminded to let him feel the warmth from the amusement park and let him experience a completely different gaming experience from the last time. In order to avoid someone releasing a strategy, Yang Ruoqian had already used a similar design in the secret room of the room survival. Whoever plays according to the strategy will be trapped in an endless loop. For a haunted house like this, which has a 2-dimensional loop inside a 3-dimensional loop, a small loop inside a large loop, and even manual operations and props are updated every once in a while, it is very costly to come up with a strategy, and it is extremely impractical and time effective. The permutations and combinations of various loops alone can make all hardcore players collapse at the mathematical level. After saying this, Yang Ruoqian thought about it and felt that there was nothing to add, so he turned to look at Chen Fen. Well, what do you think of what I said? Is there any way to realize this kind of haunted house? I'm an outsider. If you think there is anything inappropriate or have any better suggestions, please feel free to tell me. Use a myriad of changes to discourage hardcore players who try to make strategies, and use an ethereal and abstract content to severely attack the tourists who use it to play. Isn't this hype dead? Chen Fen finally recovered from her shock. She shook her head quickly and said, Mr. Yang, no. I was shocked by your creativity. You are a genius. However, if we design this haunted house as you said, the entire site may need to be expanded to a certain extent. In addition, in order to better hide the structure and prevent some hardcore players from roughly analyzing the interior from the outside of the building, we may also need to build a part of the underground structure to better operate the elevator. If all the buildings are placed on the surface, some hardcore players can easily judge the design core of the haunted house by the height of the building. But if it is buried underground, once you enter the house, the macro perspective is missing, and you are surrounded by several loops. No matter how hardcore you are, you can only be led by the nose. Chen Fen thought for a moment and added, and if you want a design like yours, the cost of the entire project will increase a lot. Building a basement is a real big project. Hearing about the rising costs, Yang Ruoqian was even happier. It's not a design problem. You don't need to consider the cost issue. You just need to come up with a plan and then quote it. As a designer, it is a great honor to be able to personally participate in the design of such a project. Sometimes the designer himself has a lot of things in his mind, but due to his own limitations and the requirements of the client, these inspirations cannot be realized. At most, she can draw pictures on the computer to satisfy her. Now that a godsend opportunity is in front of her, and funding is not a problem, how could she not agree? Don't worry, Mr. Yang, I will go back and tell the design team about your requirements. Next time, I guarantee to come up with a design plan that will absolutely satisfy you. Under the dispatch of Kuiguang Group, all industries in Jinhei City have flourished, whether it is raw material suppliers, contractors, or designers, they have all been driven in all directions. But the trainees far away in Hengdian have no spare time to take care of these things. In front of them is an opportunity to change their destiny. In the temporary classroom, Shanghai Anayu clapped her hands proudly after explaining how to convey the corresponding emotions through acting. Okay, that's about it. If you still don't understand anything, feel free to ask me. After that, she turned around and left the classroom. Mr. Shang is quite cute when she teaches us in a serious manner. Shh, everything you say and do will be filmed. Don't get me into trouble. You guys are really in the mood to play around. We are about to practice on our own, and we will be eliminated if we don't perform well. Kang Fei packed up her things, quickly left the classroom, and came to her restroom. Wei Wenjin had been waiting here for a long time. How is it? Have you learned anything? Do you have confidence in the competition in a week? I feel like I'm doomed. These things can't be learned quickly. Kang Fifei put her things down and immediately took out a pen and paper to write down what she still remembered. I won't really take turns. Don't worry, this thing is difficult for everyone. You just need to take a qualified shot. But I'm not good at the upcoming shooting competition. Kang Fifei knocked her head. Why isn't she good at anything? Wei Wenjin cursed. Nonsense. Who can be good at this? Stop thinking about it and make yourself perform better. You should not only think about advancing, but also think about how to perform as well as possible in front of the camera and try to attract more fans. The second episode has already started shooting, so pay attention to yourself. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399, Melon Eating Era. Another new episode? Okay, I can eat less pickled mustard today. That's all you can do. Wasn't this episode released a few days ago? You haven't watched it yet? You haven't watched it either. I'm saving it for dinner. The campus was full of college students discussing the trainee. Looking at the entire cafeteria, at least 1/3 of the people were watching related content or discussing it. This scene was even more popular than when the Chamber of Exile was on. Obviously, from the first episode, the ratings of this variety show had already exceeded Yang Ruoqian's bottom line. In fact, the publicity and promotion resources of the trainee are far less than those of the Chamber of Exile. Now Kuiguang Group and Chengaiyu Media have many projects and a lot of work to do. It is impossible to invest all the publicity and promotion resources in one project like last time. For example, the publicity and promotion of All or Nothing, the publicity and promotion of the theme park, and the company's upcoming annual meeting. All these large projects have dispersed countless manpower and material resources, so there are naturally not many publicity and promotion resources left for variety shows. However, the actual situation is completely different from what Yang Ruoqian thought. Since this variety show invited a lot of guests from all walks of life, and groundbreaking construction took place in various places across the country, it was very noisy, and involved a wide range of areas, so all kinds of gossip leaked out. Needless to say, the celebrities invited as guests, the exposure of the Kuiguang Group is a resource that everyone craves for, and being invited is an honor in itself. They will post relevant content on their official Weibo accounts to promote the variety show on their own, and at the same time, they will also drive their own resources to operate in it. After all, as a mentor, you always have to come up with something real. What a star shows never represents himself, but represents the entire team behind him. The stars with their own traffic are spontaneously adding heat to the variety show, and the various outsiders responsible for the Kuiguang Group's projects, the energy they have concentrated on bursting out is actually not small. Various design teams are connected with the Kuiguang Group, and various construction teams are assigned to the construction site to carry out some strange construction work. Even if many projects are confidential, as the construction party, they can guess something. The two parties did not sign a very strict confidentiality agreement, so it is not surprising that some news leaked out. On the one hand, the traffic of celebrities constantly creates suspense for the audience, and on the other hand, the gossip leaked by the construction teams constantly stimulates this sense of suspense. There are many projects, giving the audience an unprecedented variety show experience. The heat was hyped up all of a sudden. Have you noticed that now when the Kuiguang Group does things, they don't need to do any official publicity themselves, they just need to invite people to the right place, and the publicity will naturally be in place. The young couple who had previously been extras in Mr. Yang's crew, and worked and received internship certificates are as usual, and they are very concerned about all matters of the Kuiguang Group. The boy said, because everyone knows the reputation of Kuiguang Group and Mr. Yang's personality, as long as they participate in variety shows, they can get a lot of exposure, and being a mentor does not have the risk of being a student. Helping them to promote is also helping themselves to promote. Why not? The girl also sighed. Ordinary people work hard, smart people go with the flow, but Mr. Yang has reached another level. He has made himself and his group a trend. No matter what he does, he will attract a lot of smart people who want to go with the flow. So Kuiguang Group eventually became the biggest winner among countless win-win situations. Ordinary people work hard, smart people go with the flow, and Kuiguang Group simply becomes the trend itself. This is Mr. Yang's strategic layout and strategic vision. Everyone from top to bottom can benefit greatly from the layout of Kuiguang Group. The inexplicable projects that he once spent a lot of money on also showed their value at this moment. The stars at the upstream of the industry will naturally form a factual bond of interests with the Kuiguang Group because of the large amount of resources, honors, and exposure. The benefits of cooperation are far greater than confrontation. The workers at the downstream of the industry are also making a lot of money in this river. The boy shook his head. We can just watch this kind of operation. If you don't want to die, it's better not to learn it randomly. Now I don't know how many companies are trying to learn the successful route of the Kuiguang Group, but they basically encounter major difficulties in the first step. In the end, they have to reduce costs and increase efficiency, and once they enter the stage of reducing costs and increasing efficiency, they will fail. The girl also agreed. Yes, we can just watch variety shows. Didn't you dislike watching variety shows before? Why do you watch them now? The boy ate 2 mouthfuls of food first, and then he suddenly looked up after realizing it. You are so proactive? I remember that my girlfriend didn't care about this kind of thing before. Even if she went to escape room survival not for the stars, but for the terrifying atmosphere and to watch the stars' scared expressions. Now she actually took the initiative to pay attention to variety shows. The past is the past, and the present is the present. The girl replied, and I don't care about the stars. I just want to see what the Kuiguang Group can do. To put it bluntly, it's for the fun of watching the show. Who would click on this variety show if it wasn't for the gunfight? The boy couldn't help but complain. Good man, you watch this variety show just for the gunfight, right? After watching the end of the first episode, everyone was almost laughing like crazy. It was really hard for them to imagine that the young male trainees and the delicate female trainees were shooting with real guns in a legal shooting range and were scolded by the instructors and guests because of their poor performance. After the training, the trainees took up their weapons and started the chicken eating competition at a specific venue. The losers would be eliminated, which made people's expectations reach the extreme. What are other similar variety shows like? 2 trainees stand on the stage, competing in singing and dancing, and then the mentors on the stage give scores. Due to the disclosure of various shady dealings, all the audiences have already understood the hidden rules of this form of park. Whether a song is good or not, although there is a general public perception, there is no standard for it after all. How to judge it is still subjective. As long as it is not so good that it is a gap, who can win in the park is a matter of the instructor's words. If 2 people have similar singing skills and sing 2 completely different songs, how can they be ranked? Either let the audience vote directly, or let the instructor choose directly. In the first case, there are too many tricks that can change the number of votes. After all, it is difficult to verify the identity of this kind of vote, and the organizer has no motivation to verify the identity. The second case is even more difficult to say. The Kuiguang Group once had a conflict with the Voice of China and exposed the scandal of taking money to do things. Whether a student or trainee advances or not, and whether the opponent is strong or not, are all linked to money. After the audience knows the inside story, they often regard variety shows as a big stage for acting. Even if there are really students or trainees who are not convinced, they can only park on the stage, and the actual effect is so small that it can be ignored. But it's different here at the Kuiguang Group. Whether you advance or not, just use the weapon in your hand to speak. Too physical, not as good as others in acting, not convinced by the instructor's evaluation, dissatisfied with the final result. It doesn't matter, just use the gun to eliminate the opponent on the battlefield to ensure fairness. For the spectators, it is a great honor to see such a heaven-defying program. Don't say it, just watch it. It's a pity that there is still no live broadcast this time. It's not as interesting to watch the live broadcast of this kind of variety show as the edited version. After all, there are many meaningless shots, and many places need to be reshot. I guess people will fall asleep after watching the live broadcast for a while. That's right, we don't have to worry about the Kuiguang group doing any malicious editing. The two sat side by side, watching the screen playing on the mobile phone screen. After filming the instructor training the trainees took their own scripts after receiving the training and began emergency rehearsals. In terms of acting, it is divided into 2 competition stages. Now it is in the first stage, and the content of the second stage is only known to the trainees and has not been revealed to the audience. The rehearsal time is very short, only 1 day. At the end of the day, all the trainees will have their scripts taken away and prepare to compete on stage. Although it is called a competition, considering various objective factors, this time it is just a competition to score the trainees' acting skills. The party with the lower score may not enter the elimination sequence, and similarly, the party with the higher score does not mean that it can be assigned to a higher level group. If the situation is extreme, and the 2 trainees who go on stage at the same time perform very badly, it is not ruled out that they will both be assigned to the elimination group. At this time, the 2 trainees who went on stage, one is named Jian, with a strange hair color and a strong metallic texture. The other is Kan Fifi, who looks like a gentle woman. Several mentors sat just above, looking at the trainees who were about to go on stage with a slightly scrutinizing look. "Why does that sister look a little pale?" the boy asked suddenly. "Will it hurt to pierce so many holes?" The girl who had only pierced her ears shook her head. "Actually, it's okay. I only felt a little bit when it was pierced. If it really hurt all the time, who could endure it for so long?" "Is that so? Then why is Ji Yan's expression so gloomy? Did she draw a role she doesn't want to play? It shouldn't be that serious. Aren't the scripts chosen by the trainees themselves? Even if there's none of the scripts you like, just pick a more conservative one. As long as you make sure you don't fall into the elimination group, that's fine, right? Even if you fall into the elimination group, don't you still have a chance in the next round?" I heard that the next round is a truly completely fair competition. Maybe it's because you didn't sleep or eat well last night. You selectively ignored the hotel we stayed in before, right? They even prepared such good treatment for us little extras. Do you think the trainees are treated worse than us? Well, she forgot the words. There has to be a reason. While chatting, the 2 people on the stage also began to compete. The first to appear was Jian, and the confidence on her face had completely disappeared. "Hello. Feng Eluo above greeted first. You can start after you are ready." "Okay, mentors." This time, Jian's role is a mercenary. She received a message that the enemy is in a certain room. The clip she is going to play is to search in this room with a prop pistol. Director and Zhao, who was specially invited, nodded. "Then let's start." With a click sound, Ji Yan took the prop gun and walked to the door of the room cautiously, trying to make her expression as serious as possible. After a few swishes, she pointed the gun at the ceiling and the water tank, as if there would be enemies hiding in such a place against the sky. Moreover, her expression was stiff throughout the whole process, as if she was wearing a mask, and there was no natural feeling at all. There was a feeling of overexertion throughout the whole process. Unlike Shanghai Anayu, who was a bit of a joke and was trying to hold back his laughter, Director and Zhao, who was used to good actors and good acting skills, and used to newcomers like Shanghai Anayu, frowned directly. He has always been very serious about acting. What kind of thing is Ji Yan acting? Exclamation mark. His eyes widened. He was startled, looking up at the sky, then down at the ground. Ha 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 ha. The boys who were also watching this scene burst out laughing. This Ji Yan, this search point. Why does it feel exactly the same as when I play CFGO? Ha ha ha. Don't be funny. Do you search for points and heads when you play games? Ha ha ha. At the same time, the number of barrages also increased sharply. What are you doing? Ha ha ha. The acting is really bad, not as natural as when we play role-playing games in private. Don't be funny. You can swing 180 degrees at once. Buddy, I have to swing twice to get by when playing games. Maybe Ji Yan's mouse sensitivity is too high. I don't understand what everyone is mocking. The search points are very careful. The positioning is very accurate. It is not easy to get such teammates in the wild team. I know that the variety show hosted by Kuiguang Group will definitely not let me down. I'm so happy, hahaha. Amidst the laughter and joy, a performance that could be called a disaster finally ended. The 4 groups of mentors on the stage, except for Shankai who was forcing himself to hold back his laughter, and Anzao who looked gloomy, all had blank expressions. Kinzin, the chief planner and host, said quickly, "Our trainees' performances are over, and now it's time for the mentors to score and comment." After each mentor gave his own score, the average was the final score. After scoring, the trainees' performances will also be commented on. Generally speaking, when unveiling the scores, they will try to delay the time a little longer and make the editing more thrilling to create better suspense. However, this time, the mentor group spent almost only 5 seconds to give their own evaluation. Shankai, who scored the highest, only gave an unqualified score of 59 points. Others simply gave 0 points. As long as the average score is less than 60, they will be classified as the elimination group. 60 to 80 as C, 80 to 90 as B, and above 90 as A. Now please invite the mentors to comment. PS. You can take a look at Yao and a search points, which makes my buddy laugh. Chapter 400. Invincible in the world. Enemies from outside. Director Anzao, who had never been in contact with the heaven-defying director since his cooperation with Kuiguang Group, left his comfort zone and had a very strong withdrawal reaction after seeing the monsters. What kind of weird and funny thing is this? When Jiyan was halfway through her performance, Anzao was already annoyed by her acting skills and wanted to scold her on the spot. If it was on a movie set, Anzao was really not sure if he would stand up and curse. Unfortunately, this was a variety show scene, with many cameras facing him, and Anzao still forced himself to resist his desire to complain. It was not until Kinzin said that the review session had begun that Anzao finally couldn't help but become the first person to comment. The expression is stiff, the acting is deliberate, and the movements are stiff. The plot you are playing is obviously very serious and dangerous, and a gunfight may break out at any time, but your acting skills do not show such tension and crisis at all. Not only does it not make people feel nervous and urgent, but it makes people feel a kind of nonsensical sense of humor. If you didn't tell me, I would have thought that there was a company of soldiers hidden in that rice jar. Because one person's acting skills directly destroyed the atmosphere of the entire film, it is a failure among failures. Even if we don't look at these subjective perceptions, just from the professionalism of the movements, your entire set of movements can be called a disaster among disasters. It's like an amateur forcibly showing off the little entry-level skills he just learned. When you are performing, do you still think you are very professional and handsome? But you only give me one feeling: embarrassing. When searching a small room like a house, the gun cannot be exposed so directly and straight. The gun is usually held in front of the chest, so that it will be smoother when the gun is drawn. After speaking a lot, Anzao finally recovered a little, took 2 deep breaths, and finally concluded, "In short, 0 points is my final evaluation of your disastrous acting skills." After speaking, Anzao glanced at the trainees who were already very solemn and said, "I know that you must have known me before the variety show, and the relationship between me and Kuiguang Group. But if you think that I will be lenient when scoring because of this relationship, you are wrong. Let me say it again, there is no limit on the number of places in the elimination group. If everyone performs like this, then everyone will enter the elimination group." After Anzao finished speaking, it was the turn of other guests. Guan Yunpeng directly asked the camera crew to show Jiyan the original film they had just recorded, and Feng Eluo summarized and shared his success and failure experiences as an actor for so many years. Shankai Anayu, who had not failed many times, analyzed it from the perspective of mentality, and told Jiyan that when performing, the most important thing to forget is that you are performing. You have to really immerse yourself in the role and put yourself in that person's shoes in order to act well. When the instructor made the comment, the young couple and the comments on the screen couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect that my Hercules sister Feng is actually the gentlest one. She even shared her own experience of failure. Is my sister Feng so humble? It seems that she was not like this before. In the past, everyone thought that they should try not to talk about their past failures, and the less they said, the better. Only in this way can they maintain their own personality and their image and status in the hearts of fans. Now Sister Feng Luo finds that she doesn't seem to need to do this. Ha ha ha. Now that the internet is so developed, celebrity idols are no longer covered with such a thick halo of mystery as before. On the contrary, a more realistic personality can attract more fans. Isn't it more attractive to have the courage to face up to one's own history of failure and share one's experience from failure to success than a perfect halo? Alas, having said that, I still miss the gentle and elegant goddess Feng Luo. Although the Hercules goddess is also a goddess, there is always something wrong with the style. Ha 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 ha. The rumor that Kuiguang group will alienate a person is true. Alienate in a good direction, right? Ha ha ha. I think director Zhao is about to break down. It's not a loss for Jiyan to say this. She can break down the director who won an international award for shooting the Black Robe inspection team with her own strength. I have to say that she is quite capable. Her acting is indeed bad. Shanghai Anayu is still kind. To be honest, there is no difference between 59 points and 0 points. They are both unqualified and will be thrown into the elimination group. Now everyone gives Jiyan 0 points. Of course, there is no difference. If the score is close to the passing line, these 59 points can greatly affect the average. That's true. While eating, watching the barrage, and watching the content on the variety show, the young couple felt that their eyes were a little overwhelmed. The next performer after Jiyan was a trainee named Kan Feifei. She had good conditions in all aspects, and played a tragic role in a costume drama. After the performance, she barely got a B score, which was considered to be average. After the first round of class division, the second episode of Almighty Trainee also ended. The content of the third episode is to shoot a short drama, put it online to test the results, and decide who will gain an advantage in the second round of gunfight, based on the results. You finished watching it already? To be honest, I'm really looking forward to the gun battle. When will it start? Aren't you looking forward to the skit they're filming? These trainees can make so many weird things even when acting according to the script. Aren't you curious about what they'll come up with if they really let them be the director, screenwriter and actor? When you say that, my interest peaks immediately. The boy said with empty eyes, and suddenly seemed to have thought of something. Wait, if everyone goes to watch the skit with the purpose of watching a bad movie, will this competition become distorted to some extent? As an outsider, the girl was more sober this time than her boyfriend. An insider, then you're overthinking it. Skits are naturally divided into episodes. People who are curious will watch the first few episodes, but they definitely won't watch the later ones. What's the level of the variety show designers? They just need to add the completion rate when counting. Viewing data below a certain completion rate needs to be discounted before the score is counted. Otherwise it is possible that someone will try to get away with it by filming a bad movie. Yes, it's not easy to expect everyone to make a bad movie like Shelter. Well, others say it's a bad movie, but there are actually a lot of things to learn. Otherwise, there are thousands of bad movies. Why can Shelter's bad movies last forever? I heard that their Sharknado series has reached the third episode. Let's go and see it when we have time. While director Zhao was helplessly tortured by his terrible acting, President Yang was processing documents in the office. It's not because President Yang suddenly became diligent, but because the financial report for this quarter really made people happy. Even if the box office of All or Nothing exploded, the box office revenue it brought was far from enough to make up for the recent expenses. The establishment of 2 company branches, the procurement of materials for the company's annual meeting, the holding of a super large variety show, the construction of the theme park, and the lawsuit with Yufa Group. The group's daily operating income, the continuous income from several previous movies, and the box office of the movies have added up to nearly 1 billion, but in front of these big money eaters, it is still suppressed. Many of these projects do not directly generate revenue, such as the lawsuit with Yufa Group. From the current situation, winning the lawsuit is basically a foregone conclusion. The compensation will be paid to Mr. Yang in the future, but definitely not now. After the completion of other projects, They will also be included in the group's daily operating income column, gradually increasing the group's monthly loss pressure, but as long as it is not a concentrated outbreak, it is not a big deal. When thinking about this, Mr. Yang suddenly felt that something was wrong. Wait, when the company's peripheral operations could only provide the company with a few million in revenue each quarter, I seemed to comfort myself like this. At that time, Mr. Yang also felt that for such long-term projects, as long as the revenue was not concentrated, the revenue could be spread over each quarter, allowing the group to achieve a soft landing of losses. No matter how much revenue there is, as long as the quarters for spreading the revenue increase, there is no need to worry about not being able to lose money. However, as time went by, the daily peripheral revenue each quarter increased from a few million to tens of millions, and from tens of millions to 9 figures. Everything was going on so quietly. The amount that was once insignificant, and the peripheral income that was almost a drop in the bucket, compared to the movie box office revenue, has now grown into a super terrifying and complex behemoth without anyone noticing. No matter how many quarters it is spread out, it can't withstand the explosive growth of the Kuiguang Group's industry. Yang Ruoqian looked at the financial report and realized the real culprit, why he was losing more and more money. No, even if I remove the income from the movie box office, the output of these peripheral products is also a huge number. Even if I do nothing every quarter now, the profits brought to me by these industries alone are so much that it makes my scalp numb. And these industries are all intertwined. If I secretly issue 1 or 2 plans for a certain project, the overall impact will be minimal. Sure enough, postponing things is not a good habit. Fortunately, I was crazy enough this quarter and invested in enough projects. This level of spending is already invincible. Even if I can make money, I will definitely lose money. When Yang Ruoqian had almost finished reading the financial report, Kim Yu walked into the office from outside with several documents. The secretary, who always gets straight to the point, was no exception this time. After putting down the documents, she picked out the important information and reported, "Boss Yang, the recent broadcast data of Almighty Trainee is very good, and the live fire practice field is also ready. How is the live fire field arranged?" Yang Ruoqian ignored the 3 words ratings and asked him the question he was most concerned about. The 3rd episode of the variety show should have been filmed. Don't let anything go wrong by then. Don't worry, everything has been arranged. Kim Yu smiled. The relevant approvals for the helicopter route over there had also been passed. When the show is broadcast, we will need your helicopter. Use it. Anyway, since the filming of The Richest Man in Jinhae City, this helicopter has been placed on the roof of Kuiguang building to collect dust. In addition to maintaining a group of crew members and consuming a huge amount of maintenance fees every day, it has not even entered Yang Ruoqian's sight again. Yes, the construction on the island should be done as quickly as possible. Yang Ruoqian nodded. The singing and dancing projects will be arranged a little later. After reporting on the variety show related matters, Kim Yu continued, "The dividends from our overseas projects were settled yesterday. It takes a certain amount of time to convert such a large amount of funds into foreign currency. Do you plan to directly reserve this part of foreign currency or convert it into RMB?" Yang Ruoqian's eyes turned from the computer screen to Kim Yu's face, full of confusion. "Project dividends? How much?" Yang Ruoqian knew that the Kuiguang Group had some overseas income. The overseas box office of the Black Robe inspection team was not small at the time, and he was not completely without relevant experience. But now the popularity of the Black Robe inspection team has been gone for a long time. How can there be a sudden overseas income? And it's a dividend? Does his Kuiguang Group have any business that can distribute dividends? Kim Yu saw Yang Ruoqian's doubts, so he reminded him, "Boss Yang, have you forgotten that when you went abroad to receive the award last time, you sent a team to acquire the shares of a game company?" Boss Yang, who had just boasted that he was invincible, had a vague feeling in his heart. This is an enemy from outer space, right? There is no project backstabbing in China, so there is a strong foreign force intervening, right? It's hard to have a lost quarter, and suddenly a foreign force came. Will there be another foreign force next time? Exclamation mark. The last time Yang Ruoqian invested in the game company, he left directly after giving the money. The company invited him to join the board of directors, but was directly rejected. Later, there was an issue of distributing game internal testing qualifications. Yang Ruoqian also took this opportunity to do a very abstract human-computer verification, which also caused quite a stir on the internet. Then he never managed this company again. After hearing that this company was developing a turn-based game, Boss Yang, who likes to play games, did not pay attention to the relevant information. Why is there a dividend now? Exclamation mark. Kimu smiled and said, their new game is selling well, and they made a lot of money. Recently, they are distributing dividends to investors. The money has been transferred to our overseas account, about $40 million US. $40 million US dollars. Before Mr. Yang could react to this number, Kimu said, now some foreign investors are very interested in you and the group. They want to pick a time to visit. I will help you contact Yang Jinayu for the specific situation. Can you talk to her in detail? End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.